Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the third part of What If Deku Had Gamer Stats System. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. It seems obvious in retrospect, especially now that my intuition and wit were both peak human. But throwing 24 total points at my mental attributes instantaneously was going to give me a headache. All those new neurons and neuronal connections forming. But between what I can only guess was my increased endurance and determination, the latter being a double-edged sword in this case, plus gamer's mind and body, it faded to a moderate ache after a few seconds. Except I couldn't move. It wasn't like I was tied up or numb or anything, but like my limbs weren't responding. Or my eyelids either. And it was not just me. Around the mass of pop-ups, I could see that Nomu was also frozen. Beyond that, neither Ami nor Shigaraki were moving either. Was I dying? Had I fried my brain? Was this the theoretical phenomenon where your brain keeps going over the last thing you saw, as your last moment stretched out seemingly forever? No, there was a message. That was dumb. Awesome but dumb. Minus 24 health, condition added. Migraine. And now that I was looking, there was a message box like I hadn't seen before. This one had larger text and some of it was flashing red. I closed the condition alert and looked at it. Limited time offer. Free trial run. Early access talent. Normally you have to meet the qualifications for this talent, you don't, and then receive it as a quest reward. This isn't. Instead, one time only, you can trade your Peak Human Quickness bonus talent, Peak Human Wit bonus talent, and Peak Human Intuition bonus talent to gain Pause. And you are even getting one free use of Pause before you decide, to help you make up your mind. Okay, so I wasn't dying and seeing my last moment. Time was just frozen. But I guess that made a sort of sense. Almost every video game had a pause function. Except I couldn't go the toilet or get some water, because I was the player and the character both. So what could I do? What could pause do? I focused on the word pause and thought hard. Analyze. Talent phys. Skills unlocked. And it. Cost. 100 energy. Limit 3 times per recovery rest. Duration. 5 minutes. Prerequisites. Quickness. 101. Wit. 101. Intuition. 101. Reflective Dungeon V. Quest reward. Freezes time relative to the gamer. Cannot move, act, use any skills that consume energy, or use other skills that affect the physical world. Can observe, plan, take a mental break, and access the menu system. For example, user cannot pause and then launch a barrage of telepathic or telekinetic attacks for when normal time resumes. User can pause and calculate a trajectory, try to decipher a password, or prepare to activate a skill once pause ends. User can end the effect of pause at any time before the 5-minute duration. Technically time is not frozen. The gamer mentally experiences 1 yoctosecond as 300 seconds. Because it is pure perception, that is why energy cannot be used. That meant things were still technically moving. But a quick dive into the math and physics knowledge my skills afforded me, plus analyze for a definition, let me calculate that even something moving at light speed would travel less than half the radius of 1 proton in that amount of time. And when I read the duration, I noticed a timer in the upper right side of my vision, opposite the concealed health bar. It said 4:28 and was counting down. But if I can access my menu, that means I could spend points, right? Which was in line with many traditional and action RPGs. Of course, I couldn't change all my clothing and eat a full 3-course meals like Link could, but it was still an advantage. Like now, I could have just spent the individual points to get most of my attributes up to 50, instead of quickly throwing out a number guaranteed to get them all up there. And spared myself a migraine. Also, it appeared that Analyze was still available, since it did not require energy, and I had just used it to learn about pause and get the definition of a yoctosecond. Yes, that seems like a loophole. Plus 1 wit, plus 1 intuition. Which meant I could analyze. Ignoring the messages, I looked at Nomu. Name, prototype anti-symbol of peace Nomu. Race, Nomu, altered former human. Quirk metagene overload. Age, 33. Height, 195 centimeters. Weight, 219 kilograms. Level 7. Active title, Anti-symbol of peace. Quirks. Shock absorption. Natural steroid. Pure muscle. Pain nullification. Super regeneration. Health, 4083 4083. Stamina, 2438 26 56. He had 5 quirks. How could he have 5 quirks? Even Todoroki and Cassandra, who seemed to have 2 quirks, really just had 1 quirk with 2 parts to them. A few more analyses didn't clear it up. My understanding of what Nomu could do was better. Unfortunately, that also made me more worried. Shock absorption reduced bludgeoning damage to Nomu by 96%, and any other physical damage by 64%, and damage below a certain threshold was simply negated. But it did take 1 stamina each time it reduced or neutralized damage. Natural steroid was a mutation-type quirk that gave him plus 50 to his base strength, and a plus 200% growth multiplier to strength as well, which would have been bad enough, but pure muscle made it so Nomu used strength instead of endurance or quickness. So just increasing his strength would make him faster and tougher. The only comfort was he still had a separate agility score. I estimated based on his level and health that his strength was over 600, probably close to pain nullification. Not only prevented him from feeling pain, it also all but eliminated Nomu's sense of fear. And any other physical ailments caused by pain, like localized paralysis from hits to a nerve cluster. And super regeneration was why my Gundor smashes healed almost instantly. It converted 1 stamina to 5 health every time Nomu was injured, up to 100 stamina per second. It would even restore lost limbs or damaged organs. If we could destroy both his brain and heart, he would die. That, or we had to drain both his stamina and health fully. I had just over 3 minutes left after I finished scanning Nomu. I needed to pick my bonus talents, decide if I wanted pause, and try to come up with a plan. I guessed that the trial offer for pause would likely end as soon as I picked it, and definitely would end as soon as I rejected pause or picked on of the 3 bonus talents it would replace. So I would make the most of it and save that until last. But better to start soon. My bonus talent options for strength were: Pump You Up Limit Break Strength Training Skill and Gain Latent. Bonus to strength based on level of strength training skill, plus 1 latent strength for every 5 levels of strength training. Will of muscle use strength instead of determination to defend against mental attacks and mental status ailments. Mental muscle increase weight and damage of telekinetic skills based on a percentage of your strength. The first one was nice. Latent bonuses meant less for attributes, which didn't have a natural cap, than for skill, which did. Still, the bonus would be a nice positive spiral for strength. The second skill was basically worthless for me. My determination was already higher than my strength, and Gamer's Mind already improved my resistance to mental attacks. Ultimately, I chose mental muscle. It added 25% of my strength to the mass of projectiles for TK attack, and also the damage of those projectiles by the same factor. The same applied to any other telekinetic damaging skills I might get in the future. And for TK skills that moved things but did not damage them, it added 50% of my strength to the weight I could lift instead. The random talents I was offered for agility were: Evasion greatly reduce incidental or AoE damage on a successful dodge. Wall run limit break parkour and can run nearly horizontally on walls, depending on quickness and parkour level. Contortionist plus 10 to yoga skill or unlock it, limit break yoga. Yoga was an okay skill, but I wasn't going to waste a talent on it. Wall running was tempting. I was teenage Japanese boy, of course I wanted to be a ninja. But ultimately, I was losing health quickly to Nomu's near misses. Even if evasion didn't completely prevent it, decreasing the drain on my health and energy was critical. And evasion would continue to be useful in the future. If I could get out of the kill zone of a grenade, the shockwave and shrapnel would do almost nothing to me. Endurance offered me the choice between: Recovery boost increases healing received by 20% from all sources. Stamina boost increases stamina by 10%. Acid adaptation plus 10 to acid resistance skill or unlock it, limit break acid resistance. They were all pretty straightforward. My energy was currently based on ki and mana, not stamina, and that would change based on my current highest attributes. So stamina boost was a no. Acid adaptation was nice, but since I was thinking about healing myself after time restarted, I decided on recovery boost. My quickness choices were mostly about movement, including another parkour-related talent. My intuition options were related to non-combat skills. Though one was for telepathy and clairvoyance, which would be good for the eventual operation to save All Might. It really only gave me one option. I mean, there were three. But the first one, Invoker, increased the damage of my spells, which would be great if I could figure out how to unlock magic. The second was called Spell Resistance, which instead of reducing damage, gave me a % chance to just ignore spells cast on me. Again, very useful if I had any enemies who used magic. That just left me with Omniglot, which limit broke every language skill, including signing, even the ones I didn't have yet. It also increased the growth of language skills by 20%, which was really great for school and future hero work, but not of immediate use. With the first 3 screens cleared, and the pause and other 3 moved to the side, I saw an unexpected window. Congratulations! All physical attributes have reached peak human tier. Please select a bonus talent. Fighter. Improved mastery of melee combat, plus 10% damage dealt, minus 10% damage received. Free runner 2+. 5 latent bonus to dodge, running, parkour, climbing, swimming, and acrobatics. Only 2 options, but both were really good. If it weren't for the current situation, I would be more inclined to take Free Runner 2. But instead I focused my mental eye on Fighter and clicked it. That left me with just over a minute to decide if I would take Pause or the other 3 talents, and to plan what to do once time started. Having been reminded I had a telepathic attack skill, which I hadn't spent points on or tried to use, I checked on it. It was mostly for breaking through mental defenses. It would do a small amount of health and psion damage to anyone whose defenses were down or did not exist. But since Nomu didn't have psions and would regenerate more HP per stamina than I would do in damage per energy, it wasn't worth it to try now. Glancing through my available talents, one jumped out at me, and a plan formed, at least for the immediate situation. So I bought Focus, Telekinetic Attack. I also realized if I spent all of my attribute points, I could get my Charisma and Luck both up to, which should give me 3 more bonus talents, possibly 4 if I got another one for getting all 9 attributes up to peak human. But I wasn't sure if those talents would be helpful here, and I wanted to save those points. I was even more tempted to just split them between strength and quickness, and try to hammer Nomu with punches and kicks as fast as I could, to wear him down. Every hit would take 1 SP from him. More if I could break through his defenses. But no, there might be a need for me to suddenly boost my psionics or ki. All the more reason to consider Pause. For now, execute the plan to protect Ami. Once I made up my mind. Pause? Or 3 other talents. I had about 20 seconds left to decide. Status changes for Midoriya Izuku. Max energy, 1319 1320. I decided not to take Pause. Not because I thought the other talents, in any combination I could come up with, would be better or more useful. No, the cost of Pause was too much. 100 energy was 7.6% of my total, so if I used it all 3 times, that would be almost a quarter of my total energy. But on the other hand, since I could effectively only use it 3 times per day, along with the cost, there was a good chance I would hoard it for just the right time and end up not using it that much at all. Of course, there was at least one way to get around that. If I bought efficient sleep and used the time dilation of a dungeon, I could get the recovery in 2.5 real-world hours, instead of 8. Even then, it wasn't something I could do in a fight. There was also the danger of losing the tension of a fight. Also, I could easily see myself distracted and not realizing time was about to run out. So even though I knew I might never see it again, I decided Pause was not something I wanted now. If I did get it in the future, I might be better prepared for it then. Still, it hurt to let it go. Setting my doubts aside, I pulled up the other 3 screens. I focused on my choices. For quickness, I would take Hop to unlock and limit break the jump skill. Omniglot from Wit would limit break any language skill and increase their growth. I wondered if I learned a bunch of languages, if I could confuse people by switching between them at random. And Intuition would be Mind's Eye, which would limit break both telepathy and clairvoyance, and give me a minor boost to each. Except I didn't have telepathy yet, so I wasn't sure if it would be added or not. I had access to it, but hadn't tried it. Pick Hop, Omniglot, and Mind's Eye. I thought as quickly as I could, fully expecting time to resume, and ready to launch my plan. Except it didn't. The windows all closed, including the special offer 1, but the last 012 on the timer kept counting down. Jump, LVL 5, unlocked. Telepathy, LVL 2, acquired. Clairvoyance has improved, LVL 12. Congratulations, telepathy rank, 2-2, clairsentience rank, 2-2, and psionics rank, 11-10. Sense hostility, LVL 1, unlocked. Did I just unlock Spidey Sense? I thought quickly and then analyzed the new skill. It wasn't quite the same as the fictional hero's power. His power detected danger. Well, except when a writer decided to change it or circumvent it. My new skill only detected hostility towards me. That meant that while Spider-Man could detect and react to falling beam inside a burning building, I couldn't. Unless someone else was making it fall deliberately. On the opposite side, Peter couldn't tell when someone was hostile towards him, like J. Jonah Jameson, but wasn't going to act on it. The description also indicated that at higher levels I would be able to detect hostility directed at members of my party, or when I was targeted by a machine, even though it wasn't hostile in either the sentient or emotive sense. Time jumped back to normal speed. Goodbye pause. The buzzing in my head returned. I almost hadn't realized the headache from the jamming and the aches from the hits I had taken were gone. But there was more to the strange feeling, like a shaking halo around my skull, stronger in front of me. I shoved it aside. I only had moments. Key regeneration, reinforcement strength, I said quickly yet softly, pulling my arm back. My energy was already ticking down from TK Aura, but it began to drop from the other two powers. In return, my health began to tick upwards. But I wasn't done. Go beyond. I roared as I dropped to a crouch, plus ultra. Izuku Midoriya. Health, 264 680, minus 100 from plus ultra. Energy, 7821 Minnesota Smash. I drove my fist into Nomu's stomach, pushing up with my whole body. I expected my arm to shatter, or at least to take a lot of damage. But I didn't. Maybe it was because I was getting better at combining ki and psionics? No, more likely it was because so much of the force was neutralized by shock absorption. Even with Nomu's first quirk, his HP bar dropped by between 4 and 5%. Then began to refill while he lost stamina in return. But the damage wasn't my goal. It was good, but the reason for my smash was to get Nomu off the ground. He lifted a few centimeters into the air. I immediately flattened my hand against his abs, and focused all 3 flavors of my telekinesis on him. Hogwarts Smash. Even with the addition of mental muscle, Nomu was too heavy for me to properly use as a bullet with TK attack. But adding TK and tactile TK to effectively lighten him, I was about to send him flying. Rather than shooting off like a major league fastball, he tumbled through the air like father lobbing a softball to a toddler. Or at least like I had seen movies depict playing catch. Nomu was still moving pretty quickly through the air. And he was heavy. And most importantly, my aim was true. Moments before Shigaraki decayed his way through Ami's shield, he noticed the shadow falling towards him. He instinctively reached up with his left hand to protect himself. Ami dove back while he was distracted. Nomu and Shigaraki collided and they collapsed into a heap. Shigaraki pushed his monster off and surged to his feet, staring death at me. Then he remembered his power. Nomu's right arm was on the ground and rotted away. He struggled to stand, his shoulder much more slowly falling apart. Above his head, I watched as both his health and stamina ticked down. Super regeneration was fighting decay, but decay was winning. The disintegration had almost reached his neck. Harley! Shigaraki barked. The clown villain swung her hammer wide again, knocking Momo down, and Emochan was forced to jump clear. Rather than capitalize, Harley flipped back twice, landing next to Shigaraki. He grabbed her stomach. A new set of fingertip holes melted out of her costume. They stopped when he touched her skin. Then the rot on Nomu also stopped, and his arm began to grow back. The monster drew back up, and his eyes locked on me. Before there had been a sort of generalized aggression and desire to kill there. Now he was looking at me, recognizing me. He wanted to kill me, not just because it was an order. Constant bloodlust has burned into your eyes. Sense hostility skill improved, LVL 25. Hostile aura effect acquired. Hostile aura. You can see how hostile someone is towards you expressed as a fiery aura. This only works on people you can see, but does not interfere with the more generalized version of sense hostility. Kurogiri stepped up behind his boss, and the petrifier also closed ranks. I took the break in the fight to analyze her, learning her villain name was Stheno, her quirk was Gorgon Shot, and she was level 21, the same as me. The aura around her was slightly pulsing and orange. The glow around Kurogiri was closer to red and more active. Shigaraki was wreathed in a dense, seething, rare black aura. Harley only had a thin, slightly green aura. I guess she either didn't think much about me, or was the kind of villain who could kill without much hostility. And Nomu's aura was quickly going from yellow to red as he stared at me. Disable hostile aura, I whispered. I would practice with it later, but for now it was confusing and obstructing. What are you? Shigaraki hissed at me. He reached up towards his neck, but Harley caught his hand. Zero finished tying up the other villains and was trying to get 13 clear. What does that mean? Ami's eyes narrowed angrily as she studied him. This kid was matching Nomu blow for blow. Shigaraki said, even if Nomu wasn't going all out since it isn't All Might. And now his wounds are healing even while I'm watching. Are you some sort of mirror boss for my Nomu? Do you have multiple quirks too? Hey, we're the heroes, you are the villains, Ashido-chan barked. So your monster is the mirror boss for Izuku, not the other way around. I don't have more than one quirk, I said firmly, and if you think I have to have more than one quirk for this, you need to study more, because I can think of 4 quirks off the top of my head that could account for this. Tactile telekinesis and perfect cellular control, Ami said immediately, but what are the other 2? Telepathic illusion, I said, this could be a mirage, but a mental one, so Nomu felt the hit and jumped back. And from what I have heard, Lantern's quirk could probably do this too. But then I'd be glowing. Enough, Shigaraki cut me off. Nomu, override Protocol 1. Do whatever it takes to kill. I missed the remainder of the statement as Nomu charged me, faster than he had been moving before. Reinforcement quickness, endurance, I said, already moving out of the way of his first punch. This time I took only a point each of health and energy, despite the noticeable increase in the power behind his fist. Thanks to sidestep, quickness would help my dodge. The endurance boost would reduce both any leftover damage I took and the damage from using key reinforcement and TK aura together. I was counting on my new evasion talent to deal with the rest. I didn't need accuracy right now. He was a big, unskilled target that didn't even try to evade. I didn't need power either. Any hit I landed would be mostly absorbed and almost instantly healed. But so long as I landed the hit, and did at least 1 point of damage, that would drain 2 of his stamina. He had just under 1400 stamina left after recovering from decay. Gundoor smashes would do more damage, since they cut. But I would run out of energy too fast. If I focused on the fastest punches and kicks, and could hold out for 5 minutes, I would be able to drain him. Except I wouldn't last that long, not without using Plus Ultra again. And that had severe diminishing returns. It wouldn't matter how much energy I had to heal myself or reduce damage, if my health was so low that a single hit would kill me. But every minute I bought was a chance for my classmates to escape. Or return. Or for help to arrive, since Mom and All Might should have heard Mikoto, too. I fired 2 strong right crosses into Nomu's ribs as he recovered from overextending himself. Then a shallow kick to his knee. He lashed out again, and instead of dodging or blocking, I stepped in and punched his wrist as hard as I could. Then I rotated and drove my elbow into his navel. He tried to grab me, but I skidded between his legs. Then bashed my knuckles against his kidney. Or at least where a kidney should have been. I still want to kill this hydrokinetic, Shigaraki continued. Harley and you deal with the rest of these brats. Kurogiri, back us up, but also check on how the other locations are doing. Last thing we need now is more pests. Stheno tried to capture Emochan. Cass countered the incoming mud with her cape, before hitting a clip and letting it fall away. Then Ishido-chan sprayed all the villains with acid, regaining the petrifier's attention. /Momo, help Ami, Cassandra signed, / I will help Emochan deal with Harley. Are you sure? The tall girl asked. Kane nodded sharply. Momo touched a button on her helmet. She created 2 hollow, extendable batons, and stepped between Ami and Shigaraki. Harley looked at Cassandra and smirked. Finally found your nerve? The red and blue head taunted. The next instant Cass was next to her, grabbing the haft of the sledge and ramming her knee into Harley's stomach. Because if not, that's fine and perfectly normal, the former psychologist said a bit less certainly. Still, she twisted her weapon free and forced Cass back with a move of the hammerhead. Then she grinned again. Psych. She jabbed the butt end of the sledge at Emochan. The swordswoman blocked with both blades. Harley let the head of the hammer drop to the ground, and used it as prop to swing her heel up backwards. She nearly clipped Cassandra's chin. Actually, quirk dependency is a moderately serious neurosis, and can lead to social isolation and deeper psychosis. You should talk to Counselor Hounddog. Or work with Eraserhead Sensei to spend time without your quirk. You know, if you and Eraser both survive today. Okay, Blackout panted and looking at his fallen comrades and the 2 approaching students, dropped his street accent. Maybe we can negotiate? Sure, Mikoto smirked, closing her fist on the coin she had been ready to shoot. You 2 stop blocking our signals, sit down right here, and let my friend paralyze you with her oil. How is that a negotiation? Jammer opened an eye and spoke for the first time, his voice high and reedy. Because if you don't, her grin widened, then we will figure out what combination of tasering. Sparks danced across her fingers. Blunt force trauma. Kirishima slammed a fist into his palm. A fist that looked more like battering ram than a human limb. Or toxic oil. Sue squeezed her fingers and her mucus dripped onto the stone. It takes to force you to stop, she concluded. Jammer didn't consult with his guard. He clambered unsteadily to his feet and walked over to where Mikoto had indicated. He held out his hand towards Tsuyu, and the buzzing in Mikoto's head stopped. All Might. Mikoto's voice entered in my mind again. But this time she wasn't cut off. I hear you, young Misaka, All Might said, and we got your early message too. Midnight and I are on our way, and the rest of the teachers and additional reinforcements are not far behind. What is the situation? Fortunately, telepathic communication was faster than talking, due to not needing to take a breath or move your tongue. We quickly described our situation to him. My body went into something like autopilot while doing so. The skills etched into my body by the gamer and the fights in dungeons reacted without need for much conscious thought. If it wasn't for the fact I was spending so much energy to keep up with him, I could have fought Nomu indefinitely. Health -20, energy -5. Hey, don't get cocky me. I was thankful to get a report from Ochako. Her group had been in a tighter spot than I realized, but Todoroki and company showed up in time to save them. Health was just below half, and her stamina and psions were both nearly drained. Still, the 6 of them had boarded the train and were moving steadily back to the center plaza. We should join you too, Tsu said. No, you need to stay there and keep those villains honest, All Might said. Right? I agreed. Having guild chat back and the ability to use our phones is more important. But that said, there is something you could do, Mikoto. Sure, what? She asked. Can you hit 1 or 2 of the sprinkler pipes above the square? I requested. If they can simulate rain, they should have a good flow rate. And Ami could use the recharge. The hydrokinetic glanced up. Shigaraki had destroyed some more of her ammunition, and Momo's weapons, too. But the 2 of them had each managed to put a few bruises on him. Ashido was in another standoff with Stheno. It seemed like it might come down to which of them ran out of material for her quirk first. Cassandra and Emochan were actually pushing Harley back. And Shirokuen was shooting his tape at Kurogiri. He was being careful not to shoot too much or cut it off too soon, so when the mist villain tried to teleport it at one of us, Shirokuen could pull it back. "We will be there shortly," All Might said. "Just hold on." "Shouldn't Izuku just use a dungeon to bring you here?" Chaco asked. "That would give him away," Cassandra said. "I'm not worried about that," I countered. "Maybe not. But Midnight would not be brought along, would she?" All Might reminded us. "And if I disappeared at this speed, she would be hurt. Even if I slowed down, she would still be left behind here." "It isn't that desperate yet," Ami confirmed. "But I'll add you to my party anyway, All Might," I insisted, "in case things take a turn for the worse." Even as I sent the invite, I heard a trio of rapid-fire sonic booms. Then a second set, and a third. The first coin nicked one of the pipes, resulting in a gentle spray that drizzled onto us. The second one bounced off the reinforced dome. The third one punched through the dome, letting in a ray of sunlight. The 3 coins of the second round all missed the pipes, but 2 of them put more holes in the ceiling. None of the last 3 breached the roof, but 2 of them did punch completely through the widest part of one pipe. This completely drenched Emochan, Cassandra, and Harley, none of whom looked happy about it. I turned off key healing. I was now well above half health, and needed the energy more to prolong the fight. "Thank you," Ami told Mikoto silently, even as she gathered up the water and dried Cass and Midoriya-san in the process. Harley looked even more annoyed, and the gray makeup covering her face began to run. "Shigaraki Tamura," Kurogiri said before his boss could launch into another rant, "I am receiving the signals of Mindy and the other exceptional candidates we chipped. With the exception of both Jammer and Blackout." Stheno spared a second to give her left arm a glance. "If you can detect the others, that must mean the jamming is down," the pale villain said in annoyance. "Jammer has to be down," Harley noted, blocking the Emochan's kukri and then kicking at Cassandra's chest, "but we didn't test Blackout that well. He was able to cover an area greater than this facility," Kurogiri objected. "Yeah," Harley agreed, "but we didn't check for how long. He could be running out of steam." "It could be one of the students," Stheno suggested. "Those shots just now look like they came from about where Jammer's group is. And like they came from that lightning girl who shot at us before that eraser guy attacked. If she and Blackout got into it, they might have fried the chips and any other electronics in the area." "Either way," Shigaraki grimaced, "it means time is up for this raid. If we stay here much longer, UA will figure out what is happening, and we'll be hit with a flood of mid-bosses. But before we go, maybe we can farm a little more X." Ami didn't let him finish. She slammed a cube made of water into Shigaraki's face. His neck snapped back, and the dismembered hand clutching his face went flying. "Father," he said plaintively, almost whimpering. Then his head slowly pivoted back down, forward. His now uncovered face was sporting a new gash and a rapidly darkening bruise. His eyes had widened, almost to anime proportions. But his irises and pupils had narrowed down to almost nothing, and were darting around wildly. That gave him a greater look of insanity than he had worn until now. And sense hostility was buzzing wildly. Shigaraki put his fingertips together like a beak or drill. It wasn't a comfortable way to hold his hands, but it was the small area for touching something with all 5 fingers. Then he began to jab at Ami, almost like someone using a pressure point technique. Only less precise. Each strike eliminated about 1/3 of a liter of her water. She continually replaced it, but the broken pipes were providing less with each second. Momo stepped in, swinging her newly formed naginata at his neck. Shigaraki's left hand intercepted, his digits now in a straight line instead of a point. They met the blade, which turned to dust before leaving even a line on his skin. He pushed his arm further out, right for Momo's left byoke. Ami swept her back with a soft pulse of water, and Momo returned the favor with a gentle push of the naginata's crumbling haft. That bought them barely a second, before the villain went after Ami again. "Oh, Puddin'," Harley said sadly and worriedly. Then her lips thinned, and her fighting shifted from acrobatic and slightly comedic to more brutal and direct. There were still spins and cartwheels, but they were tighter and more used to build force. Harley had swung at Emochan, and while the British girl's two blades had caught the sledge again, Harley threw herself and the weapon forward, putting more of her weight into it. Though Emochan slowed it, the hammer continued. With Harley's stretch, it went past Emochan's right gauntlet and connected with her elbow, which resulted in the loudly audible sound of what was doubtlessly bones breaking. Emochan grimaced but did not cry out. The katana hung more loosely in her grip, but she did not let it fall. Cassandra launched a heavy barrage to give her teammate a moment to recover, only for Harley to unexpectedly reverse her hold and jab the hammers but end into Cass's midsection. The force of the hit both pushed Cassandra back and into range of Shigaraki. Even though she could read the villain leader's movements, her recovery slowed her for a moment, and sparing an attack from his rage at Ami, he tagged her face, which turned to our advantage. Cass was one of the few of us who was covered head to toe. She didn't just push his hand away, she hammered it. While it lacked the volume of Harley's attack, she had broken at least one of the bones in his wrist. Then Cassandra slid back, yanked off her disintegrating cowl and hood, and tossing them aside. "Come on," Stheno hissed, almost like a mantra, "come on." Even as the petrifier kept shooting at Ishido-chan, her hair started to twitch oddly. The villain who called herself Stheno had 27 tubes of rocky hair. And when she didn't directly control it, it moved on its own, almost like the snakes of her namesake. Now they trembled slightly. She was in one of the rooms the League had set aside for Harley Quinn's training regimen. In front of her were a half-dozen mannequins, acquired from somewhere. And behind her was the source of her trepidation. She had been through the Americans' fighting training, and heard about the individual sessions she had had with the other villainesses. To say Stheno was not looking forward to this was an understatement. "Okay, Riley, let's see what you got," the clown woman declared brightly. "Actually, it's Stheno," she objected. "Really?" Harley sounded surprised. "The oldest, most violent sister? Even better." Stheno was moderately impressed. But, she supposed, it was actually more surprising that she, as a Japanese, knew about the Gorgons than it was for a Westerner to know about them. She shook the thoughts away and aimed at the first dummy. She could only get 20 of the hairs to aim at the human-sized target. She fired. 7 of the clay globs struck across the mannequin's body and limbs. The rest sailed past all around it, hitting the walls and floor. "Is that all the more accurate you are?" Harley asked dubiously. Stheno bristled slightly, but her fear of the League's American lieutenant kept her from showing it. "No," the petrifier said simply. Her next round, all 20 bullets hit the second dummy's chest, 18 forming a large blob over its heart, 1 closer to its neck and the last over the stomach. Stheno immediately fired at the third target, 10 shots hitting its head, 4 on the upper chest, and the last 6 missing. "Okay," Harley sounded a bit more impressed. "So why didn't you do that the first time?" Stheno pointed to her first victim. It was already completely encased in stone. A wider spread on the target means the stone spreads from multiple points, trapping them faster. On those 2, they might have been able to get off a shirt or a helmet before their arms were trapped. And it's been twice as long and they still aren't fully covered. Besides that, the shotgun approach means it's more likely some of my shots will hit a moving target, and it is better against small, packed groups. Harley nodded, her lips pursed thoughtfully. "But you can only target one at a time?" Harley said, but less sharply than before. "Well, I can also do this." All of Stheno's snakes pointed straight out. And she began to roll her neck. "If I shoot like this, it is really random. Good if I get surrounded by cops or heroes, but not very useful when I'm working with others." "So, you have your targeted attack, your shotgun version," Harley noted, "and your death blossom. Not bad. You've obviously put more thought and effort into your quirk than most of these yahoos." Stheno was not familiar with that English word Harley threw in, but she could guess what yahoo was from the context. "So for now," the clown continued, "let's work on getting it so you can shoot at 2 targets." Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed some of Stheno's hairs twitching oddly as she chanted to herself. Then suddenly her eyes widened and she smirked. Not unlike Harley's smirk. Then the hairs on the left side and back of her head shifted, so they were pointing at Ami. And the others continued to rain clay on Ishido-chan. Ami, Stheno. Ami, the petrifier. Cassandra and I shouted in near unison across guild chat, even as the villain began to shoot at 2 of my classmates instead of 1. It hit me what had happened. The gamer's manual said from the beginning that normal people would subconsciously spend their skill and talent points. Stheno had just bought the next level of Gorgon shot talent. I just hoped aiming at multiple targets was the only benefit she got from it. Ami got our message and used some of her water to intercept the attacks. The clay did not turn to stone around the water. Instead, it seemed to mix into the liquid, turning it into something like mud. Something that Ami could not control. Shigaraki renewed his attack, as he recognized his henchwoman was eliminating Ami's ammunition. During the few seconds Cassandra bought her after escaping Shigaraki's touch, Emochan transferred her katana to her still working left arm and hand. And the kukri went back to being manipulated by her quirk. I hoped it was confidence in her skill at avoiding Harley's power negation, and not desperation, that drove her to take the risk. The melee between the 3 women seemed to kick into a new gear. Shirokuen tried to snag Kurogiri again, but the villain opened a gate, sending the tape at me. And this time my classmate was too slow or tired to pull it back. I ducked under it, and the tape hit Nomu's chest. The monster roared at the annoyance and tried to pull it in. Shirokuen severed the line with anxious haste. The tape slinger and the teleporter seemed to be evenly matched. But I realized Kurogiri wasn't trying very hard. Or, to be more accurate, he was multitasking. Even as he kept Shirokuen busy, he was also keeping an eye on Shigaraki and Harley, and to a lesser degree, Stheno and Nomu. Beyond that, every few seconds his eyes would stop flickering for a moment. He had mentioned tracking chips, so he must have some sort of device to scan for them. Tamura Shigaraki, the mist said reproachfully. There are 6 students inbound from the urban area. They will be here in just over a minute. Mindy and 4 others from the mountain have recovered and are on their way here, but it will take them at least twice as long to arrive. Fine, their leader shrieked. Just get rid of that Spider-Man wannabe, and then be ready to pull us out. I still want to have Nomu kill that green kid and finish this water beach before we leave. As you command, Kurogiri intoned. The next instant, a portal opened under Shiro's feet. He shot a line at one of the light posts, but a second portal opened to keep him from securing himself. Instead, Shirokuen grinned. He fired tape from his left elbow into the middle of the strip from his right. Then he pulled both of them, causing the longer tape to curve back. I'm not going alone, my classmate declared as his quirk finally attached to Kurogiri's neck brace. Ingenious, the villain said, but incorrect. Though Kurogiri was dragged toward his own portal, the instant Shiro was gone, the portal snapped shutter, cutting the tap cleanly. Shiro Hanta was falling. Then something grabbed his waist, pulling him into strong arms and a soft chest. What are you doing here, Karo? Tsuchan asked as she set him down. The warp villain sent me away, he answered, so I wouldn't interfere. Their boss is crazy, and determined to kill Midoriya and Mizuno. The other 3 students looked worried, but Mikoto continued to glare at the 4 villains, daring them to try something. It was a stupid move. I figured it out a moment too late. I punched. Nomu punched. Our fists would meet. We would both be moderately injured. And the fight would continue. But that was wrong. Shock absorption was defensive. It not only protected Nomu, but limited the blowback on me from hitting him. But it didn't stop his offense. The impact from his punches wasn't lessened, even though it should arguably be. Whether it was some sort of subconscious effort on Nomu's part, or just quirks following their own logic, shock absorption wasn't going to protect my hand from this. Maybe not his either, but it was too much to hope for. I poured all the focus I could into the TK aura and TK armor around my left hand. Health minus 238, energy minus 55. 10 of the bones in my hand and wrist shattered. Another 5 just broke and the rest cracked. All my fingers looked like purple blood sausages, and I had no control over them. Even through Gamer's body I was gasping in pain. But I didn't have any time. I dropped under Nomu's next punch. I launched a sweeping kick as I descended. I knew it wouldn't work alone. Gun door smash. I put an arc of sharped ki in front of my leg. It sliced deeply into his ankle. Cleanly cut his Achilles tendon. Nomu listed sideways for a moment, until super regeneration fixed him. At the same time, I activated my own healing power again. But my energy was barely over 100 and instantly dropped below. Stheno had Ishido-chan pinned down still. Or maybe I should say even more so, since even with only half her hair aiming at the pinkette, Ishido was more on the defensive than she had been up to now. The petrifier was also taking pot shots at Ami and Cassandra with her newly developed split aim, robbing Ami steadily of her water and keeping Cass from focusing fully on Harley. Emochan still had 2 weapons, but have to be more careful with her shorter, floating blade. She also seemed distracted by the pain of her elbow. Cassandra was caught between 3 fights, Harley and Stheno trying to force her into Shigaraki's range again. Ami was running out of water, and Momo hadn't created anything since her Naginata was destroyed. And Kurogiri was watching us all. All Might, I said, reaching for a table, I'm sorry, but we're in trouble here. I have to bring you over. No, don't, he responded firmly. Why not? Momo asked desperately. Because. The USJ dome shook. The giant, armored, steel doors burst in, one blown off its hinges. All Might flew through, having hit them with a jump kick. He touched down on the upper landing amidst the unconscious and recovering villains Aizawa-sensei, and sometimes Nomu had taken out. Then he jumped again, crashing heavily into the square behind the villains. I am here, he finished out loud. And All Might was not smiling. Midnight hopped off his back, instantly cracking her whip. So, the boss finally shows himself, Shigaraki cackled madly. It looks like we have a time extension on this raid. Status changes for Midoriya Izuku. Max health, 780, 805, 705. Max energy, 1320, 1362. Nomu didn't wait for Shigaraki to finish his taunt. He didn't wait for orders. He didn't give me a second glance. Turned. His eyes locked on All Might. The buzzing of sense hostility dulled. Nomu's legs tensed. I couldn't help but be a little annoyed, being dismissed like that. Mostly, though, I did it to buy All Might and Midnight even one more second. Before Nomu jumped, I raised my foot and stomped my heel into the monster's newly regenerated ankle. He stumbled slightly but still leapt at All Might. And did so seemingly faster than he had been moving against me. Meanwhile, I almost fell back. Having the force from my attack dissipated, even when I was partly expecting it, put me off balance and my foot landed wrong. I flailed slightly, but took advantage of it. I brought up my talents menu and hit one I had wanted for a while. If I was going to study the fight between All Might and Nomu in any reasonable way, I needed a boost. Talent, atavistic vision, acquired. Skill, telescopic vision, available. Skill, high-speed vision, available. Then I switched screens and put 5 points into high-speed vision. It was a passive skill that in basic terms increased the number of frames per second my eyes captured. Of course, human vision wasn't actually in individual frames like a movie or a game. And things like brightness and color contrast also impacted how fine of a movement we could detect. But using that oversimplification, each point of skill let me see things moving about 25% faster than before. Or 2.25 times as fast now. So instead of a blur of fists and dodges, I could actually track what All Might and Nomu were doing. Or most of it anyway. All Might Sensei, Midnight Sensei, I shouted before the first half-second ended and the third dozen exchanged blows started. That big guy is meant to be an anti-All Might and supposedly has multiple quirks. He's super strong and quick, and even my best hits barely do anything to him. And when he does get hurt, he regenerates really, really fast. Of course I had already told All Might and the others in the guild exactly what quirks Nomu had, but I needed to warn Midnight Sensei, too. And announcing it would cover for what All Might knew. The clown woman has a touch-based power nullification, I continued. It not only blocks your quirk if she touches you, it also neutralizes the effects of quirks if she touches them. The rock-haired woman shoots blobs of clay that spread out and turn to stone. I pointed at the still-trapped Ida-san. That guy with the hands. On him is Shigaraki and he disintegrates what he touches. And the mist guy can open warp gates. And that neck armor is the only part of him that is solid. I'm not sure what his limits are. He brought all the villains here, but never opened more than 3 gates against Zero-kun. It might be that one big gate is easy, but more, smaller gates is tougher for him. Sense hostility spiked again as Shigaraki, Kurogiri, and Stheno all glared at me. Harley didn't seem to care that I outed them, and Nomu was completely focused on All Might. Harley, Shigaraki barked, take care of the old witch before she casts her sleep spell on the rest of us. Tamura Shigaraki, she called him by name sternly, game tropes are a useful verbal shorthand. He paused for a moment, then forced out sullenly, but life is not a game and magic is not real. I barely managed to keep myself from flinching. I could feel Ami and Momo wanting to glance at me. Harley gave him a sweet smile, and then charged Midnight. She spun her sledge around her neck like a fancy staff fighter might, which I must admit, likely took skill and practice to find the right balance point. She did it to free up her hands for a moment without stopping. That allowed her to rip the sleeves and one pant leg off her costume. Then she effectively crashed into Midnight, hammer versus whip. But as Harley's arms and uncovered legs swept through the air, they touched the sparkling cloud of Midnight's pheromones, negating them. She couldn't hit the entire mist, but made enough contact to thin it out. Kurogiri, get rid of these other kids, except the water girl, Shigaraki continued, and bring Cindy and whoever is with her back here. Mindy, Harley reminded him. Actually, Cindy is closer, Stheno said under her breath. I don't know if he had forgotten that he insisted on my death earlier, or just didn't care anymore now that All Might was here. The black mist descended on us again. Ida-san was still trapped. Emochan was preparing to follow Harley, but was slowed by her pain. Momo and Ashido-chan were more mobile, but they were still engulfed. Cassandra dodged the portal easily. I was quicker now. So when the fog dropped over me, I was able to yank my head back out and roll out of the way. As I did, I saw the destination was where Tsu and the others were. Momo, Emochan, and Ashido landed fine. But Ida-san tipped over and fell, the stone around his shoulder chipping. I hoped he wasn't hurt by it. But I also noticed a flash of something else. My improved vision started to process it. The hair woman and 4 other villains were now flanking Kurogiri, who appeared annoyed that Cassandra and I had avoided him. Normally I avoid killing with my quirk, the teleporter told me, because of the mess it makes. But I will make an exception for you, I think. That's it. I realized. Loudly. Everyone turned to look at me. Except Nomu, who continued to exchange blows with all might, even as the symbol of peace concentrated on me. Your quirk isn't teleportation or gating, I continued, not actually noticing the attention I was attracting. That's just a side effect, a useful outgrowth. You have a pocket dimension quirk. Kurogiri's ever-shifting mists froze in place. Your neck being the only solid part was odd, but could have just been a quirk being a quirk, I continued quickly. But then you knew when the tracking chips in your people came online, so that implies some sort of equipment that you have, but there's nothing here. And why would you be worried about a mess from portal cutting someone? But in that portal, I saw a person, sitting at a computer. A person whose head was floating above his shoulders. That's the real you, right? And you worry because you did a portal cut, our blood would spray into your dimension. But why don't we see this dimension? One of the unnamed villains asked. And some of them were exchanging glances when I mentioned the chips. He is using 2 portals, Ami deduced, one placed right next to each other. And if he cuts someone, there would not only be spray, but a slice of them left behind. That seemed to creep out some of the villains. And Midnight and Cassandra. But why the neck? Ami asked. He needs an anchor point in the real world, I suggested. He needs to leave a portal open to get signals, and he needs to leave part of himself here to be able to move around. No, I meant why the neck, instead of a finger or toe, she clarified sheepishly. Maybe he needs a certain proximity to his eyes or brain? All Might offered, as his uppercut snapped Nomu's mouth shut. Enough of this, Kurogiri said, a sharp edge to his previously almost robotic voice. Stheno and the rest of you, help me kill these two. No, Shigaraki interrupted, blocking Ami's attack with one hand and pressing down on her shield with the other. Kurogiri, you are losing focus and this kid is figuring you out. Withdraw to the top of the dome and be ready to move once we are finished. I'm sure these 6 can hold off 2 kids. Kurogiri glared at his boss. His misty, fake face was hard to read. If this Midoriya can create shockwaves like Nomu and All Might, Stheno added, he might be able to reach you, Kurogiri-sama. I had actually been thinking that a well-timed Gundor smash might slip through the gap. Or an Asgard smash might be split, but part would still hit him. I understand, Kurogiri agreed, but I will continue to monitor the situation, and if things do not go as you wish, I will evacuate us. Be ready, Harley Quinn. Then the mist seemed to fold in on itself and he was gone. The other 6 villains moved to surround me and Cassandra. Though I knew what Stheno could do, and also had a good idea of the hair woman's powers, the other 4 were unknown. Was the one who looked like a human armadillo a mutant type? Or did his appearance just reflect some sort of defensive quirk? It didn't matter. 6 on 2 wasn't great odds. Time to see if I can thin the herd a bit. First I darted over to the villain whose upper half was normal, but each of his legs was basically the same size as me. He blinked in surprise. I drove my elbow into his stomach. As he doubled over, I hopped up, hooked my heel around the back of his neck, drove his face into the cobblestones. 1 down. I pushed off him, jumping at the armadillo villain, only for my fist to slow to a halt. It felt like I was punching increasingly thick pudding. I wasn't sure if my other powers would get through his defense, but I wasn't going to find out now. I dashed into the next villain, who looked totally normal. Whatever his quirk was, it didn't protect him, and he was down in a second. Even as I slammed my knee into the back of the 4th of the hair villainess's companions, Cassandra dodged Stheno's volley and reached Armadillo Guy. Her first attack was stopped. Her eyes narrowed. Her second attack was also stopped, but got much closer. It seemed like she was reading his ability with her own. I can take this guy, she told me silently, if you can hold off Stheno and Mindy for a minute or 2. Right, the hair villain was the only woman, and Mindy was a female name, so she was probably Mindy. With my 4th target down, I ran at Mindy. I hoped her cloud of hair would give Stheno pause. I gave Cassandra a nod, and began maneuvering Mindy so that she and I would block Stheno's line of sight. Especially since Mindy's hair, both floating and connected, was doing a good initial job of keeping me at bay. Harley's hammer barely intercepted the whip. That turned what would have been a deep cut into a shallow score. The spandex bra under her costume was revealed, instead of muscle and bone. Harley spun her sledge, wrapping the whip. Trapping it. Midnight dashed closer, to give her weapon slack to slip free. Harley closed the rest of the distance. She launched a spinning heel kick at Midnight's temple. The Nooble hero leaned back, and the boot just barely scraped her chin. The lash snapped sideways, carving a deep, ragged cut in Harley's uncovered forearm. What the hell, Beach? Harley complained angrily, that's gonna leave a scar. Aren't you a villain? Midnight shot back, won't that raise your cred? I'm still a woman of marriable age, Harley smirked. Not some. What do they call it here? A Christmas cake? Though at this point, you're closer to a New Year's tart, aren't ya? Midnight scowled, and snapped out her whip again. This time, Harley deflected it with the head of the sledge. You're not that much younger, Midnight insisted. Don't let the makeup fool you, Harley said. I'm a fresh-faced 23-year-old. Wait, aren't you a doctor? Armadillo asked, frowning as his power stopped Cassandra's hand only millimeters from his nose. I have 2 doctorates, Harley boasted, trying to sweep Midnight's legs, though to be fair, they are in psychology and psychiatric treatment. And I started college when I was 17. Then she pulled down one eyelid and stuck her tongue out at Midnight. The hero bristled, and lashed out harder at Harley. Everyone, Sue told us in guild chat, some of us are heading there. Mikoto is going to stay here to make sure these guys don't try to jam us again. Emochan is going to stay to back her up, and to not aggravate her elbow further. Mina is working on freeing Idakuin without burning him. But Momo, Siro, Kirishima and I are on our way. Idakuin and Mina may try to join us, depending on how it works out. I thought you were running out of lipids, Momo? Ami prompted. I am consuming my last 2 shakes, Momo answered, and the jog should give me a chance to absorb them. Thanks, everyone, I told them. All Might let himself smile slightly. He had been worried. Young Mizuno was steadily losing ground and water to Shigaraki. Harley was not skilled as Narumi, but the villainess was rendering the heroine's power ineffective. And Harley had riled up Midnight, evening the fight. All Might wondered if he should talk to Narumi about her weakness, since she had displayed it in her televised argument with MT Lady. Young Midoriya was holding his own against the 2 female villains. On the other hand, his left arm was in bad shape still, which All Might knew meant both the boy's HP and EP were low. But they had help coming. And young Kane was moments away from breaking through the defensive villain's shield. Most of all Might himself was gaining momentum against Nomu. The creature was starting to take more damage and recover more slowly. It was strong, but not as strong as he was. Were it not for his injury. And it wasn't really a fighter, having neither skill nor experience. All Might had plenty of experience. According to young Midoriya's power, he had over 70 levels in brawling. It was the lowest tier of unarmed combat skills, but the level alone made it moderately impressive. And since gaining access to the gamer, he had put some points and effort into training boxing and dirty boxing. All Might blocked another clumsy but fast punch. He drove his fist into the monster's sternum. The bone broke with a dull crack. Yagi had been steadily ramping up his power since Kurogiri had banished half the students in the square. He knew his own time was still limited, despite the improvement over the last month. Maybe it was time. All Might remembered the speech. He had seen it enough times. The words of his spiritual predecessor, recorded on an unsteady cellular phone, in the midst the battle that ended the Rhode Island 7 and forced their leader to retire. Even knowing the result, he found it an inspiration. Words he lived by, especially after inheriting One for All. He didn't want to exactly copy the speech. But the situation was similar enough that it felt warranted. And it might help Midnight and his students. So he stopped attacking. He stood there watching Nomu, blocking its attacks. It didn't think. Didn't even seem to ponder that he might be planning something. I've been holding back, All Might admitted. I've gotten too used to doing that. It is necessary for me. I was worried that under all of that, you were still a person. A man, not a monster. I wasn't sure what you could take if I might accidentally kill you. But you are tougher than almost anyone else I've faced. And more than that, for whatever they did to you, I am sorry. But you aren't human anymore. You are just a weapon. And if I let you go, you will kill. So I have to stop holding back. What we have here is a rare opportunity for me to cut loose and show you just how mighty I really am. Okay, he had borrowed the last line. But Shimura-sensei had told him to know his limits and not to try to improve on perfection. He blasted forward at almost 90% of his maximum speed at his peak. His arm drawn back. Everyone's eyes snapped from where he started to where he ended, right in front of Nomu. Everyone except young Kane, which he expected from their dungeon challenges and her quirk. And also young Midoriya, which interested the symbol of peace, because when they had fought the third holder, the boy had not been able to track All Might. Toshinori wondered if the youth had acquired a new skill or talent today. It wouldn't have surprised All Might. Texas Smash. All Might drove his fist into Nomu's stomach. The shockwave scattered Mindy's cloud of hair and put us all off balance. I tried to take advantage of the new gap in her defense. But she twisted her head to block with the locks still attached to her scalp. Cassandra was now stabbing at Armadillo with her fingertips instead of punching. She was getting closer, but his quirk was still stopping her short. He swung clumsily at Cassandra, but she easily ducked out of the way. He railed again, but could not keep up with her. Then her hand got closer than ever, the tip of her middle finger less than a centimeter from his stomach. He grinned at her. "That's the best you got, ain't it?" he bragged. "You just ain't strong enough to get through my air gel." Cassandra twisted her torso, threw all her weight into her arm. closed her fingers into a fist. It was the legendary 1-inch punch. It wasn't as strong as much of fiction portrayed it. But for an expert martial artist, it was about as strong as a full power, full wind-up hit from an amateur. And given he wasn't expecting it, he lost his lunch, fell to his knees, retching. And there was no sparkly rainbow censoring it. Cassandra jerked back just in time to avoid getting sick all over her. Then she raised her leg and delivered an axe kick to the back of his neck. It was still slowed by his power, but not so much as before. And the impact drove his head into the ground, into the mess. I felt a bit of sympathy as he passed out into it. Cass turned and charged at Stheno. The Gorgon villain shot at both of us but couldn't hit. Cassandra dodged, while the clay just slid off my TK armor. Then Cass was on her. Stheno showed that she was no slouch in hand-to-hand combat. She would not have been a match for Cassandra, except she kept firing her stone bullets. So my friend had to spend more time evading than she could attacking. All Might's first attack launched Nomu at the stairs. All Might raced around behind it, fired 2 powerful, downward blows into its back. There was a sickening crack. Then more of a disturbing squelch as Nomu was smashed into the stone steps. It turned the grab at All Might, not seeming to notice that the only reason it could move like that was its shattered vertebrae. Bodies were not meant to contort like that, and without Gamer's mind I might have been sick too. Unfortunately, that movement also surprised All Might. Nomu's punch grazed my teacher's ribs. Or what should have been his ribs. All Might flinched at the hit on top of his old injury. And with Nomu's strength, even that glancing blow hurt him. I saw a spot of blood in the corner of All Might's mouth. Finally! Shigaraki crowed in triumph. The last orb of Ami's water disassociated, leaving her with only scraps. She fired them at him like bullets. But between their lack of mass and her own exhaustion, and probably his madness as well, they barely rattled him. A few of the hits bled, but he descending over her, hands extended. Watching from behind him, my mind went cold. Option 1. Key slice. Rejected. It is not clear if severing his limb or even killing him will neutralize his quirk. Option 2. Key blast. Rejected. Not enough energy left for a blast of sufficient strength. Bad angle will push him closer. Option 3. Suplex. Rejected. May not be quick enough, especially with only one arm. Extensive direct contact with Shigaraki inadvisable. Option B, a hero. Quickness. Jet set run. I stopped splitting my ki between endurance and quickness. I focused all my TK into my legs too. 5 meters. I covered it in only 2 steps. A quick turn and a slide between them. I gently pushed Ami back with my injured left arm. I caught Shigaraki's left wrist with my right hand. And his right fingers fell onto my chest. Only to stop a centimeter short. My TK armor blazed and roiled. His decay was melting the energy shield, but it was reforming as fast as he destroyed it. But my energy was too low. TK aura and KI reinforcement both automatically shut off. My base physical abilities were a step or 2 above his. Except I only had 1 working arm. And Nomu had done more general damage to me than Ami had done to Shigaraki. His hand got close enough to graze my costume. I mentally redirected the force field to my torso. Pushed his hand back before he could touch me. But my shirt still disintegrated. Well, Stheno hissed, studying me hungrily. Cassandra was holding both the villainesses in place. Shigaraki leaned in, putting his weight into the hand. Could I sweep his legs? No, that might loosen the grip I had on his left. Izuku, Ami pressed lightly on my arm. She was pulling together all the water she could. Young Midoriya! All Might shouted, tensing to jump over. But Nomu grabbed his leg. It claws like hands dug into All Might's ankle, drawing blood. Time to end this. Plus Ultra for 50 points of health. Enough energy to behead him and also sever both hands with gun door smashes. As long as his death stopped his power, I would be safe. And if not, then I might die, but he wouldn't hurt anyone else. Plus, bang. My declaration of sacrifice was cut off by the bark of an extremely large, powerful and customized pistol. Even with my improved vision, I barely caught a glimpse of the supersonic bullet. The rubber-wrapped steel pellet hit Shigaraki's calf. It dug in far enough to draw blood and destroy his balance. Even as his leg buckled, the super-elastic nature of the shot kicked in. It deflected up, right into Shigaraki's armpit. The rest of its energy snapped either his shoulder or collarbone. I couldn't be sure. The arm attacking me fell away. And we all looked up. Vlad King, with Principal Nizu on his shoulder. Cementos, Advisory, Ectoplasma, and a student with spiky blue-black hair who I recognized from last year's sports festival. Snipe in the middle, his gun now pointed at Shigaraki's head. Hound Dog, Power Loader, Present Mike, and another senpai, this one with the number 1,000,000 on his costume. And Nijire Hadu floated behind them. No, I didn't just remember her name because she was a pretty girl. Her wave motion quirk was incredibly powerful and versatile. She pointed her arms. One blast of energy sent Stheno and Mindy flying away from Cassandra. The other hit Harley and seemed to tear itself apart without any impact on the villain. Well, that's weird, Hadu-senpai frowned in confusion. Damn it, Shigaraki cursed. Get clear, Midnight. Mike-sensei called out. For anyone else, that would have been a shout, but... yeah. As the R-18 heroine rolled to the side, a shriek warped the air and tore up the stairs. It also stopped dead when it hit the clown. But this time, the stone shards cut her face and arms. So this one is for me, Cementa-sensei grumbled. He stepped forward, and the floor began to buckle. He shaped it into giant spheres and flattened the stairs into a ramp. That got Harley's attention. I kicked Shigaraki in the chest. The angle was awkward and I was barely hanging on to consciousness, my energy in the lower single digits. But he was distracted and barely standing. He tumbled next to Harley, into the path of Cementa-sensei's trap. Tamura Shigaraki, Kurogiri's voice echoed from around us as the mist appeared. It is time to abandon this place. Harley Quinn, prepare yourself. Don't forget Mindy and Stheno, she told him. Then her face scrunched in concentration. Of course not, he said, though I don't think I can grab all of the others. But Nomu. Leaving it, Shigaraki barked, even as he fell into the mist. It's a broken toy that can't even stop a kid, more or less the symbol of weaks. All Might jumped towards the evil couple, but was too smart to risk getting caught in the portal when it was clear he wouldn't make it. Next time, you so-called heroes won't be so lucky. The portal snapped shut. The disabled and unconscious villains were left behind. But Shigaraki, Harley, Stheno, and Mindy were gone, as was any trace of Kurogiri. Nomu continued to try to assault All Might. Pulled itself closer with the hands still dug into All Might's ankle. Its back was starting to regenerate. But with Harley gone, Midnight walked over. She dumped an almost liquid-dense fog directly onto Nomu's face. It instantly collapsed, snoring. A moment later, I joined it. No help from Midnight-sensei needed. Status changes for Midoriya Izuku. Level, 21-22. Max health, 805, 836, 736. Max energy, 1362, 1425. It took me a minute to realize where I was, once I came to. Partly because this was only my second time in the infirmary. And partly because I had two windows blocking my view, and neither of them was the regular notice that I was fully healed, which the dull throbbing in my left wrist and hand corroborated. The first window was the standard notice that I had leveled up and thus gained 7 attribute points and 3 skills points. I went through my normal ritual and bumped my luck up another point, even though I had just put 6 points into it and still wasn't entirely sure what it did. Before I could check out the other window, I heard the shuffling of cloth and a somewhat familiar voice. So I pushed it off to the side. So you are awake, Recovery Girl addressed me softly, earlier than I thought. You may have noticed I didn't heal you. I decided to take you at your word about your powers. Partly so I could observe them. But mostly because if you are right, it meant I could save my quirk for the others. I did give you a nutrient drip. If you want a painkiller, let me know. When mentioning the others, I glanced over at the rest of the beds. The one closest to the window was blocked off by curtains. The bed next to it held a mummy. And between the mummy and I was All Might no Yagi Tashinori-sensei. He was still wearing the same suit. However, one pant leg was rolled up, revealing the bandaged ankle. 13 was mostly fine, she explained, noticing my interest, other than a heavy concussion. Which is dangerous enough. All Might's ankle was a mess, but he should be ready to go shortly. I would have already left, the symbol of peace protested, but you insisted I stay. And I did want to be able to talk to young Midoriya when he woke up. I already treated and released Penryuchan. Recovery girl ignored him, which leaves Eraserhead, who needed most of my power and may still need follow-up treatments. But I understand he owes you his life. What? Why? I whispered in genuine confusion. How did she know? I hadn't told anyone else that I had partially healed Aizawa-sensei. Brought him back above 0 health. Ami probably suspected, but she couldn't be sure. And the idea that she might have betrayed me stung. Though I could understand if she thought it was important for Sensei's treatment. You caught him, didn't you? Recovery girl raised an eyebrow, and unless I miss my guess, used your quirk to bleed off his inertia in the process. Given the beating that monster gave him, a fall from that height would have finished him. They also said you defended him when the monster tried to finish the job. I guess I hadn't thought of it like that, I admitted honestly. She was right. I'd like to keep you here a little longer, the doctor admitted, but your mother is anxious to see you. And Detective Tsukachi would like to have a brief interview with you. So I'll let the two of you use my office. Once you are done talking, Midoriya-kun is free to leave, but I expect you back here, Yagi-kun. I nodded. All Might nodded, but more slowly. Recovery girl regarded us for a moment, then removed our respective IVs. We both climbed out of bed, and Sensei led me to the side door. Is it okay for you to be in that form? I asked softly as he reached for the door. Tsukachi has a lie detector quirk, All Might told us all over guild chat. He is a friend and he knows my secrets. That makes me wonder what kinds of secrets All Might would have, Kyoka noted, a sharp hint to her mental voice. That reminded me that we hadn't told the newer half of the knights about Sensei's injury. I wondered if I should ask him about that. After all, he told us for his and our safety in the dungeons. And I will likely be revealing some of them soon, he told us, amused. Then he sobered. But in the meantime, I have made him aware that Izuku is an irregular. That way he won't press any further if you have to dissemble about your abilities. Recovery girl's office was large. Aside from her desk and office chair, there was also a sofa and 3 matching armchairs. I took the sofa, partly out of expecting Mom to want to fuss over me. And partly because I could set wrist on the plush armrest, keeping it elevated. A moment later the main door opened, and Mom walked in quickly. She looked at my battered limb and frowned. But she didn't say anything, just took the spot next to me. Her expression relaxed as she nodded at Sensei. The man who followed her was tall, though not as tall as All Might. He had short black hair and an unassuming, almost plain, face. He was wearing a black suit, tan long coat, and carrying a tan fedora. Good afternoon, Midoriya-kun. He addressed me. I am Tsukachi Naomasa, a detective with the Mustafa Division of the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Force. I am the lead investigator for the attack on the USJ. I am also friend and confidant of Tashinori-sen. I nodded, while in the back of my mind I wondered which arcana his confidant would be. I have already spoken to about half of your classmates, he continued, while my colleagues talk to the others and are questioning the villains. We haven't been able to talk to 13 and Eraserhead yet, but we will once they have recovered. So I would like to hear what happened, from your point of view. Whatever you can remember, whatever you think is relevant. And when you are done, I may have a few questions for you. Is that all right? So long as you remember that his powers are outside the scope of the investigation, All Might reminded him. Yes, he smiled kindly. Okay, I started. Well, it was just afternoon. We had finished our morning training and were eating lunch, when Kurogiri's gate opened up at the top of the stairs, between us and the main doors. I told him about the villain's arrival. That they were looking for All Might, but since he wasn't there, their leaders decided to kill us instead. I said that Shigaraki had killed one of his minions for speaking out of turn. I spoke about Aizawa-sensei's plan, and how Mikoto, Ami, and Sue and I had taken out a handful of the mooks up front. I explained that Kurogiri had tried to prevent us from leaving. I had tried to push back his mists, but failed. Actually, Tsukachi interrupted me there. According to your classmates Yayorozu and Ida, you may have partially succeeded. They said that after you were scattered, Kurogiri complained that something interfered with his gate. Pushed it back, they both said. That is why the 5 of them were left behind with 13. I considered that, and then resumed my story. As I talked about the short battle on the snowy mountain, I glanced over at Mom. She was listening, taking it all in. She was not happy, but she didn't protest or otherwise interrupt me. By the time my tale returned to the square, I was getting a bit thirsty. All Might must have realized because he got up and fetched a bottle of water for me. Did every member of the UA faculty have a mini fridge in their office? Sipping the water occasionally, I finished my recollection. Thank you, the detective said. I have 2 questions. First, can you describe the man you saw in the pocket space? Not well, I said. It was a quick glimpse and his back was to me. And there weren't any convenient surfaces for me to see a reflection. He is 185 centimeters tall, give or take 3 cms depending on how his legs fit into the chair. His hair was black and really big and wavy. And of course, his neck was missing. Not that it probably matters, but he was wearing a white, long-sleeve shirt and dark blue exercise pants. Thank you, he said. I knew it was a long shot, but any information helps. I will make sure my officers know what to look for. And my second question was if you can shed any more light on the creature Nomu. You fought it longer than anyone else. And I am told you are quite adept at quirk analysis. So I am hoping you might have some insight into the multiple quirks the villains claim Nomu has. I very deliberately looked at Yagi-sensei. He inclined his head slightly. Nomu has 5 quirks, I said. 5. Tsukachi cut me off incredulously. How could you know? He trailed off as All Might gave him a pointed glare. Right? The detective settled down. My apologies. I was just shocked. Please continue. I told him what Nomu's quirks were, and what I knew about how they worked. I left out the game terms like HP and SP. Instead I framed it as, regenerating makes him tired, like exercise. It was a bit difficult to explain pure muscle without using attributes, but I think I got the point across. Thank you, Tsukachi told me, closing his notebook. I will be in touch if we need anything else from you. Though that does not seem likely at this point. He stood, bowed, and then left. How are you doing, Izuku? Mom asked evenly, after the detective was gone. A little shaken, I said, and my arm hurts a bit, but that will be better by morning. What about you? And why are you here? Well, I didn't just fight against an army of villains, she said blithely, but I would not say I have had a good day. And I am here because my meetings from Monday were rescheduled for this afternoon. Though both Midnight and Hato-chan skipped them, so I suppose we will have to reschedule again. You aren't upset? I asked carefully. I am quite angry with those villains, she said, and somewhat annoyed with the school. Then she sighed, but I've accepted that you will end up in danger, and I have seen you in combat enough in dungeons, that I trust you in these sorts of situations. Also, please add me to your party again. She didn't quite look at me as she made the request. I went to the guild tab and added her. She then looked at the side of my head and asked, "What is that alert?" I was wondering as well, Yagi-sensei said, but I didn't want to mention it. I haven't looked yet, I admitted. It was there when I woke up. But Recovery Girl came over before I could read it. I pulled the window back into view and turned so they could also see it. Secret quest Meet and Greet the League, completed. Survive the League of Villains attack on the USJ with no allied casualties. Reward. Guild Hall perk. Kitchen. Bonus objective. Whittle down the League, complete. Eliminate 75% of the League's cannon fodder. Reward. Gamer gift card 50 million yen. Bonus objective. Remove the head or destroy the brain, failed. Eliminate the 3 leaders of the League of Villains. Failure penalty. Continued existence and increased enmity of the League. Claim the rewards. Accept. Decline. Do with think if you decline, it will also prevent the penalty? Mom asked hopefully. All Might and I looked at it. Remembered the League and Shigaraki's parting words. No, we answered in unison. That ship has already sailed, Yagi-sensei continued, then his frown shifted slightly and he added, I'm more curious about these rewards. The first one is easy, I said, Guild tab. The window popped up. Unfortunately, the quest result was partially covering it, so I just hit accept. Then I opened the perk slide. Out, and closed the guild perk subtree, so only the guild hall perks were showing. Then I scrolled down to kitchen, which conveniently was the only one with a green check mark next to it. Guild hall perk, kitchen, I read. Prerequisites, guild master I talent, active guild hall. Cost, 5 million yen. Benefits, converts the guild hall's galley into a first-class kitchen, providing bonuses to cooking skills and food items. Users must still provide ingredients. Increases food item selection in shop. Unlocks, guild hall perk, world-class kitchen and guild hall perk, pantry. So when we are able to afford the guild hall, Mom said almost wistfully, it will come with an upgraded kitchen. Do you want me to analyze and see if it says anything more? I asked her. Maybe later, she decided. What about the gift card? It is money that can only be used for the shop or guild perks, I told them after checking the new entry in the manual. I switched over to inventory. Under my wallet, there was another new box labeled gift balance. Naturally, it had 50 million yen listed. It would appear the gamer wants you to acquire the guild hall, All Might said with a raised eyebrow. Maybe we should talk to the ladies about reserving a reasonable percentage of the loot for that, Mom suggested. That sounds like an excellent idea, All Might told her. Probably a better discussion to have in person, I recommended, thinking of a certain friend. Well, let's go home first, Mom suggested. You need a good meal for that arm, and then we can ask the others over in chat. The remains of the League of Villains had returned to the ramshackle club that served as their headquarters. Kurogiri was behind the bar, serving the drinks. Shigaraki was at the bar, swirling the suds of a beer he had barely sipped. Harley was on the stool next to him, but was also half draped over him. Her colorful, fruity cocktail was half emptied. Stheno and Mindy were at the table furthest from their leader, tucked into the corner and sporting non-alcoholic beverages. Shigaraki might have been wearing his two-fingered gloves again. But they knew it would only buy them seconds if he snapped and decided to kill something. What's the matter, Puddin? Harley prompted gently. Sensei lied to me, he growled. To us? Harley didn't react. She very specifically did not react. Kurogiri's eyes widened and he stepped away from the couple. Whatcha mean? She pressed carefully. 108 of us, and we get beaten by a bunch of kids and two trash draw heroes that I wouldn't even use for XP fodder, he groused. They didn't actually win, Harley pointed out. They just held us off long enough for All Might and Midnight to show up. And that's the other thing. Shigaraki's rage grew. Nomu was supposed to be a match for All Might, and yet some punk held him off. All Might was supposed to be weaker, but it sure didn't look that way from where I was standing. That was less of a lie than a miscalculation. The TV at the end of the bar switched itself on. It showed only static, but a smooth, sinister voice emerged from it. What do you mean, Sensei? Kurogiri asked to try to keep things from escalating. From the video Kurogiri collected after the jamming ended, the voice explained, All Might is certainly weaker and slower than the last time I faced him. But he has not fallen so far as I expected. In addition, he appears to be making up the difference in skill. His attacks were far more accurate and had a better flow than that man has ever exhibited before. Today, instead of a street tough, he almost looked like an actual fighter. So it's a karate lessons for the tick sorta situation? Harley pursed her lips as she asked. Everyone turned to look at her in confusion. Right, you all are Japanese, she rolled her eyes. Though I'd expect you to know your tropes, Puddin, considering how into games you are. She is referring to the situation where a power type is forced to learn technique, the TV explained, rather than rely on pure physicality. Or elemental types who learn control or what else their element can do beyond pure blastin', Harley added, but Sensei gets it. So what do you suggest we do, Sensei? Tamura asked, calming as much as he ever did. To start, we begin recruiting again, the voice answered, while you have found 2 solid candidates amongst the chaff. Stheno and Mindy brightened slightly at that. This time we will focus more on established power than raw numbers, he continued. Also, I would like to hear more about this boy that could match Nomu, as Kurogiri was not able to capture any substantial footage of him. After an extra-large helping of second-day ramen, I retired to my room. I didn't have any homework, given the way today had gone. And most of the other nights were corralled by worried parents, so we couldn't meet today. I had been planning to go to bed early. Instead, I ended up sitting at my desk, scribbling in my notebook. About Ami's and Emochan's limitations. About how the quirks of the villains who escaped seemed to work, and how to counter them. Hair gel or even just glue would probably stop the one called Mindy, for example. Caught up as I was in that, I naturally missed someone knocking on our front door or ringing our bell. At least I think that must have happened, because I was roused by a sharp rap to my bedroom door. Still muttering to myself about Gorgon shot, I crossed the room on autopilot. All might, my concentration snapped like a twig when I saw who was waiting for me. He was in his emaciated form, but still filled most of the doorway. "Good evening, young Midoriya," he said. "I was hoping to have a talk with you in private. Inko said you were still awake and invited me to stop by. So maybe our home phone had rang and I missed that? Or did All Might have Mom's cell number too?" "Sure," I said, nervously stepping back. "Come in." He did and closed the door behind him. I offered him my desk chair. I took the bed, thinking it would be too strange the other way around. And less comfortable for him. "What did you want to talk about?" I asked. "I want to start by telling you an old story," he said, "old, but true. It is the story of 2 brothers, from not so very long after quirks started to become widespread." He proceeded to tell me about the mismatched brothers. The older brother was strong, charismatic, and possessed what could easily be called the ultimate quirk, even today. The ability to take quirks, to either use them or give them away. He used this power to rule over Japan on 2 levels. On the surface he was a blessed savior, giving normalcy back to those who hated their quirks. And granting quirks to those who were born without but craved them. He also gathered power in the underworld, bringing criminals under his banner with the gift of power. While openly taking quirks from those who asked, he also stole quirks he desired or feared from his enemies. His real name was lost to history, perhaps deliberately. But he is still remembered in rumor and whisper as All for One. The younger brother was the opposite. Neither handsome, nor ugly, simply plain. Not given to athletic prowess. And born without a quirk. But the younger brother also had a strong sense of justice, and did all he could to oppose his brother. He tried to reveal All for One's crimes to Japan. He never succeeded. Finally, All for One had had enough. He said that if his brother wanted to be a hero, he would give him a chance. All Might explained, love and sympathy, anger and mockery. All for One forced upon his brother what was both the weakest and strongest quirk he had collected. A quirk that could store power, building it up and growing stronger over time. But All for One was impatient, and he thought that his weaker brother would be unable to use it properly. He paused for a drink and to consider. What neither brother knew, but both quickly learned, was that the younger was not actually quirkless. He had a quirk that was fundamentally the opposite of his brother's. A quirk that could be given away freely, but could never be stolen. The second quirk did its job, storing up the power of the first quirk. But because it could not take it without permission, it meant that the younger brother became aware of what was happening. He understood, and allowed his second quirk to take his first. To merge with it. The 2 became one, and he called this new power One for All. A reference to the 3 musketeers and direct opposition to his brother's power, I mused. I suspected where this might be going but did not want to make assumptions. I had not thought of that, All Might admitted. One for All tried to fight All for One. But he failed. He was able to weaken his brother's power base and recruit allies. And he worked as hard as he could to strengthen himself and One for All at the same time. In the end, he was no match for his brother. All for One's patience ran out, and he finished his brother. But not before One for All was passed on. First holder, second holder, Third holder, I recalled, the first 3 mid-bosses in your dungeon. All Might, are you the 8th holder of One for All? Yes, he agreed, like you have just calculated. I have suspected, since I realized who the first holder mid-boss was, that the 7 mid-bosses in my dungeon are my predecessors. And I am indeed the 8th bearer of this torch. Does that mean One for All is effectively 9 quirks bundled into one? I asked, more to myself than to All Might, but All Might only has enhanced physical abilities. No, also the transformation aspect could be separate. And maybe the successors all chose physical types? Or All Might is just limiting himself? Actually, he cut me off with an embarrassed cough. I had never even considered that. But now that I have seen One for All's talent list, I can confirm that. Part of me wanted immediately to unlock my master's original quirk, Float. But I realize there are multiple reasons not to do so. And also, your count is off, he said more softly, because like you, no part of this is a power I was born with. Before receiving One for All, I too was quirkless. I let that sink in for a moment. Then I had to ask, why are you telling me all this, sensei? 5 years ago, I had finally fulfilled my legacy. I defeated All for One, once and for all. The fact that I nearly died in the process was a small price to pay. Or so I thought. Nomu, I blurted out, it has 5 quirks. That means. While it is possible that this is a new and unrelated case, All Might nodded, I doubt it. Now that I am considering it, I can almost see his fingerprints on this league. And not just in the Nomu. I believe All for One has survived and is back. So you want to warn me about this? I frowned. But why just me? Wouldn't you tell the whole school? Or at least the guild? Or the other teachers? All pro heroes know about All for One, he explained, or at least most do. Those who have proven themselves. No, there is a different reason, he regarded me carefully, and given your intelligence and hero fandom, I have to think you are willfully ignoring it. I did not answer. I am not young Izuku, he called me by name for what I think was the first time, even if your attempt to restore me succeeds. It will, I said softly, not willing to consider the alternative. I have 1, maybe 2 decades left as a hero. And that is the best-case scenario. If All for One is not only back, but on the move, I have to believe he will come after me. But even more than that, the main reason I came to UA was to look for a successor. There is one student, a 3rd year, who was suggested to me. I have met him, and while I think he would be fine, I just did not feel the spark. The reason the first holder wanted to fight me and Cassandra, I said, he was sizing us up. One for All has grown powerful indeed, he agreed, nodding, so much that it might be a danger to the next heir. Young Kane's precise control and ability to read her own movements would help her in that regard. And with the gamer, your ability to understand and assimilate it would be near perfect. Not to mention if you did hurt yourself, your multiple recovery abilities should prevent any damage from being permanent. Both the 2nd and 3rd holder agreed, though the 3rd also thought young Misaka would also be a good choice. Unlike our spar with the 1st, the 2nd and 3rd had been normal battles. Though this did explain the cryptic statements they had all thrown out. But today, when I saw you charge between Shigaraki and young Mizuno, All Might told me, I remembered my early days. I remembered what my master told me, about a hero moving without thinking. But I did think, I protested, with gamer's mind and my own increased attributes, I ran through a few scenarios. That one was just the best way I could come up with to save Ami. Maybe if I had had some more time. Nevertheless, he smiled, when it came down to it, that was your choice. So then, I mumbled. You asking me to be your heir? The next holder of One for All. Indeed, young Midoriya, his voice shifted slightly closer to his hero mode, I believe that you are the right one to carry this torch. Would you still say that, I prompted softly, if you knew I was a killer? What? He said incredulously. My first plan to save Ami involved killing Shigaraki, I said, or at least maiming him. Using Key Slice to behead or dismember him. I only rejected that plan because I wasn't sure how quickly that would disable his quirk. Or even if it would at all. There were too many unknowns. Too much chance Ami might be killed. Then after I was there, decay eating away at my TK armor, I was going to do it. To cut him and try to save myself. Or at least stop him from hurting anyone else if he did kill me. If Snipe Sensei had been even 2 seconds later, I would have killed Shigaraki Tamura. That's part of my power. The gamer's mind separates me, partitions me. Just like an enemy doesn't scare a player. And a player doesn't think twice about destroying an enemy. Well, depending on the type of game, I guess. Because of it, I am less affected by negative emotions in general. And in an actual fight, it kicks in further. And I find it harder to care if I am forced to kill. But you regret it now, All Might countered, I can see that much. Yes, but... I tried to argue, but he held up a hand. Young Midoriya heroes kill. Even I have. 3 times, to be precise. I thought it was 4 until today. In the midst of battle, we have choices. And killing is one of them. It should always be the last one. But if the last choice becomes the only choice, if letting a villain live means 10 or 20 or 100 innocent will die. I saw that villain. Not as much as you did. But it was enough. He will kill because he enjoys it. Because he doesn't even consider that he shouldn't. I thought about the wolf-faced villain. Turned to dust for talking out of turn. No hesitation. I don't think the idea of just berating him or hitting him ever passed through Shigaraki's mind. I am glad you did not kill him, All Might said, for what it would have done to you. Because it would obviously eat you up even worse. But at the same time, a part of me wishes you had. Because you were in no shape to capture him, and would not have had the chance with that dimension warper. And one more thing I have to ask. Could you have done it? He held up his hand when I started to talk. Your power is like a game. I've seen your gun door smashes enough in my dungeon. They are not one-hit kills. They lower the opponent's HP. If you had fired off your strongest possible gun door smash, would it have been enough to reduce Shigaraki Tamura's health to 0? Or would you have simply reduced his HP and opened a survivable cut across his throat? I took a deep breath, considering what he said. So no, Sensei told me, I will not rescind my offer. Can I think about it? I asked, after a few moments. May I ask why? Because, what we just discussed aside, I'm still not sure I'm the best candidate. Plus, even if the gamer might make it easier, it would still mean learning a new quirk in the middle of my first semester. And I've got a lot on my plate already. And on top of all that, we don't know for sure how well the gamer and One for All would mesh. Maybe it would be great. Or maybe because one is a quirk and the other is not. I want to think about it, maybe do another dive into the manual. Look at everyone else's quirks, if they agree, to see how they fit into a more limited slice of the gamer my guild mates have. Taking the time to consider this and do some research is wise and commendable, he agreed, but don't take too long. We do have a deadline. Okay, I agreed. Then my lips dipped down again. All Might, when are you going to tell Ami and the others about your injury? You may still end up transforming back in front of them in a dungeon. I wasn't the first one into class. As usual, Ida-san and Momo were there first. But Emochan was also already there for a change. I walked over to her. Is your elbow okay, Emochan? I asked her, slightly anxiously. She had been the most injured member of our class. Well, besides me, and I didn't count. Yeah, I'm fine, she smiled sharply, rotating her right arm easily. Recovery girl did wonders. And all 3 swords popped into existence behind her. It looks like the clown beach broke the connection, she continued, but whatever she did, it didn't stop me from re-establishing the bond. And what about you, Ida-san? I turned and asked as a few more of my classmates filtered in. It looked like you were trapped in an uncomfortable position. My back was a bit sore. Once a Shido freed me, he admitted, but a few ibuprofen and a good night's sleep has sorted it out. What about you? Kirishima asked me as he sat down. I heard from Ishido that your arm was pretty messed up. I held up my hand and wiggled my fingers. Everything was back to normal. My power naturally pulls my body back together, I told them, so long as I have the nutrients and energy. Recovery girl checked me out but wanted to see how well it works. I'm guessing I'll have to go. Good morning, students, All Might's booming voice echoed across classroom 1. I am here. Because Aizawa-sensei is still in traction for the day. Most of us winced. According to Recovery Girl, he continued at a more normal volume. He can make a full recovery. But since she doesn't trust him not to aggravate his injuries before that, she is holding him at least through the weekend. So I will act as your homeroom teacher today and tomorrow, but you should have him back on Monday. I let out a sigh of relief. Now, as for all of you, he looked at us intently, after everything that happened yesterday, we have decided that you could use a day to relax and decompress. So you will not be having normal classes today. A few of my classmates grinned happily, but most of us took a longer view. So for today, you can choose to remain here and simply spend time with your friends. You can go to the library for independent study. Or Principal Nizu has designated Pool Alpha for 1A's sole use today, if you would rather soak up some sun and get a light workout. Finally, Counselor Hound Dog will be available in his office if any of you need or want to talk about yesterday. Or really anything, I suppose. You don't have to do only one of those things, but we do ask that you not disrupt the other classes. All Might stopped, but then seemed to remember something and added, I also want to remind you that while next week will be normal, the week after that you will have midterms on Monday and Tuesday. And Wednesday through Friday will be the sports festival. So take that into account. What's Pool Alpha? Kirishima asked, a light smirk on his face. UA has 4 pools, I explained before All Might could. Alpha is just a normal pool. The other 3 are used for specific training. Beta is 200 meters deep. Gamma is an infinity pool that can go as fast as a raging river. And Delta can handle a variety of non-water liquid environments, like chemicals or quicksand. Well, I don't know about the rest of you, Siro-san piped up, but a swim sounds good to me. It is not a bad idea, All Might agreed sagely, obviously implying something. Then I suggest we all make use of the pool in the morning. Ida-san shifted into class president mode, since we would have to wait after lunch. Then in the afternoon we can review as a class for midterms. Sounds good to me, Ashido-chan agreed boisterously. Toru clapped her hands happily. Ochako and Ami were both smiling shyly. Emochan just smirked. Then let us all head to the locker rooms and meet at the pool, Ida instructed. As we left I found myself looking at Ami. And not just because we were going to be around tons of water. Or because she had nearly been killed twice the previous day. She caught me looking and blushed slightly. So did Sue, which made me feel terrible. I caught my best friend and borderline girlfriend's eyes, and twitched my head. Then I turned away from the rest of 1A. Where you going, Izuku? Kyoka asked. There's something I want to check in the library first, I told them. I'll catch up in a little while. The others nodded, though Cassandra looked dubious. Probably having seen through me. I'll go with you, Sue offered. Okay, we'll see you later, Ochako waved at us. It only took us a minute to get there. Since it was the start of first PRD, and no class was using it, the library was empty. Still, we made our way to one of the small tables, deep in the stacks but near the window. You wanted to talk to me? Sue started. I nodded, and she continued before I could. Is this about you falling for Ami? She asked. I blinked. Then asked carefully, you knew? Izuku, I love you, she said with a hint of amusement, and I've been your best friend for basically a year. Of course I noticed. Sue, this doesn't mean I tried to reassure her, but realized I would just sound like a condescending G. Sorry, I said, I guess I really am the worst. Why? She sounded genuinely confused. Because I like you too, I said, angry at myself, like if we hadn't agreed to take it slow because of UA. And yesterday sure validated that decision, she interrupted darkly. I would have already asked you to be my girlfriend, I continued, but also nodded in agreement, and yet here I am, developing the same feelings for Ami. Well, not the same, I said after a moment of considering my memories. The warmth in my chest and spark in my brain are basically the same. But when and why I feel them is different. Sorry, I repeated even more softly, you probably didn't want to hear that. Actually, I kinda did, Karo. Sue. I looked at her, confused. Izuku, do you want your mom to fall in love again, to be happy? Of course, I insisted, my bewilderment growing. Even though she loved your father first? I saw where she was going and countered, this isn't the same. Why not? Because she probably hasn't met that second person yet, rather than knowing them at the same time. She put her hand on mine. Izuku, falling in love isn't something most of us can control. And it's not cheating if you don't act on it. And we aren't exclusively dating anyway. You are way too good for me, I whispered. Right back at you, she chuckled. But still I won't. She cut me off before I could promise. I'm not actually sure what. I'd stick with Tsu no matter what. I'd tell her before I even considered asking Ami out as anything more than friends. Hurt either of them? No, that one was impossible and selfish. Izuku, you are a hero fanatic. She looked at me, a hint of sternness in her mostly expressionless gaze. So I'm guessing you've heard of Joe and the Valkyries? They are an American hero team based in Chicago. I started. Then I went red and said loudly, you're not suggesting? Then I looked around and covered my mouth. Why not? She smirked at getting a rise out of me. That's because of his quirk, I told her. 1, your power isn't that different, she said. And 2, 5 of the 8 Valkyries have gone on record saying they are perfectly happy with the way things are, and wouldn't change it even if Joe lost his quirk tomorrow. Only 2 of them would definitely break it off, and the last would stay with Joe until she found someone she liked better. And none of them have any direct complaints about him. But I trailed off, realizing I knew a lot about their powers, and almost nothing of their relationship beyond the fact all 8 heroines were Joe's lovers or wives. And he wasn't technically a hero. It may not be exactly the same, Tsu said, especially since Japan is one of the few countries where polygamy is still not legal. But if I had to choose being with you and Ami being alone, or you being with Ami and me being alone, or all 3 of us happy together, I'd definitely pick the last one. But I guess it isn't just up to me, she qualified, tilting her head. Maybe you wouldn't like being in a multi-partner relationship. Maybe Ami wouldn't. Or maybe she doesn't even feel the same way as you. I'm just telling you I'm not troubled in any way by you liking her. And will do my best to support whatever you 2 decide, because I love you both. Then her eyes narrowed and she smirked at me, adding, and maybe not just Ami. It. I stammered. I've seen how you look at Momo. Not that I blame you, even I check her out and I don't like girls like that, ribbit. And I can tell you are just attracted, not interested. But the way you look at some of the others. You are both attracted and interested. Maybe not as much as me or Ami. But you've known us longer. Just look inside yourself and decide what you want, Izuku. Who you want. But as far as I can tell, if there is anyone who can handle having multiple girlfriends, it's the guy with telepathy and a time extension power. And the kindest heart I know. A lot of thought into this, I said after a moment, sure my face was at least a little red. Well, after Kyoka told us how she teased you about trying to build a harem, I considered it. And did some research. So now I think it is your turn. She leaned over and gave me a quick peck on the cheek. I will, I told her earnestly. I owed it to her and to myself. And I had to wonder just what was going on in the world beyond my own blinders. Great, she said, standing. You might want to check out Korea. After the reunification, General Shin pushed to remove the anti-polygamy laws. Captain Korea did? I boggled, naturally using his hero name. We started to walk out of the library. Yes, Karo, she confirmed, though it's just a legend after all these years. Supposedly he did it for one of his friends and his cousin, so they could marry even though the friend already had a wife. We had stopped talking about polygamy after we left the library. The men's locker room was empty by the time I got there. I quickly changed into my school-issued swimsuit and went outside to the pool. The girls, bar Tsu, were on the north side of the pool, and the boys were on the south side. Ida-san and Emochan were the only 2 actually swimming. Both were doing laps in the lane closest to the other members of their respective genders. The swordswoman was the picture of form and grace in the water, while the speedster, he didn't have bad form per se, but the weight and shape of this engines created large splashes with every kick. Hagakure-chan was also in the water, but was just standing at the edge talking to the others. It looked unusual, the displacement of her invisible legs in the water. I almost started to join the ladies. But Kirishima and Shiro both waved me over. And Mikoto shooed me towards the guys. I guess I could take the chance to get to know my male classmates better. Great, you're here, Shiro-kun smiled. You can help me convince these heathens that Kane-chan is number 2. Number 2. Of course Yaoyorozu is the best looking, Shoji-san's right middle arm said. All of us except Koda know this to be fact. I still prefer Jairu or Penryu. An almost inaudible whisper came from my mountain-faced classmate. But we can't agree that the second hottest in Mina, Kirishima said. You guys are ranking the girls' appearances? I asked, dumbfounded. I got a chorus of affirmatives, even from Todoroki-san and, even you, class rep? I demanded as he swam by. Ida-san slowed and looked up at me. I was opposed, but lost to the popular vote and sound arguments, he said, though I am focused more on my exercise than the conversation. We shouldn't be doing this, I protested. Why not? Shiro asked, sounding genuinely confused. Lots of reasons, I said, preparing to debate them and opening with, most of all, because I'm sure they wouldn't do that to us. Tsu-chan, Mina said brightly as soon as the frog girl arrived, you'll say to leave Izuku out too, right? Out of what? Tsu asked, tilting her head. BMG, Mikoto answered. Background music? Tsu suggested uncertainly. No, Toru giggled. Bake merry, goodbye. We think Izuku should be disqualified, because who wouldn't want to marry him? Tsuyu's eyes widened. I mean sure, his face is a bit plain. Tsu wasn't the only one who looked ready to protest Mina's description. But his freckles are cute. And look at that body. He's like a Greek god, Ochako muttered. Yeah, Toru added, the Greek god of aerobic exercise. And he's such a nice guy, Mina continued. You know he'd take care of you and spoil you. Even Kyoka, who claims she's not really attracted to him, thinks he's far and away the best husband material, right? I did say that, Jairu agreed weakly. If we are going to play this game, Momo said, blushing, it isn't fair to exclude him. Ami and Ochako both nodded, the bluette slightly and the brunette vigorously. You three just want him to be included, right? Mina smirked. Even though it's not the same game if you have a totally safe answer. Should we even be doing this? Tsu asked. She did not sound like she was protesting, just honestly asking. I'm sure the boys are doing something similar, Mina said. Then she looked at the other side of the pool, struck a CC pose, and blew them a kiss. 8 of them have already agreed that Momo is the most attractive girl in our class, Cassandra signed. Ami translated for the girls who did not sign, blushing. Naturally, Mikoto complained, she should be disqualified like Izuku. Momo looked embarrassed and tried to subtly cover her body with her hands, which only served to push her BRSTS up and together. Who are the holdouts? Kyoka asked. Koda. Cassandra answered, who seems to prefer a girl with a more slender build. And Izuku, who is unsuccessfully arguing that they shouldn't be ranking us in the first place. See? Mina almost shouted as the green-haired boy put another nail in his coffin. You are aware that when they become pro-heroes, Todoroki was telling me, they will have to go through this, only on a much larger scale. There is a new, top heroine, or prettiest heroine, or which heroine would you want to marry, poll almost every week. For some reason that made Shoji's extra mouth grin. He had also grown 2 extra large ears, which were pointing across the pool. But that gave me another idea. You know that we are in range of Cassandra's power, I reminded them, and she can read our lips. She can tell them everything we are saying. That caused more than one of my male classmates to look worried. She already has, Shoji said. We looked over. None of them seemed angry. Except Mikoto. But Momo, Ami, and Ochako all seemed embarrassed. Come on, man, Kirishima argued. If they already know, where's the harm? At least give us your choice for number 1, Todoroki pressed. Looking at the girls, my back to the guys, I had an idea. I smirked slightly, which stunned the ladies. But then I put on a resigned face and turned back. Fine, I groused. You want to know who I think is the best looking? They leaned in anticipation. Hagakure. What? I can't see a single thing wrong with her looks, I told them with a straight face. Of course, no one on either side of the pool knew then that I was being perfectly honest. The girls started laughing, and finally most of the guys did too. Though Todoroki looked annoyed. But as I looked across the pool again, I found myself thinking about my invisible classmate. Before we split up to go into the dungeons, there are 2 things I wanted to talk to all of you about, I told them. It was Friday evening. We had resumed normal classes today, after being given yesterday to relax. Most of the Meta no Kishiden had assembled at my place. Only All Might wasn't there, having a meeting with the police and the UA staff about the attack, now that Aizawa-sensei was awake. Awake, but still trapped in the infirmary. I was going to do 2 dungeon runs, since I always had to be in the party. The first with Mom, Ami, Ochako, and Momo. The second with Tsu, Cassandra, Mikoto, and Kyoka. I had 2 brand new basketballs for us to run. The first is a simpler request, I said. You see, I actually had a hidden quest for the USJ attack. And because of it, I got a guild hall perk, and a bunch of money that I can only spend on gamer stuff. Gamer stuff? Ochako prompted. For now, the store in my inventory, I reminded her, and also the guild hall. Plus most perks for the guild or guild hall cost money. It seems like the gamer is pushing me to unlock the guild hall. The gamer is pushing you? Kyoka parroted dubiously. I don't control the quests, I said. In fact, it often seems like the gamer has an intelligence of its own. I certainly wouldn't have given myself a quest that could have cost me my powers. She nodded. I was there when he accepted the rewards for that quest, Mom explained, and I was thinking about how having the guild hall could have helped with the attack. But 1 billion yen is still an incredible amount of money, even if I got 5% of it covered by the quest reward. Ochako seemed to choke on her drink, even though I had made sure her mouth was empty when I said it. So we wanted to ask if everyone would agree to give up half of all the money we earn in the dungeons, I explained. I will count that as my share, everyone else can split the rest. Mom frowned as I hadn't discussed my concession with her. And all of that will go towards the guild hall, until we save up enough. My classmates all looked at each other. I can't agree to that, Ami said, surprising me. Then she continued, we only have this money because of you. And the guild hall will still benefit all of us. I think we should devote half of the money drops to the guild hall fund, but Izuku should still get an equal share of the other half. And if any of us want to put part of our share into the fund, we can, Tsu added, secretly of course, so no one will feel pressured. By which you mean me, Ochako said defensively. Actually, I still am helping my family, Tsu said, and my siblings' birthdays are both coming up. So I wouldn't be able to kick in extra either. And I don't know her exact financial situation, but Cassandra's father is single and back in America. So I'm guessing having money on hand is good for her. Cassandra had not told anyone but me and All Might about her father, yet. She had just told them that her mother was not in the picture and that she was living alone here in Japan. Tsu must have assumed that meant Cass's dad was living in America, rather than being a vigilante assassin who moved around as needed. Though Cass had mentioned before that they moved a lot. Tsu continued, I just thought we should leave it open, because I can see Izuku or Momo doing that, and I don't want them to feel bad about it. Oh, Ochako sounded embarrassed. Sorry. Don't be, I told her. The reason I wanted to talk to everyone about this as a group is because we each have our own circumstances. I know Mom still considers dungeons our safety net, in case her job doesn't work out. Mikoto and Kyoka both snorted laughs. I know, Mom admitted, but you will forgive a middle-aged woman who hadn't worked for a decade for wanting a little certainty. I am fine with this, as Ami and Tsu suggested, Cass said. Me too, Mikoto said. All in favor? Tsu asked. We all agreed. Motion carries, I smiled. Now for the second topic. I know we talked about this a few times before, but do all of you think we can trust Hagakure-chan with my secret? Can we bring her into the guild? Why, not satisfied with the harem you have? Kyoka needled. Actually, I was thinking about her at the pool yesterday, I protested. So we were told, Ochako joked, though more lightly than Kyoka. And I was wondering if she can get sunburned. I decided to ignore them, since it isn't like any sunlight is stopped by the surface layer of skin, or her hair, or anything. And that made me remember that I was especially worried about her during the attack. She doesn't have a reinforced costume like the rest of us. She barely has a costume at all. I do have an idea about that, Mom said, after talking to Hato-chan. After considering that bit of news, I continued, even if Mom's company can make her a costume, presumably it will still be invisible. Which means her allies don't know exactly where she is either. She's especially in danger of friendly fire from people with wide area quirks. I glanced at Ami and Mikoto as I said that. That's why I was thinking about asking her to join, I concluded, training with us to help her get stronger and be able to evade. And chats to tell us where she is without the enemy hearing. The thing is, I don't know her as well as I know the rest of you. You didn't know me that well, Kyoka pointed out. Maybe not, I agreed, but I thought you were less likely to let it slip by accident, based on what I did know. I don't think Hagakure-chan would tell anyone on purpose. But she is talkative and flighty. Also, Kyoka, I did ask the others to vouch for you and they did. Which is why I'm asking all of you, who may know her better, and who are in this with me, do you think we can trust Hagakure Toru with my secret? Should I invite her to join the Knights? Status changes for Midoriya Izuku. Attributes. C. Charisma, 41-42. 29-30. Unspent points. Attribute, 37-36. Skills. Swimming, 10-11. Before All Might Sensei gets here, Momo addressed the ladies of 1A, whom she had gathered to her desk. I want to make a request. Or maybe an offer. The other members of the Knights of Meta did their best not to look too aware of what was coming. Ashido Mina looked curious, as did most of the subtly, and in a few instances, not so subtly, watching young men. Penryu Midoriya studied Yaoyorozu thoughtfully, as did Ida Tenya and Todoroki Shota. Hagakure Toru's expression completely unreadable. Well, Momo forced her nerves done, since we have just recently learned that we have midterms in just over a week. I was wondering if you ladies would be interested in coming over to my home tonight for a sleepover study session. A sleepover? Sue slipped into her thoughtful pose, but a hint of a sparkle in her eyes. Yes, Momo confirmed. I thought I would invite everyone over to my home tomorrow. We have midterms in just over a week. I thought this would both be a good chance for us to study and also get to know each other better. Then we might be able to answer Izuku's question about Hagakure-chan. Since it will be on a Saturday, we only have a half day of class and are free on Sunday, Ami noted. Like most Japanese middle and high schools, UA had morning classes on Saturday, outside of holidays and special circumstances. Like the Saturday when we had gone into my dungeon, when classes had been suspended because they were fixing the damage Mikoto had done to the urban area during the entrance exam. Bringing in the hardware had blocked the entrance, and it had been noisy. Not that we noticed in the dungeon. Sure, we could all tell her some secrets of our own, and see if they get out, Kyoka said with a lopsided grin. Only for Ami, Cassandra, and Mikoto to seem to consider it. I was joking, the purplet objected incredulously. It's still a good idea, Momo seemed to agree with the other three. We can each come up with a small, innocuous secret, Ami said softly, blushing slightly, something that won't be too bad if it is spread around, but we'd rather it didn't. We tell each other in advance, and then find a way to tell Hagakure-chan. /7 minutes of heaven, Cassandra suggested. Except instead of kissing, we talk and each person has to share one secret. A friendship game instead of the other. She shook her hands to indicate trailing off. And glanced at me. Probably because I was the only boy in the room. Unless, given what Sue had told me yesterday. Since my best friend implied there were other girls interested in me, while telling me I was interested in girls beyond her and Ami, I had been overly conscious. Every time they looked at me, every time I looked at them, I couldn't help but wonder what those looks meant. Was there more of a reason, or was it just natural? I was thankful for Gamer's mind, otherwise I would have been stammering and blushing half the time. I knew I was overthinking it. Cassandra wasn't thinking of me like that. The only one who probably was Ochako. I had suspected her attraction to me in the sequel dungeon. And when she almost proposed. Even an anime character wasn't that dense. And I definitely felt she was cute. But was it more? Like you said, Momo, get to know each other, Ochako said a moment later, bringing my attention back to the discussion. The gravity controller was also red in the cheeks at the thought of sharing her secrets. And we'll also have mutually assured destruction, Mikoto added. The others looked like they were considering the forming plan. But Sue held up her hand. I like this idea, she said, except I'm not available tomorrow. My dad is back in town, and he is going to take my mom on a date. So I have to watch my siblings. Unless. I'm sorry, Tsuchun, Mom told her regretfully, but I am going out with Namuri-san tomorrow. Midnight? Midnight sensei? Huh. My friends looked surprised. And Kyoka's eyes narrowed. She wanted to talk more about her costume design. Mom waved it off, and also just to talk to another woman. She thinks most of the heroines around her behave like little girls. Well, as long as they don't mind pizza, I said, knowing that wouldn't be an issue, I would be happy to watch Samidare and Satsuki for the evening. Thanks, Izuku, Sue told me happily. I knew she was looking forward to spending some normal, friends' time. What if Hagakure-chan can't make it? Cassandra asked, switching back to guild chat. We can still have the sleepover with everyone who can make it. Momo looked cutely determined at the declaration, because we will still need to study and I still want to get to know the others better too. Yes, Karo. Sue nodded broadly. Even if it's just the 7 of us, Kyoka smiled, it will be good to have some time together not running dungeons or waiting to run them. That got a round of nods, given we were doing dungeon runs after we finished talking. I'm sure some of the others will be able to make it, Momo stated. I'm in, Ashido Mina declared even before Momo finished saying, sleepover. Me too, the invisible girl called, raising her hand. The guild members all offered their own respective forms of agreement, leaving only Midoriya. I'd like to, Emochan said carefully, but I'll have to check with father first. She and I generally train Saturday evenings and Sunday mornings. But she will probably not object if I'm studying. And Aunt Rin will take my side if it is with friends. Most of the other girls brightened at the last word. Excellent, Momo bowed to them. The plan is for everyone to arrive between 5 and 6 p.m., with dinner being served at 6:15. I have everyone's text and email, correct? The heroines in training nodded. Then I will send you all my address and let you know if there is any change of plans, Momo concluded. Ami-chan, can I borrow you? It should only take a minute or two. The bluette rose out of her chair. We'll be back before class starts, Momo reassured everyone, before leading Ami out of the room. The hydrokinetic had to walk briskly to keep up with the taller teen. Where are we going? Ami asked. To 1B, Momo said. It is more polite to ask them in person. And if they know you will be there, they will be more likely to accept. Everyone. The emphasis Momo had put on the word drifted across Ami's mind. Momo, you are not planning to invite every girl in the first year, are you? She asked carefully. I was not. Momo didn't look back, so didn't see the look of relief on Ami's face. The curriculums of the 4 courses are different, so it would be hard to study together. And things might be a little cramped if they all accepted. A little cramped? Mizuno thought, remembering there were more than 100 female students in UA's 11 first-year classes. Even if we are in sleeping bags or traditional futons, Mizuno thought to herself, to have space for that many guests. Do you think I should invite the other classes? Momo half-asked, half-pondered. No, I don't think so, Ami said quickly. If there are too many people, it will be harder to talk to Hagakure-chan. That's true. Taller girl agreed, a few steps before they reached 1B. Momo knocked on the door, before opening it. Because of her signaling, all of the students of the other class were looking at the door. Thankfully, Vlad King was not yet there. Well, Minomanito sneered, if it isn't the great and powerful students of Class 1A, why have you come to visit our lowly selves? What do you mean? Ami asked carefully. Well, you are the great heroes of the attack on the USJ. He waved his hand, and are so far ahead of us that UA can just give you a day ugh. His rant was cut off when an oversized hand chopped his neck. He slumped forward onto his desk. The two ladies from 1A were slightly shocked when no one from their sister class said anything or even batted an eye. Sorry about him, the orange-haired aggressor, Kendo Itsuka said regretfully. Ever since the heroes versus villains exercise, he's been obsessed with being rivals with your class. What can we do for you? I was hoping to talk to the ladies of 1B for a moment, Kendo-san, Momo answered. What about? Tokuge Setsuno walked over. And why just the girls? To be quick and frank, Momo said as the other heroines in training closed ranks on her, I am hosting an emergency study session and sleepover this evening, since we just learned that midterms are in a week. And I wanted to invite all of you ladies as well. Why? Kodai Yui asked in her emotionless tone. Firstly, I thought we should get to know each other better, Momo answered. Secondly, I thought it might help us study. More people to help each other out. She glanced sideways at Ami, causing the girls from the other class to do the same. The bluette blushed from the attention and realized why Momo had asked her to come with. Even though Izuku had the highest placement on the entrance exam, that was due to his amazing score on the practical. Ami had the highest score on the written exam, something the rest of her classmates knew as well. I'll let you know what we decide, Kendo-san said, spotting Vlad King in the corridor with all might. Ami and Momo nodded and began to walk quickly back to their own classroom. You know her number? Ami asked. Kendo-san is their class representative. All of the reps and vice reps exchanged contact information. For a moment they walked in silence. Then Ami prompted, when you said get to know them better. That was your main reason, wasn't it? And you don't just mean as friends. What do you mean? Momo looked at the slighter girl shrewdly. Patterns and portents, Ami said softly, wishing they had a private line in guild chat. All Might said we need to keep Izuku's power secret against both public backlash and exploitation. Also because the others like him would not react well. And I don't know if he told you this, but Izuku's manual has the vague and threatening statement that there could be unfortunate consequences if it becomes widely known. Ami deliberately avoided saying the gamer. But at the same time, he gets quests to tell others and a guild and party system to let know to encourage him to share. Even if 100 people knew, most people would not consider that widely known compared to the population of Japan, the Tokyo metro area, or even Mustafa City. I think even if all the teachers and both hero courses knew, Izuku might be okay. As long as nobody leaks it, especially since his party was just expanded. And 12 people seems small for a guild, so it probably will get larger too. When that happens, chances are he will approach the girls of 1B before he would the boys of our class. Probably, Momo inclined her head slightly, also whispered, and should he ask us again, I want to be able to properly advise him. Ami returned the nod. Also, Ami, Momo returned to a normal volume. Can I ask for your assistance with something for the sleepover? If you are going to do this, I said softly and with a touch of nervousness, there is something I should let you know. They all turned to look at me. I know what Hagakure-san looks like, I admitted, and ignored the yen bills that suddenly changed hands. How? Mikoto demanded, annoyed that she lost money. Does your scanning power come with character portraits? No, I shook my head, not until I max out the skill. Are you serious? She asked. Then looked at Mom and Tsu. Is he serious? Mom just shrugged while Tsu considered it. Then how do you know what she looks like? Ami asked. My clairvoyance skill, I said. You can see the future? Ochako looked amazed. No, answered, surprised. That's a common misconception, Momo explained, to the point where it is an accepted misusage. Precognition is the ability to see the future, Ami added. Clairvoyance is the ability to see things that are happening now, without being physically present. Right? I nodded, and even though my brain interprets it as vision, it is not the rods and cones in my eyes reacting to photons. So I can see Hagakure-sen, even though she is invisible. Does that mean you've seen her naked? Cassandra studied me intently. Wait, does that mean you can spy on us? Kyoka interrupted with a sly grin, but also a dangerous glint in her eyes. Theoretically, I told her, but I was hurt and I think it showed, but I would never do that. I would never violate your trust or privacy. Kyoka cringed and nodded. I turned to Cassandra, and wilted slightly. And yes, I answered honestly, the first time I used clairvoyance, I didn't know it would let me see Hagakure-san, so I did see her for a second. Since then I have limited my use of clairvoyance, and done my best not to look at her when I do. But with her hero costume and the tactical advantage of clairvoyance, I did get a few side glances in the USJ attack. I'll have to get her hair sample sooner than later, Mom commented under her breath. Why tell us this? Ami asked, leading Ochako and Mikoto to nod. Because I want to use my telepathy to show you what she looks like, I explained. I think it might help you understand her. They all looked at me with surprise and confusion. Can I have permission to share my memory with all of you? The others seemed to consider it, but Sue immediately said, Of course, Karo. You're not going to do anything funny in our heads, right? Kyoka answered. Maybe he'll make you less sarcastic, Mikoto shot back. I thought that was a bit of the pot and kettle, and judging by everyone else's grins, they agreed. Instead, I shook my head. Actually, I can't do that with my current level of telepathy. I can send pictures or words, or have a telepathic conversation. I can sense emotions with empathy. But I can't read minds until I have the next talent, and need the one after that to try to make changes. Do you want to see the manual ent? No thanks, the purplet's denial cut me off. Let's just do it. I closed my eyes. Brought forward the memory I wanted to share. Stretched out my psychic senses. Found their minds. Touched them gently. And sent out the image of Hagakure. This is from yesterday, Mikoto accused. DMN, Kyoka practically drooled. No, not practically it turned out. Mom handed her a napkin. I did say I was worried about her getting sunburned. I reminded the electrokinetic. The memory was of her floating in pool, in her swimsuit. She said she was UG. Unattractive, Ochako was surprised. Technically, she described her appearance as a fusion of Yang Guifei and Francis Xavier. Ami remembered the invisible girl's exact words, which doesn't sound particularly flattering, but is somewhat nonsensical considering they were both born before photography and most portraits of them are in the styles of the times they lived, neither of which were particularly realistic. Presumably her quirk kicked in about a decade ago, Cassandra said sadly, like most of ours. So she hasn't seen herself in all that time. Right? I agreed. That's why I wanted you to see her. Because I have this theory. I think she can control her quirk. But she doesn't. That she was made fun of when she was younger, for her appearance. So she doesn't want to turn off her quirk, even though she has grown into someone most people would consider attractive. She might not even be aware. She could have subconscious block. Or she could be deliberately not trying to turn off her invisibility. Unless she's lying, Mikoto said. We all looked at her. I wasn't thinking that she was trying to trick us, the brunette quickly explained. But I was thinking maybe it's the opposite of what Izuku said. Maybe she has always been that gorgeous. And she got the wrong sort of attention because of it. She may be able to control her power, Momo commiserated, but doesn't because of the attention it would bring her. This way she can be known on her own terms. The others girls nodded, many wearing knowing, sad, or angry looks. I had a sudden desire to go beat up every other member of my gender. Mom, do you have some time before the Azuis get here? I asked after I finished lunch. Since Saturdays were a half day, I ate the midday meal at home unless I was going out. Sue was going to drop off her siblings at 4:30, so we had a few hours. But I wasn't sure if Mom had anything to do before she met with Midnight Sensei. Of course, Izuku, she caught my tone, and we went to the living. What is it? She prompted. Well, in spite of Gamer's mind and my improved determination and charisma, I found myself nervous and tongue-tied. What do you think of polyamory? I forced out. Polyamory? She looked at me, her lips pursed thoughtfully. Yeah, you know, like dating or even marrying multiple people, I stammered to fill the silence, but not cheating, doing it openly. And why would you bring that up? Mom's eyes narrowed slightly. Her pupils hadn't changed yet, but they were flashing. Well, you know that I liked Sue, right? She nodded, a slight grin forming. The thing is, I'm starting to feel the same way about Ami. Well, starting is probably not right. Talking to her in the study group, even before the guild. And watching her plan in lions and gazelles. Yeah, my reasons for my feelings aren't quite the same, but the feelings are almost the same. And you want to date them both? Mom asked carefully. No. Maybe? I don't know. With how tough UA is, I'm still not sure if I can date and give even one girlfriend the attention and time she deserves. Plus, most of my examples of love and romance are from pop culture, so I'm not sure if what I'm feeling is right or realistic. But it wasn't even my idea, I frowned. I told Sue, because I felt like a JRK for liking both of them. And because I thought it was fair to her, so she could find someone who isn't a terrible selfish creep. My mom gave me an exasperated look. Only Sue already knew. And she didn't care. She said the people don't just fall in love once. And she would be fine. Even happy. If I went out with both her and Ami at the same time. Sue also reminded me about this polyamorous American hero team. So I looked it up and found that it's becoming more common and accepted in the world over the last few decades. In fact, Japan is one of the few countries that still outlaws polygamy. Mom didn't say anything. So, what do you think? I asked. Am I a terrible person for even thinking about this? Are you disappointed in me? Izuku, let me turn that around. Mom smiled gently. Let's say, no, that wouldn't work, you'd just be thrilled. Let's say there were 2 office girls at that agency. And I liked them both and all 3 of us started dating. Would you be upset with me? Of course not, I said quickly, as long as they are good enough for you and make you happy. Then I remembered something and thought, and they aren't my classmates. And you never even thought that I might be using them or leading them on? Mom pressed. No, you wouldn't do that, I insisted. And that is your answer, she said. The world today is a lot stranger than books, movies, or even your Marvel comics would suggest. As long as everyone involved is fair and upfront and no one is getting hurt, I don't think anyone else has the right to reject someone else's relationships. And I trust you, that I raised you to do the right thing, even if it isn't exactly normal. And you've proven my trust in you time and again since you got the gamer. So if you want to be with both Sue and Ami agrees, then I say go for it. And if you aren't comfortable with that, then you need to figure out what you do want. I will support you either way. I nodded with a happy grin. Then I remembered the other thing Sue said. My head dropped and I think I might have blushed a bit. Sue also suggested that there were other girls I liked, I just didn't know it yet. I decided to go all in. I'm not sure if she's right. But I think it is unlikely that she is wrong. Sue can be very perceptive. Mom tried to stay serious, understanding that this was troubling me. But she was covering her mouth and looking out the window. You think she is right? Accused. Izuku, Mom chuckled. I've only seen you interact with the ladies of the Knights. So I can't speak to your other classmates, fellow students, or even teachers. But, excluding myself and Toshinori for obvious reasons, there are only 2 of the Knights I would be abjectly shocked to find out you were romantically interested in. Or were interested in you. Izuku, you are also not quite 16, and to some degree that goes with the territory. Part of growing up and part of having relationships is figuring out how deep those feelings run. And if they will grow. Which 2? I asked, trying to be subtle. Kyoka and... That's not my place to say. I nodded and headed into my room to get ready for Tsu's siblings. More than one, Inko considered the possibility silently. Is this everyone? Toru asked, looking around the room at the 16 other girls. Yes, Itsuka confirmed. Ibra can't come, because she has mass tomorrow morning. She volunteered to be some part of the ceremony. So she couldn't just cancel and has to be there early. She said next time, if it's not such short notice. Which is all well and good, Setsuna changed the topic, but can we get to the elephant in the room? Which is to say you could fit my parents' house in this room, and have space left over for an elephant or 3. And this is just the entryway in this giant house. It's not that big, Momo blushed slightly. Still, Ochako's eyes were wide as saucers. I didn't realize your family had such a big place. Are your parents here? Ami added, "We should greet them." "This isn't my family's home," Momo answered both of them, shrinking in on herself slightly. "I mean, I guess it is one of them, but my parents don't live here. It is just me and the staff. I started living here since it was closest to UA." "One of them?" Kodai Yui said evenly, "I know the Yaoyorozu conglomerate is a worldwide corporation, one of the largest in Japan. But how many houses do you have?" Mina asked brightly, leaning up to Momo's face. 12. Momo stepped back, turning away. 12? Most of the young ladies parroted. "Most of them are for business," she justified. "It is easier to have a home on hand in locations where we have facilities or regular meetings." "So this one the bigger ones?" Tsunatori suggested innocently. "Well, no," Momo answered. "It's the 7th largest, after the main house and the quintuplets." "Quintuplets?" Ami looked at her. "Besides the main house," Momo continued, "and the smaller houses, the 5 houses we use the most frequently are all identical, so that we feel at home in any of them." "I think we are getting off track." Mikoto came to Momo's rescue. "Yes," the tall girl brightened, "since we are all here, we could move to the dining room while the staff sets out the first round of pizzas." "And how big is the dining room?" Setsuno whispered to Komori Kinoko. The mushroom girl raised one shoulder to indicate she didn't know. "Pizza?" Cassandra prompted silently with an aside glance at their hostess. "I did get the idea from Izuku," Momo admitted over guild chat. She led the other young ladies down a short hallway, into an even larger room. The dining room had giant wooden table that had been moved to the outer wall to serve as a buffet, and additional smaller, round tables with chairs set up in the empty space to allow eating and mingling. A thinly built man in his late 40s or early 50s and wearing an impeccable butler's uniform and narrow glasses was half helping, half directing 2 maids in setting out 4 half-meter diameter pizzas. When he noticed the students, he turned to address them. "Good evening, young ladies," he bowed. "Thank you for attending Momodano's party. We are just setting out the first set of pizza pies now. If you have any dietary restrictions or simply requests for toppings, let one of us know, and we will have the kitchen prepare it for the next round." "Thank you, Sebastian," Momo said fondly, inclining her head slightly to him. "Wait," Toru demanded loudly, "you have an actual butler named Sebastian?" Momo looked away, blushing slightly. And under his lenses, the butler's eyes glinted mischievously. "Of course, I have a proper and legal Japanese name for when I am not working," Sebastian said. However, when young Momodano first visited this residence, it was also her first time visiting one of the Yaoyorozu family's Western-style homes. When she was introduced to me, before I could give her my name, she called me Sebastian. I asked her why, and she told me that all proper butlers are named Sebastian. I asked her, "But what about the ones named Wadsworth?" And she told me that that name was for sneaky and evil butlers, and the Yaoyorozu family would never employ a butler like that. So since that time, and with the head of house's blessing, I am only called Sebastian while I am working. His amusement and affection were palpable. And Momo was red in the face, refusing to face any of the other girls. "How old was she, Sebastian-san?" Mikoto pressed. "I was 4, Momo answered quickly. "Hey," Ochako insisted tentatively, "let's not tease our friend too much." "Thank you, Ochako. Or she might kick us out before we get to eat this divine-smelling pizza." "Traitor," Momo whispered loudly. But she was also smiling. So, the ladies were well into their second batch of pizzas when Ami tried to get their attention. They all turned to look at her. "Momo asked me to plan our study time this evening," the Bluette explained. "I was going to ask what classes people wanted to go over. But I thought it might be better to go over all of the topics. Review what we have covered and what is likely to be on the tests. And see if anyone has any specific pain points or questions." She paused to see if anyone had any objections or other suggestions. "I wanted to spend 1 hour on each subject," Ami continued, "with a 15-minute break in between to grab a snack and use the restroom. And I thought we could alternate between the science and social courses. So math first, then literature, then chemistry, then hero history, then English. That would be a total of 6 hours, so if we start at 7, we would finish at around 1. Then, since no one wants to go to bed early at a sleepover, we could do something fun, Momo picked up, party games or something like that. 7-minute friends, Ochako said, it's like the other game, but we split into pairs and talk for 7 minutes. Each pair has to tell each other where we grew up, what our dream is, and one secret about ourselves. Doesn't have to be anything major, just something most people don't know, to help you feel closer. Movie! Pony called out. That sounds fun, Kinoko told Ochako. Yeah, I want to see what kind of TV this place has, Toru agreed with Pony. What if we do both? Kyoka suggested, play 3 or 4 rounds of Ochako's game. Then watch a movie, and see who can stay awake until the end. I like that. Yanagi Reiko spoke for the first time all evening. Cassandra nodded. Yeah, me too, Mina agreed. Any objections? Momo asked in the tone of a corporate executive. Okay, so that will be our plan, Momo said after waiting a moment. So does anyone want to put in another order, or can I tell the kitchen to put out the pizza oven? Some of the ladies looked at the buffet. The second round of pies had been smaller, but there had been more of them to cater to their individual tastes. And there were still enough slices left to put together 3 or 4 whole pizzas. Ah, no, Setsuna said bluntly. Sorry about that, Nomuri said, but the apology was tempered by amusement. One of the waiters, an extra-large man with octopus arms, picked up the 3 very drunk and now very asleep men, and carried them outside. Don't worry about it, Inko giggled. Even if it was a bit annoying, and was mostly directed at you, it felt good to be considered hot again after all these years. The heroine known as Midnight blinked owlishly at her new designer and new friend. No need to be so humble. The Ram guy was after you, and was the one who dragged his buddies over. I'm not being humble, Inko said a bit sadly. Her phone was already on the table from showing Nomuri the costume sketches. Inko flipped to a different folder. She picked a specific photo. And she handed her phone over. That is from about 14 months ago, the day Izuku started his 3rd year of middle school. Wait, Midnight protested, is Midoriya-kun standing on a box here? Because you are shorter than he is here. And I'm pretty sure he has gotten much bigger since this picture was taken. But when I saw you two leaving UA on Wednesday, you were definitely taller than he was. Inko chuckled, thankful the other woman was focusing on her height difference rather than her weight difference. She explained her own theory about how not using her gravity quirk and feeling guilty had somewhat literally crushed her. But when Izuku finally gained his power, Inko said, I wanted to make it up to him. To not be a burden. So I started working out again, and actually trying to understand and strengthen my quirk, rather than just using it. And well, I'd say it has turned out okay. Definitely better than okay. Nomuri looked her companion up and down again. Appreciated how the little black dress hugged Inko's body. Please, don't tease an old lady, Inko demurred. You aren't that much older than me, Midnight said. And I'm not even remotely teasing you. Ha. Ha ha ha, Inko laughed openly. Nomuri raised an eyebrow. Sorry, she said, it's just you reminded me of a boy in high school. He was so smooth, suave, and self-confident. One of my friends dated him, and he turned out to be a version who didn't know half of what he was talking about. Well, it's been a long time since anyone accused me of being a version, Midnight raised an eyebrow. And yet I notice you didn't deny it, Inko decided to give her some grief back. The black-haired woman purred, and would you like to be the one to change that? Get another whiskey in me and I just might. Inko gave her a lidded glance and downed the shot in front of her. Nomuri's eyes widened slightly. Then she signaled the bartender. The studying had gone smoothly. As Ami had expected, there had been at least 4 of the girls who needed to catch up on each subject. She and Momo had led the classes, except for English, where Emochan, Pony, and Cassandra had taken over, all being native speakers. Then the knights enacted their plan. Momo escorted them to a hall of 9 guest rooms. Sebastian appeared moments later, carrying a rattling box. There are 2 keys for each of the first 8 rooms in here, he explained. He set the box on one of the tables along the outside wall. Since there are an odd number of us, their hostess continued, I will join whoever is the first room for a group of 3, if that is all right. Though in the second and third rounds, I will instead go to the lowest numbered room with a pair I haven't talked to. She received a round of verbal and non-verbal agreement. Momo picked up the box and walked over to the other girls. Ami was the first and she inclined her head slightly. She reached in and drew out a key. It had a large, smooth metal keychain with the number 3 in kanji on one side and in the Arabic numeral on the reverse. What the others couldn't see was that each keychain had 8 hollows in it. For each chain, the voids were either empty or filled with water, with the number filled matching the room number. That was how, 4 polls later, Hagakure Toru drew the matching key to room 3. You don't remember me, do you? Shimuka Hikari asked Mikoto, after the slighter girl closed the door to room 2. You mean aside from the heroes and villains training, and the entrance exam? Mikoto countered. Hikari took out her phone. She opened the gallery, and scrolled through the pictures. Then she showed one to Mikoto. The electromancer knew it immediately. It was the class picture from her first year at Tokuwadai. She was in the front and dead center, because she was one of the shortest girls in her class. The only one shorter was the girl on her left. Her forehead was level with Mikoto's nose, and the other girl was even more slender. She had long, jet black hair, drawn into 2 braids which created a V-shaped part exposing her forehead. Her face was heavily obscured by the oversized and very thick glasses she wore. But she was also the only girl in the photo Mikoto didn't know. That was you? She looked up at the tall and voluptuous photomancer incredulously. And a little jealously. Hikari nodded. I'm sorry but... Mikoto started to apologize, but Hikari raised hand. I was only there 3 months and we weren't close, Hikari said kindly. Besides, looking at this, I'm not surprised you didn't recognize me. Contacts? Mikoto asked. No, Hikari laughed lightly. The glasses were to help control my quirk. I sometimes pulled in too much light without meaning to, and flash burned my retinas. The glasses prevented that. And once I learned to control my quirk, I didn't need them anymore. You disappeared after summer vacation, Mikoto remembered. There were a lot of rumors and speculation, but the teachers never told us anything. Some of the ladies even thought you might have died. That's not too far off, Hikari nodded sadly, so I guess that is my secret. A few weeks after we went home for summer vacation, I went to spend the night at my best friend's house. Her parents were out, so we were going to catch up. Only when I got there, I found her dead. Can I ask what happened? Mikoto prompted gently, trying to control her own emotions. I don't know how she died. My parents wouldn't let me know, and I never really pressed. But who and why? That I know. Her dad was a small-time hero. And one of the gangs he was helping dismantle decided to get a little payback. To send a message. The joke was on them. After they killed his daughter, he hunted them down. He killed them all. He was acquitted, but lost his hero license. Hikari slumped into one of the bedroom's chairs. Me? I locked myself in my room and didn't come out for a month. And then I didn't leave the house for almost 4 months. I was afraid, but not for myself. I was in Tokuwadai, studying to be a hero. And suddenly I was confronted with the possibility that villains might decide to target my family in response. I wasn't sure what to do, but I couldn't put them at risk like that. She took a breath and continued more evenly, so my parents pulled me out of Tokuwadai. Enrolled me in a public school that made allowances for students who couldn't regularly attend classes. It was supposed to be for their quirks, but they were flexible. My parents got me a tutor, and I did all my coursework, but I didn't actually go to school until after the New Year's break. But you are here now at you. You must have gotten over it. Mikoto tried to both console and boost the other girl. I did, Hikari agreed, mostly. But that was thanks to Counselor Miyuki, who helped me come to terms with my feelings. And also my sister. You kicked me in the proverbial butt and told me if I was going to give up on my dream, she would do it instead. So I spent the last 1.5 years training hard, studying hard. It didn't hurt that I hit my growth spurt, so it was a good chance to work on both my muscles and flexibility. There was a pause as Hikari steadied herself and Mikoto digested it. Then, to help the other girl, the electrokinetic took over. I guess my secret is that I also almost didn't go to UA. But not because I didn't want to. My parents didn't want. No, I guess they don't want me to be a hero. Have you heard that I turned down the Tokuwadai recommendation to UA? Hikari inclined her head. Well, I started thinking about doing it because it seemed cursed and I wanted to prove myself. Ultimately, what tipped me over the edge was my parents. They kept harping about how I could make more money and be safer using my quirk in a civilian capacity. So I rejected the recommendation, but got the headmistress to arrange for me to take the regular exam without my parents knowing. And once I got it, I pointed out that UA was still the best high school in Japan, even if I don't become a hero. And that since I got into the hero course, I didn't need them to pay tuition, so they couldn't really stop me. The taller girl offered a sympathetic look. Then a thoughtful one. I guess we don't need to talk about where we grew up after that, Hikari said, and I'm not sure I get the our dreams part. We are all in the hero course at UA. Mikoto shrugged. It is probably just part of the normal game. But that said, I guess some of us might want to be rescue heroes, some might want to be local heroes, and others might want to climb the hero rankings. Things like that. Well, I guess I want to climb the rankings, Hikari said. I'm not sure I can make number 1, but definitely top 10. That way I can inspire people, and also have the means to protect my family. Bah, Mikoto scoffed. I'm going to be number 1. By the end of the year, I'm going to take down Midoriya. Are you sure you want to pass him? Hikari suggested with a grin. Wouldn't it be better to coast in his slipstream until 3rd year? He's not my type, but even I can recognize it would be a nice view back there. Right, well, Toru said brightly, I grew up all over Japan, and even in Korea and Australia. My dad is a fixer for the production division of Yayorozu Enterprises. So we moved to whatever site needed his help. As for my dream, I definitely want to be a hero, of course. But I really want to be direct, villain fighter type, even though my quirk may be more useful for an investigator type. As for my secret, I don't know, can I have a moment to think about that? Ami blinked owlishly, stunned by the invisible girl's rapid-fire answering of the first 2 questions. Then she sat down and nodded. I was born in the Azabujuban area of the Minato ward, she explained. When I was 8, my parents divorced, and my mother and I moved into her parents' home in Mustafa. My father's mother also moved in there with us. She did? Toru interrupted in amazement. Yes, Ami smiled slightly. She said, if my idiot son can't handle having a wife and daughter who are smarter than him, he should have developed a time travel quirk and went back to the Middle Ages. My grandfather died about a year later, and since then it has been the 4 of us. My dream was to be a doctor like my mom. Until about 9 months ago. I talked to Izuku for the first time, found out he was planning to come to UA. He said I had a great quirk for a hero. So I talked to my mom about it. She told me that she wished there were more heroes, people who could stop people from getting hurt. That all she could do was try to patch up someone who was already hurt. So I decided to become a hero, but still study some medicine. So I can try to keep people from being injured, or, if they are, try to stabilize them until they can reach a doctor. That's really cool, Toru said, sounding a bit envious. As for my secret. Ami blushed and screwed up her courage. I'm in love with Izuku. Ami? Even though she could not see the other girl, Mizuno could feel the weight and force of her incredulously raised eyebrow. That's not really a secret, Toru said. I'm pretty sure everyone in our class knows that. Except Izuku himself, somehow. That doesn't surprise me, Ami said. Given his past, I think he has more than a bit of an inferiority complex. Some of the things he and Sue have said seem to confirm it. He probably thinks he is misunderstanding my signals. That there is no way Ami could be interested in me, or something to that effect. I can see that. But my secret is more than that, Ami continued softly, looking down. I've been interested in him since our first year of middle school. It started not even a month in the library. I was there most days, and that day he came into. I recognized him, but he didn't even notice me. Izuku was somewhat infamous at our school. A few minutes later another boy came in. One of the bullies, a heavy-set boy with wings. He disappeared in our 2nd year. He was a bully and one of Bakugukuin's cronies while he was at Aldra. Bakugukuin? Toru prompted. Ami gave the other girl a quick rundown of who Bakugo Katsuki was, and what she knew of his past with Izuku. When Izuku saw other boy having trouble finding the book he wanted, Izuku got it for him and helped him study. The boy never thanked Izuku or apologized. He went right back to being a bully the next day. But whenever they were both in the library, Izuku helped him. The bully didn't even have to ask, and Izuku never brought it up or made an issue of it. He just wanted to help a classmate in trouble, no matter how bad of a person that classmate was. Ami sighed happily. That was the start. But the final straw was after the first term's results were posted. Bakugo saw that I was number 1, not him. And he exploded, somewhat literally. He demanded to know who I was. What kind of intelligence quirk or other cheat I used. I didn't come forward, and none of my classmates gave me up, which only made him madder. Then Izuku stepped up. He defended me, saying that it wasn't my fault, and that Kaken didn't have any reason to think I cheated. Izuku was 3rd place, and the only reason Bakugo beat him was because of Phys Edition. So that only made it worse. But Izuku didn't back down, even when an explosion knocked him down. He didn't even know me, but he stood up for me. And that was it for me. Of course, I haven't told him this. Or anyone else, really. Wow, Toru whispered, I'm not sure I have anything to compare to that. Can I ask you a question then? Ami offered. Sure. Do you really not know what you look like? The hydrokinetic queried. You haven't tried like makeup or something? I tried it, Toru admitted, but a thin layer of makeup turns invisible too. I can cake it on thick, but then it just looks like the Bride of Frankenstein. So no, I haven't seen my own face in over 11 years. But I save a ton of money on lipstick. Then why did you say you look like Francis Xavier and Yang Guifei? Well, a boy in preschool told me that, Toru remembered, not long before my quirk kicked in. Now I realize it is silly, what did he even know about those old guys? But it is the last point of reference I have, and it's good for a laugh. Ami nodded, adopting a thoughtful look. So what else should we talk about? Toru continued, music? Or maybe movies? So how do we do this? Itsuka asked, I don't know how to sign. Cassandra produced her pen and pad. Oh, right, should have figured that out, the Orangette said in self-deprecation. Then why don't I go first? Cassandra inclined her head and waved a hand to indicate the other girl should start. I'm from Kyoto, born and raised, Itsuka said. Despite my given name, my family runs a series of karate and kung fu dojos across Japan. We used to be in the US and Europe too. But during the dark times, we closed all of our international branches and pulled back to Japan. And even had to close a few here. That's my dream, why I want to be a hero. To show the world the power of Kendo Kashin Ryu, and help us spread out again. As for my secret, Itsuka considered it for a moment. I hope this qualifies, but ever since the Heroes vs. Villains class, I've had a bit of a girl crush on you and Midoriya-kun. Cassandra frowned and stopped writing. She flipped to another page. I'm not sure what girl crush means, Cassandra scribbled out quickly. Do you know how to say it English? No, Itsuka blushed slightly, but it is like a crush, except instead of romantic attraction or lust, it is just about thinking that person is cool and admirable. Being jealous and wanting to be like them. Like a man crush, comma, Cassandra wrote the last part in English, except between girls. Right? Itsuka agreed, even though Izuku isn't a girl. And actually, since my girl crush is based on you two's fighting skills, man crush might be more appropriate. But yeah, after watching you take on both Tetsu and Masahiro. You know, I've faced Masahiro before. I took him out twice in last year's under-18 tournament. In both the restricted and unrestricted brackets. But I don't really feel the restricted bracket was fair, because they made him tie his tail to his back so he couldn't accidentally use it to steady himself. But having it like that may have restricted his movements too much. Are you ready? Itsuka noticed Cassandra stopped writing. The black-haired girl nodded. The first page explained that Cassandra lived with her father, that her mother was alive but not in the picture or interested. That the two of them had not had a permanent home, but had traveled the world for his job. The closest thing she had to a home was Gotham City, New Jersey. They had gone there multiple times, and one time had stayed almost a year. That sounds hard, Itsuka told her. Cassandra shrugged and offered a wry smile. The second page addressed how she wanted to be a hero, to make her father proud and do what he couldn't do. Then at the bottom it asked her a question. I have 2 secrets. One is more serious and maybe even dangerous. But there are other people here who know it. The second one is more personal and even a bit silly. But I haven't told anyone yet. Which one do you want? When Itsuka finished reading and looked up at Cassandra, the other girl was holding up 2 folded slips of paper. Itsuka looked uncertain. What would you suggest? Cassandra frowned. Then she shook her head. Itsuka considered it again. It was an offer of trust, and a question of what kind of friend she wanted to be. Give me the dangerous one, Itsuka decided. Cassandra smiled and handed her 1 page. She shoved the other into her pants pocket. My father is David Kane, the vigilante and assassin known as Orphan. And the dream of his I want to fulfill is to make a genuine difference in the world. He can get revenge for those who are hurt. But he can't bring about real change. Make a world where he isn't needed. That's wow. Cassandra nodded and shrugged again. Her expression seemed to say, what can you do? Well, if you've been all over the world, Itsuka changed the subject. What masters have you studied with? I looked at my phone. At the text from my mom, saying that she was staying over at Midnight Sensei's place, because she was more than a little tipsy, and she didn't want Samidare and Satsuki to see her like that. Which made sense. And she had used her phone because she didn't want Sensei or the Azuis to get suspicious. Despite everything being perfectly logical, now that the kids were asleep I couldn't help but think. Wonder how Mom came to that decision. Or was I just overthinking again? After keys were drawn for the second round, Momo followed Ami and Midoriya into the first room. Penryu immediately dropped into the swiveling chair and spun to face the other 2 girls. All right, Emochan, begin. I'm pretty sure I know what is going on here. So I'd like to cut to the chase and make things easier for all of us. What do you mean? Momo responded uncertainly. This party, Emochan said, studying and making friends. It's not a lie, but it is also a cover. You 2, and probably the other 4 as well, are interviewing for Izuku's. I was going to say gang, but since we are all heroes in training, that doesn't really fit. Group? Squad? Guild? Ami offered. Both other girls looked at her, Emochan calculating, and Momo surprised. I'm not saying there is such a group, Ami added quickly, or at least not in the way you are likely thinking. But if there were, I think guild would be the best word for it, considering Izuku's general interests. Fine, Emochan just grinned. Well, whatever it is, I want in. So rather than waste time on you 2 telling me stuff, I'm going to give you my story, including some parts I'd rather not tell anyone. Though I guess I'll also be holding a few bits back. And Cassandra is next door, so she should be close enough to read me and tell you if I'm lying. If you 3 decide what I tell you means I'm trustworthy, you can take it to Izuku. Unless you have the authority to offer invites. May I ask what makes you so sure something like you suggest is happening? Momo prompted. Besides everyone who gets close to Izuku suddenly getting a quick and substantial boost in power? Something the whole class is talking about, and you 2 were, too. Until you got on the inside last week. Beyond that there is just how quickly everyone becomes friends with him. Not that there aren't people like that, Izuku just doesn't seem the type. And then there's the fact that he knows things he shouldn't. Like how safe everyone was during the USJ attack, or even just becoming proficient in sign language in a matter of days. And that last bit seems to apply to you guys as well. Something is going on with and around him, and it seems like it is something he doesn't want getting out. Then my second question is why not go to Izuku directly? Momo added. Emochan shrugged. I was planning to, maybe once I found out a bit more. But before I could, this chance dropped into my lap. Look, she continued, a bit more hesitantly, I don't think you are doing anything wrong or illegal. But I don't want to end up an angry outsider like my namesake. Your namesake? Ami parroted. I guess that's a good place to start, Emochan said. The reason I insist on being called Emochan is that I didn't like the neonized version of my name. And I'm not that fond of the original/real name anymore either. Emochan steeled herself and then said, "The name my mother gave me is Mordred." "As in Mordred Pendragon," Ami prompted, "the son of King Arthur and infamous knight of betrayal?" "That's the one," Emochan agreed sharply. She watched as Ami fell deep into thought. The blonde wondered if the genius Bluette was putting together pieces of her puzzled past Emochan had not wanted her to. "The way you say, 'the name your mother gave you,'" Momo thankfully diverted the topic. "Does that mean your father wasn't involved?" "You two are aware that my father is a woman, right?" They nodded. "The reason I call her father is partly because she is a tomboy who calls herself a swordsman, not a swordswoman. But more it is because she is not the one who gave birth to me." Momo and Ami waited while Mordred collected her thoughts. Growing up in England, father loved swords. She learned every style of swordplay she could. But she also loved Japan. So she was able to arrange a position as an exchange student in Fuyuki Ward. She spent just over a year here and loved it. But in England there was girl who was obsessed with father. As into a psychotic degree. And that girl possesses a quirk she said that lets her extract sperm and eggs from people with just a casual touch. She can then combine them into a viable embryo, and implant that embryo into a woman, with PRGNY being 99% guaranteed regardless of when in her cycle the target is. And when I say combine, I don't just mean one sperm and one egg. She can combine 2 to 5 of them, in any combination, so long as there are at least 2 donors. 2 eggs from a lesbian couple, 3 sperm from guys with powerful quirks, 2 sperm and 3 eggs from a couple that wants a baby that looks more like the woman. Any combination. But the 2+ donors part is important here. She wanted a surrogate for father, but she couldn't just steal 2 of father's eggs and make a baby. But she could combine 4 of father's eggs with one of her own, to make a near clone. I am genetically 87 and change % a match for father. Only about 13% of my DNA came from my mother. And there's some potential overlap there, Emochan thought but didn't say. They looked at her in mild horror. Then Momo realized. "I'm sorry," Momo said, "this is not for you, but for your mother's actions." "Oh, I get it," Emochan said sadly. "Father feels the same way." She came back from a perfect year in Japan, a 16-year-old girl, only to find she had been violated by someone she trusted and now had a 3-month-old daughter. Despite the anger and disgust and hatred she feels for mother, father never directed any of it at me. She has always shown me love and kindness, and understands I am not to blame for what mother did. And despite that No, that's a bit later. After that, father couldn't bring herself to stay in England. She also saw how mother's attitude towards me slipped, now that she didn't need a replacement for father. So father started to make plans. She saved up her money, made certain unsavory contacts with special skills. It took her 3 years, but once she was ready she took me and we fled to Japan. We had new identities waiting for us. While father lived in Japan, she had 2 special people. The boy she fell in love with, and the girl who was her best friend and love rival. When we arrived in Japan, she went to see them, only to learn that they were now lovers and living together. Father tried to leave, but when they heard what had happened and why she returned to Japan, they insisted we live with them. Aunt Rin was also the one who rekindled father's relationship with dad, eventually arranging for all 3 of them to be together. "All 3 of them," Ami mused, "as in?" "Yes," Emochan answered, even though it was not a question or directed at her. Father, Dad, and Aunt Rin all loved each other. And even now that Dad is gone, Father and Aunt Rin are still together. But back to me and my embarrassing secret. The thing is, I didn't know any of this back then. I was just a 3-year-old girl who had been ripped away from most of her family and taken to the other side of the world. They tell me I was vocally advanced for a toddler, but that was in English. Now I had to learn Japanese. I raged against father and demanded to go home. And when she wouldn't take me back, I resented her. Acted out. Treated her terribly. And father let me. She let herself be the villain, refused to badmouth mother. "Then how do you?" "Dad and Aunt Rin," she said. "I grew to love them even as I lashed out at father. But when I started middle school, Aunt Rin had finally reached the point where Father and Dad couldn't placate her. She grabbed Dad and me, took us aside. Told Dad if he didn't tell me she would. And Dad knew Aunt Rin would be much less, let's say, gentle about it. In the end it was both of them who explained it to me. But not just the story they had heard from Father. Aunt Rin had done some research of her own, to try to protect us. She knew there was a chance my mother would come looking for us, and she wanted to be able to fight back. Legally. Afterwards I felt terrible. I had been a total beach to Father, and for the most part she let me. Even though she had done so much to protect me. I apologized, and we have been putting our relationship back together. It hasn't been easy. Even now that I rationally know the truth, I had years of convincing myself that Father was wrong and horrible. I've had to unlearn a lot of bad behavior. But I think we are to a pretty good place. It became easier. Or I should say I tried a lot harder after Dad died. You've mentioned that twice now. Ami sat down next to Emochan and took her hand. Would you be willing to tell us how he died? It's not a big secret, Emochan said weakly. Dad was a semi-pro hero, the sword hero. He worked as a blacksmith for money, not that we needed it. And though he was a hero, he was just as likely to work with vigilantes as other heroes. The only reason he had his license was to protect us. He didn't really care about the law and rules. He just wanted to help people. He died in the Great Fuyuki Fire 3 years ago. He used his swords to hold up a building long enough to let everyone escape. But he ran out of power and got trapped. By the time the other heroes were able to reach him, he was gone. She wiped at the corner of her eye. Then she gave Ami and Momo a grin. But it was not as steady of a grin as she intended. So there you go, Emochan concluded, some of the major highlights of my checkered past. Enough to make me a laughing stock, or even worse, if you revealed them. Momo moved to her other side, though there was no seat over there. And then on cue, both girls hugged her. Okay, that's enough, Emochan said roughly and shook them off a few seconds later. Namuri Kiyama was stuck between sleep and awake, when a shifting against the brought her back to full alertness. Inko had moved, snuggling in closer. Namuri took a moment to admire the other woman's trim build, and wondered just what kind of workout could have changed her this much in 14 months. But the shorter woman wore a pensive expression, and Midnight wanted to address that. Was it that bad? Midnight asked, slightly worried. Inko blinked and then blushed slightly. Oh no. It was actually incredible. You were incredible, the designer answered. Then she affected a slight smirk and added, but I haven't had Iggy for 9 years and you are only my 4th lover, so I might not be the best judge of this sort of thing. I don't know, you weren't so bad yourself, the heroine teased back. Then she sobered and continued, in that case, why do you look so down? Actually, Inko said shyly, I was worried you might think badly of me. I'm not the sort of woman to go all the way on the first date. I thought this was a meeting, not a date, the black-haired woman reminded her. You know what I mean, Inko pouted slightly. And I would think with my reputation, you wouldn't worry about that. Midnight, the R18 heroine raised an eyebrow at her partner, or are you thinking worse of me for doing the same? No, Inko said thoughtfully, no, of course I don't. Then why should I think worse of you? I'm a recently divorced mother, and you are a liberated single woman? Inko countered. Sounds to me like you liberated yourself. And I'm only single because I've driven away anyone who meets my high standards. Even if that doesn't match up with what the tabloids say. Oh, I don't believe that rubbish, Inko reassured her. But what does this mean for us? What do you want it to mean? Namuri countered. I don't know, Inko looked up at her. I'm not the type to be friends with benefits. That is definitely not what I want. I don't know if I am looking for a relationship yet, or you want one either, for that matter. And I certainly don't want to rush into something after one slightly tipsy if thorough enjoyable night. Well, maybe we can just be regular friends for now, Midnight suggested, and talk about going on a real date? One without the booze goggles. I guess that doesn't sound too bad, Inko smiled openly. And then she slid her hand down Namuri's spine and added, starting in the morning. Movie time, Setsuna, Pony, Mina, and Toru all chanted as Momo led them to the other side of the mansion. I hope you won't be too disappointed, their host told them. There aren't any TVs in the building. The computer monitors in my room are the closest thing. But we do have this. She trailed off and hid her mouth so they wouldn't see her smile. She stopped at a room with a very large door and pushed it open. Inside was a series of very specifically arranged and very plush chairs, 40 of them. They were all facing the back wall, where the other girls could sort of make out what looked like a wall of glass. Setsuna's jaw dropped open, and she turned to Momo. Is that an ARC 170? She demanded incredulously. It is. A Model T65B or T70? Actually, it's a T85, Momo told her, and the other girl groaned in almost SXL pleasure. And how big? 15 by 24 meters. What's all that mean? Reiko asked her classmate. The Round Table Industries ARC 170 is the best type of true 3D projection. You see the laser arrays above, below, and on either side? The lasers will cause the crystal to fluoresce, creating the picture. And the T85 has the new, thinnest and clearest version of the layered Kyber matrix, for the clearest and sharpest picture. It's every movie lover's dream, and there's only like 5 T85s in all of Japan and only a dozen T70s. Or 6 T85s, I guess. Then what are we going to watch? Kyoko asked after Setsuna finished fangirling. We have a variety of ARC 170 discs. Momo walked over and touched the wall, which slid open to reveal a shelf full of movie boxes. Or if you are fine with standard 2D movies, we can stream almost anything. All of the ladies began to call out their choices, except Ami, Yui, and of course Momo herself. The two girls form 1A catalog the requests, both for a vote and to get another point of insight into everyone's personality. If only a minor one. And Kodai was just contemplating which one she wanted. I arrived at the teacher's office, Gamer's Mind helping me calm my nerves. We had just finished our second day of midterms, and tomorrow was the start of the sports festival. We hadn't had much time to go into dungeons. The teachers had spent the last week doubling down on our normal classes and hero training both, to get us ready for this week. So after school the knights had mostly studied more and rested. I wasn't sure why Advisory Sensei had wanted to talk to me. I thought I had done well on my hero history exam. But maybe I had mixed up the multiple choice section and answered the questions out of order. All I could think of was that I must have failed and wasn't going to be allowed to participate in the festival as a result. Advisory Sensei greeted me and led me to the chair by her desk. She was wearing her normal button-down shirt and pants, along with the large, purple-tinted visor that was the source of her name. Her quirk was all vision, and if that was an exaggeration, it wasn't by much. Her visor was to limit what she saw at any given time. Otherwise it would overload her brain and give her a terrible headache. Sometimes the press mistakenly referred to her as a man, given her build and choice of dress, and because she kept her blonde hair in a short and simple style. She didn't seem to care much and just laughed it off. Now she wore a rather tense expression. All Might had wheeled his chair over next to her, but he was much more relaxed. Almost amused. "Thank you for coming, Midoriya-kun," she said when I sat down. "You are welcome, Sensei," I told her. "May I ask what this is about?" "I wanted to go over your test," she responded. "Specifically, the final question." "Okay," I nodded, happy to discuss it. "Do you remember what the question is?" "I do," I said. "Then I would like to ask you," her lips tightened, "is there a reason you didn't include their addresses?" My eyes widened in worry. And I noticed the other teachers present were all watching us. "I didn't think of that," I admitted. "Would city and state have been enough? I only know 2 of their full home addresses off the top of my head." "You memorized 2 of the home addresses of the RI-7, she pressed, sounding doubtful. "Yes," I said. "I mean everyone knows the address of Wayne Manor." I glanced around the room for confirmation. Most of the teachers didn't react, but Mike Sensei gave me a sage look and nodded his agreement. As soon as the boy looked away, Present Mick's eyes widened incredulously and he vigorously shook his head, "No." "And the address of the Kent farm is 38418 Schuster Road, Smallville, Kansas, USA, 67. Advisory Sensei held up her hand and I stopped. Was that wrong? I asked after a moment of tense silence. Midoriya-kun, she sounded exasperated. The final question was, who were the Rhode Island 7? I'm going to read you one of your classmates' answers. The Rhode Island 7 were the first professional superheroes, licensed and accredited by the U.S. government. They were Batman, Flash, Green Lantern, Hawkgirl, Manhunter, Superman, and Wonder Woman. This answer was worth 9 of the 10 points. 1 point each for naming the members of RI-7, and 1 point for their basic, historic significance. The 2 points were for additional information, the year they were founded or disbanded, a sentence on why they disbanded, listing their quirks. In this case, the 9th point was for writing their names in Romanji instead of katakana and listing them in proper English alphabetic order, which the RI-7 always insisted on to avoid any top-billing conflicts, I added. Her eyes narrowed behind the visor. You filled in the entire answer section as well as the back of the test sheet, and in writing so small I almost needed to use my quirk on it. You wrote a full paragraph about why the US government decided to sanction heroes, the test they gave them, and even the 8th person they asked to join. Arthur Curry, hero name Aquaman, I mumbled. He rejected their offer due to a difference of opinion about US naval vessels and their pollution of the oceans. Then a paragraph briefly detailing their more famous cases. Then a third, full paragraph about RI-7's involvement in the Korean reunification conflict and their stopovers in Japan on their way to and from Korea. She glanced down at the paper. Then 2 long and slightly graphic paragraphs about the 7's fight with Davis Bloom. "Hey Doomsday," I added. She glared at me and All Might shook his head, and I decided to clam up. Including how the 3 fallen members died, and why the 4 survivors decided to split up the team. Then you wrote a short paragraph on each individual member, giving their hero name, civilian name, the name of their quirk, what it did, and even some very insightful thoughts on their quirk's weaknesses and ways they could have used them better. You also gave a bit of their background before they were recruited, and what the survivors did after the RI-7 disbanded. I nodded, not sure of her point. Midoriya-kun, I assigned second years to write an essay on an important figure or group in hero history. They have a week to research and write it. If you had turned this in a reasonable font size, and properly cited, I would give you a B+. I started fidgeting again. What is it? She asked. I ran out of room, I explained. Pfweet. I glanced around at the sharp whistle, almost like an old-fashioned teapot. None of the other teachers were watching anymore. Once it was safe, Hizashi resumed virtually pounding his desk, stopping just short to avoid making noise. His head threw back in silent guffaws and tears were rolling down his cheeks. The other heroes present were also laughing as silently as they could, though not as hard as Hizashi. How do you know all of this? Advisory asked me, her anger fading so quickly that she seemed off balance. Most of it from Speed Force. You know, the autobiography of Barry Allen? The Flash? The rest from videos and some independent research. After all, the RI-7 are my favorite heroes. Kent-san even answered one of the letters I sent to his fan club. That's how I know his address. Advisory's eyes widened and she read over the first part of my answer again. Wait, are you saying you have a copy of the unredacted first printing of Speed Force? She asked quickly, before the US government forced Miss Allen to rewrite parts of it and tried to buy all the available copies? Yes, I told her. My mother found it at a second-hand store and got it for me for my 10th birthday. I guess the shop owner didn't know what he had. Presumably it was the same shop Mom got the Kung Fu manual from, the one she refused to take me to. And wasn't the one Ami had just introduced me to. Could I borrow it? Sensei asked, her voice wavering slightly. You'll promise to give it back, right? I didn't want to distrust my teacher. But there was still a $50,000 bounty on copies of the first printing. And while I didn't intend to ever sell it, I also had it nearly memorized, and might have turned it in if Mom was ever desperate for money. Of course, now that the gamer gave me both money to spare and a chance to be a hero, I was hoping I would be able to get the seemingly unaging Miss Allen to sign the book someday. Of course, she quickly assured me. Then I'll bring it with me tomorrow, and bring it to you before the sports festival starts, okay? That sounds perfect, she said in an almost dreamy tone. Then she shook her head like she was clearing her thoughts. Well, that will be all, Midoriya-kun. Thank you for your time. I look forward to your speech tomorrow. Speech? Hiya, sensei, Harley sang out at the statusy TV. She was the only one in the bar now, so she saw no need for fake decorum. Hello, Harley. The deep voice emerged, nonplussed. Is there something I can do for you? I just wanted to check if you, or the doc, or anyone else has found the girl yet, Harley answered. We have not. Shucks, Harley pouted. May I ask why this one young woman is so important? Sensei prompted. Well, when I first came to Japan, she was one the government pointed out to me, Harley remembered, some whose social standing was ruined, seemingly by her quirk. Except instead of becoming a villain, she just became one of Japan's infamous shut-ins. Hickey something. She was the perfect counterpoint for my research. Except she disappeared right after I got here. But then when I met you and you opened my eyes, I realized her quirk would just be awesome for the League. If we helped her, saved her, got revenge for her, surely she would love us. And if she didn't, you could just take her quirk and give it to me. And I could make Puddin unstoppable. That makes sense, Sensei agreed. I will put the word out to be more thorough in our attempts to find this person. The TV shut down on its own. And Harley began spinning around her bar stool rapidly. Just you wait, Minami Aiba, she told the empty room. You are going to love the League. Or else. Status changes for Midoriya Izuku. Max energy, 1425-1426. Before we get to Izuku's panic attack, Kyoka barely contained her laughter even over guild chat. Can we take a moment to appreciate that advisory sensei was going to accuse him of cheating? No, she wasn't, I protested, momentarily distracted. Yes, young Midoriya, she was, All Might said, despite assurances from myself and Aizawa-sensei, the watchful-eyed heroine advisory believed that you had found a way to cheat on her exam. So what is going to happen to Izuku? Momo sounded worried. You said that past tense, Toshinori-san, Mom pointed out. Does that mean she doesn't believe Izuku cheated anymore? Correct, All Might declared. Her conversation with young Midoriya this afternoon convinced her that he does have a knowledge of hero history at the level of a bachelor's degree. In fact, depending on the results of the finals, she may ask him to test out of the course and be her teacher's assistant instead. Maybe I wasn't supposed to tell you that. It's good that she trusts him. Ami changed the subject for both me and All Might, but I'm more curious about why Izuku is panicking about tomorrow. I have to give a speech. I tried to keep my voice calm. And didn't exactly succeed. In front of the whole school, I added, all the parents and heroes in attendance. Not to mention all the people watching on TV in not just Japan but the entire world, Ochako mused. Then quickly continued, sorry, that probably didn't help. I also apologize, Ami thought. My question was unclear. Perhaps I should say, how are you panicking? Isn't Gamer's Mind supposed to prevent that? Gamer's Mind is a combat ability, I explained. It is there to keep me steady when I'm fighting. So I don't get frightened by attacks or gore, or lose control of my temper. And it provides some protection against mental status effects, like the American villain Scarecrow or the German hero Vertigo. But it is only partially effective in other situations. Like the first day of the study group, without Gamer's Mind I probably wouldn't have been able to talk to everyone. I recall a bit of stuttering, Mikoto noted. And if you had met me too. Years ago. I remembered sadly. The dance, Ami thought quietly. But rather than being worried having to give a speech, I continued after a moment of painful recollection, I'm more worried about the fact that I don't have a speech. And I don't know if I have enough time to write one. Even if I use the pencil of solitude to double the amount of time I have. I'd bet you've seen more speeches in movies, games, and on HeroTube than anyone else I know, Kyoka said. Can't you just pick a few of those and be fit the parts together? No plagiarism, Mom and All Might said, almost in unison. I'm not saying copy them, she countered quickly and defensively. Just pick a few that say what you want to say, and be inspired by them. Like, just how mighty, Sensei is, right? All Might coughed. Over a telepathic group chat. Although, given all the old stuff Izuku likes, Tsu commented, he could probably pick something that most people wouldn't recognize. If he properly cites his sources, it's not plagiarism, Momo reminded us, then it's research or in homage. It is tempting, I answered, but I think I would rather write something of my own. Even if I do end up sounding like a fool. Maybe I could put some skill points into a speech-related skill. That sounds like a waste to me, Mikoto argued. We could help you, Ami offered. Thank you, I remarked happily, but I'm thinking of spending the rest of the night in the pencil. To get as much writing time as I can, and still get a full night's sleep. I'm going to need to be at my best tomorrow. And I don't think most of your parents would appreciate you spending the night at a boys' clubhouse. Mine wouldn't know, Ochako suggested shyly. If I tell them I'm spending the night with a mixed group of friends, Kyoka said, mostly female and with a mom chaperoning, mine wouldn't mind. And then, if we finish the speech early, we could level up a bit. But we can only go into dungeons 5 of us at once, Cassandra interrupted, so it wouldn't really be fair to the rest of you. The rest of you? Mikoto prompted sharply. Ochako isn't the only one living alone to attend UA, the American reminded us. I feel young Midoriya should tackle the speech alone, All Might said firmly, and the rest of us can hear it tomorrow. The others agreed, with varying levels of discontent. I removed everyone from my party, made sure Speed Force was in my backpack, and then dove into the pencil. Good morning, I said as smoothly as I could. I arrived early to make sure I lent my precious book to Advisory Sensei. Then our class met like normal, before we all changed into our phys ed uniforms. Ezawa Sensei, now only partly bandaged, led us to the arena. All 3 years and all 4 courses of UA students filled the floor of the arena. Principal Nizu had motioned me to the podium up front. Part of me was still wishing I had asked Mikoto or Ami to covertly take pot shots at me. I am Midoriya Izuku, representing the freshman class. On behalf of all of my fellow students and the teachers here, I would like to thank everyone watching the UA Sports Festival, both here and remotely. I trailed off from my introduction and launched into the speech proper. For the next 3 days, we students will face off in a series of contests. Events designed to help us show off what we can do, and to help us push ourselves and each other to new heights. But even though we will have to oppose our classmates and will be ranked in the end, I don't think we should consider this a competition, at least not first and foremost. Because in the end, we are all here for the same thing. To become heroes. And I don't just mean we students. Of course our teachers are guiding us on this journey. But also all of you. Many of you are our friends and family, helping us reach our dreams. And the rest of you see some promise in us. Not that we will all be the sort of heroes who fight villains or rescue people from disasters. Some of us will be the kind of heroes who invent and build devices to help save others in various ways. Some of us want to be the heroes who create businesses and charities to help those hurt by villains and disasters. And some of us may just want to be one person's hero, making sure that they have a place to live and don't have to worry about remembering to pay their bills. I glanced around and noticed that, while some people were paying close attention, others looked amused or annoyed. I decided to cut my speech short. I almost wished Kaken could have been there to yell at me to stop rambling. So we will go out there and give our best. But we must not only be strong, but also brave, fair, and kind. To show the world, we are here. We will go beyond plus. For a moment I worried. But I shouldn't have. Ultra! The student body roared with me as one. That wasn't too bad. Skill Public Speaking, LVL1, unlocked. Determination plus, well spoken. Nizu returned to the stage, a twinkle in his eyes. Now, second and third year participants, take your seats in the stands. Non-participants to your tasks. And first year participants, follow us. He was joined by Power Loader Sensei. About a third of the first years split off, but the rest of us followed. The members of the hero course classes were required to participate. So were the general course students, though the second and third years could apply for exemptions. Support courses could go either way. They could either participate to show off their devices and get to know the heroes in training better. Or they could help Samenta-sensei and Loader-sensei in constructing and maintaining the events and the arena. The business course students generally interacting with the audience. But a few chose to compete as well. The end result was that out of the 220 first-year students, about 150 followed Nizu outside. They led us out the south exit, and we almost immediately saw a giant structure. One I was sure hadn't been there this morning. It was 30 meters tall and about half a kilometer wide. It was made of concrete and had a pattern of alternating light blue and dark blue scales. Cut into the face of the wall or building there were 7 20-meter square doors, each with a number above it. "Welcome to our labyrinth," Nizu-sensei told us. "The first task for each of you is to navigate the maze and its many and varied challenges. When I say go, you must enter through one of these 7 doors and navigate the labyrinth as quickly as you can. The 44 of you who reach the exit doors in the fastest time will move on to the second round." The choice of the number was fairly obvious. Most people would expect the 40 members of the hero course to be the top finishers. Having a few more would give the other classes more of a window and incentive in knowing that it wouldn't just be us. And since it was 44 instead of 45, I suspected the second round would need an even number of finishers. The fact it was a multiple of 11 made me think that the second round might be football, either association or American. "You will have 90 minutes to finish," Nizu continued, "though I suspect you will not need it. That is the basic setup, but here are some specific rules. You must only enter through these 7 entrances and leave through the 4 exits. If you enter any other way, it will not count. And if you leave by any other means, you will be disqualified." I said the 44 fastest finishers will win. That is because it is possible to accrue time penalties. You see the blue dragon scale pattern on the outer wall and also on the floor inside? That is not just to make the maze mildly disorienting and harder to navigate. You are not allowed to damage any part of the labyrinth with that color and pattern, or the plexiglass ceiling either. The first time you do so, you will get a 30-second penalty. The second time will be a 60 seconds penalty, for a total of 90. The third penalty adds another 90 seconds, and so on. And while you might find a spot where you think it is worth it to take the hit to create a shortcut, know that any other student on the same path will be able to use that shortcut without penalty. Some of you will have picked it up, but I said that these types of walls are not to be damaged. In the interest of fairness, I am going to lay it out. There are elements of the maze that do not look like this. And you are free to do with them what you want. Break them, ignore them, or whatever else your quirk can do. Some will be shortcuts, some will be dead ends, and some will even be traps. Those traps are just some of the challenges within the labyrinth. There are also enemies to fight. There are puzzles that will test your intelligence, perception, and dexterity. Finally, and most importantly, you are not allowed to injure your fellow competitors. You can block them, delay them, trick them, interfere with them by any means available to you, so long as they are not hurt. If you hurt one of your fellow students accidentally, the first time is a 5-minute penalty. A second accident, or any intentional injury will result in immediate disqualification. Do any of you have any questions? I raised my hand. A dull yet familiar groan emerged from the loudspeakers. "Yes, Midoriya-kun?" Nizu called on me. "Any dungeoneer with his or her salt knows it is dangerous to go alone," I started. "And while you said we can hinder but not harm, I notice you didn't say anything about helping. Are we allowed to work together in the labyrinth?" That got my classmates muttering. "Each of you will be scored individually," he said slyly, "but no, there is no restriction against teaming up." I had been looking around, considering that, like us, all of the other classes were also in their UA Phys Ed uniforms. And most of us had nothing else. Mikoto didn't have any of her coins, though she had the steel zippers, and the snaps that the rain hoods attached to. But Ami had a small canteen on each hip. And some of the support corps students were borderline overloaded with gadgets. Stealing them would likely fall under the hinder but don't hurt rule. But it also wasn't heroic. And not knowing what the tools did might make them more dangerous than useful. If there are no other questions, then, on your marks. Go! Everyone else surged forwards, and a few of my friends glanced at me as I just stood there. Only 2 other people beat Todoroki-san to door number 3, before he passed through it. A sudden glacier sealed it behind him. A few people took shots at it, but all of them ultimately diverted to the other entrances. I noticed one other person appeared to not be in a hurry. A rather curvy girl with pink dreadlocks, a high-tech-looking backpack, and other doodads on her arms and legs. She snapped a pair of goggles into place. Then she gestured with her left hand, almost like sign language. She glanced back at me, frowned slightly, then jogged into door 6. "What is our representative doing?" Present Mike proclaimed. Did he not understand? Or is he so confident he doesn't care about giving the others a lead? I crouched. "Key reinforcement, strength," I whispered. Focused the energy into my legs. Used my TK to lighten myself. Focused on jump. And then I pushed off as hard as I dared. I shot straight up like a rocket. More than twice the height of the labyrinth. At my apex I slowed and looked down carefully. In the air above the labyrinth there were dozens of drones. Most of them had 4 propellers and a single camera underneath, a way to watch and transmit the event. I also picked out one that was different. It had 6 arms that ended in some form of energy thruster. 3 of the limbs had cameras, but the other 3 had single-barrel turrets. And unless I missed my guess, it was just a bit ahead of the Pinkette. I wasn't the only one planning for a bird's-eye view. Thanks to my TK, I fell more slowly. I cast my eyes along the transparent top of the maze. Looked at the paths as they merged, twisted, split, and ended. Made note of a few large rooms in the 1,500-meter-long building. Bought myself plausible deniability. Whispered, clairvoyance. I landed softly, mumbled, "Key, Q, jet set run." I rocketed at the ice wall covering the 3rd route. Drew back my arm. Asgard smash. I launched the key attack less than a millimeter before my fist hit the ice. To anyone watching me closely, it would have just looked like a bright flash when my punch landed. In reality, the ice cracked deeply first, and my impact just cleared the rest of the way through. Quest alert. The best around. Nothing's going to ever keep you down. Finish first in the UA Sports Festival, Freshman Division. Rewards. 50 points of plus ultra mitigation. Gamer gift card, 20 million yen. Guild Hall perk. Bonus objectives. First place in round 1, bonus talent. First place in round 2, 100,000 XP, party split. Failure penalties. She won't be inspired, encouraged, emboldened. Fewer offers. Accept, decline. I almost stumbled, as the alert appeared in front of my vision upon entering the labyrinth. I hit accept with annoyance and rounded the first corner. After they were inducted into the league, Stheno and Mindy were surprised when Kurogiri lifted the old ratty dartboard and hit a button behind it. A section of the wall slid up, revealing an 80-inch, 16K TV. The 2 young villainesses looked surprised at the top-of-the-line device in the broken-down pub, especially considering the ancient CRT sitting in the open at the end of the bar. When they looked at their senpai with incredulity, Harley rolled her eyes at them. We're monsters, not animals. Now all 3 women were sitting in stools, their backs up against the bar, sipping individual drinks as they watched the screen. He's a bit awkward, but it's not a bad speech, the jester commented. Are you really going to watch that? Shigaraki asked as he emerged from the back. His tone was one of disdain. Of course, Harley switched to her lecturing voice and both Stheno and Mindy instinctively sat up straighter. Know your enemy, know yourself. Especially the kids who wouldn't have given us nearly as much trouble if we knew what they could do in advance. Besides, Mindy interjected, if it's anything like the last few years, the last round is one-on-one fights. So we get to watch these little wannabe heroes kick the shit out of each other. Huh, Decay chuckled appreciatively, we have a winner. He dropped onto the stool next to Harley. He gestured, and Kurogiri set a beer on the bar for him. Are you really going to watch that? The tall, slim, blonde man asked in confusion. Then he adjusted his mask, still not used to the feel of the straps against his skull. Of course, the taller, bulkier man with the wild, reddish-brown hair barked a laugh as he answered, gotta be on the lookout for someone who might be able to put up a good fight. Plus, the kid seems interested. He hiked a thumb at the tiny girl with a bandage on her left arm, who was watching intently as the students followed the mouse thing out of the arena. Status changes for Midoriya Izuku. Health, 736, 746, 836, plus ultra penalty -100, -90. Energy, 1426, 1448. Kurogiri worried that he had made a mistake. He had positioned himself close to the top student, the natural choice. In the chaos when the principal told them to go, he merged unseen into the black laces of the boy's shoes. Now all he had to do was wait. Except this Midoriya guy was also seemingly waiting for something. The first 20-some seconds ticked off the clock. The area in front of the labyrinth was nearly empty. He even heard Present Mike, who was unsurprisingly acting as the announcer, ask what Midoriya was doing. Just when Shigaraki was about to take the risk of revealing himself, Midoriya crouched. And then jumped, higher than Shigaraki would have thought possible. The shorter kid sailed well above the top of the maze and studied it. Right? The general core student deduced silently. If anyone else sees him do it, it doesn't matter because they can't come back out to try it for themselves. A few seconds is nothing for this kind of edge. Not bad, top score. Not bad. The hitchhiker revised his opinion up even further when Midoriya smashed through the ice wall. Until the paths started meeting up, this one would have the fewest competitors. And the ice guy probably would have partly cleared the way. Looks like I picked a good horse after all, Shigaraki relaxed. I reached the first branch. One path continued straight, though it angled upwards and grew shorter. I knew that was because one of the splits from door 1 went underneath it. The other route turned left, and eventually merged with that path from door 1. I didn't even pause in turning left. My clairvoyance told me this was the shorter path overall. Also, Todoroki-san took the other path, and I didn't want to waste my energy bashing through more ice walls. 5 meters ahead the paths merged. 10 more meters and I went through another underpass. Another 10 meters and I hit a room. Most of the corridors were about 3 meters wide, except for immediately after the entrances and immediately before the exits. The room was about 8 meters square. It had another 3-meter hallway leading off the opposite wall. There were 2 students I didn't know, huddled nervously by the entrance. That's because blocking the exit was an ogre. A Western-style ogre with lumpy green-gray skin, tattered leather pants and vest, scraggly white hair, and a dumb expression in its dull, red eyes. It was about 9 meters tall and 5 wide, so it blocked the exit very well. Finally, it was carrying a large and rough wooden club. Analyze, I whispered so the other 2 wouldn't hear me. Robot ogre. Like the zero-pointer, only much, much smaller. And with a rubber coating. Level, 15. Health, 250-250. Battery, 98-100. Foam club. A better pillow than a weapon. It will still sting if swung hard enough. Durability, 108-108. Quality, 27. I didn't slow down. I launched myself at its chest, right foot leading in a classic jump kick. The thin metal armor under its rubber skin crumpled. It started to fall backwards. Just to be sure, I reached up and ripped its head off. I held it by the hair, leaking hydraulic fluid onto the front of the bot. I grabbed its shoulder with my left hand. I flipped over it. I caught the machine and set both it and its head gently on the floor, not sure if it weighed enough to crack the blue scale cement. Then I took off. Through my clairvoyance, I saw my schoolmates shift their frightened looks from the ogre to me. That didn't keep them from taking the opportunity to get out of the room. Once they did, I saw 2 panels in the wall slide open. A second ogre clomped out, picked up the damaged one, and slotted it into the second opening. A trio of older students swarmed it. I couldn't read lips like Cassandra, but I was pretty sure they were swearing at me. Then the panels slid shut and the replacement ogre picked up the club. The path turned right. I passed and ignored a section of orange wall. There was some kind of liquid behind it, and no other path. After the trap I reached another split, and this time continued forward. About 40 meters ahead, I met my next obstacle, a closed door. With a flashing, wait, sign above it. And Kendo Itsuka and Shimuka Hikari doing just that. Kendo-san, Shimuka-san. I inclined my head slightly to them. Midoriya-san, Shimuka bowed back. Kendo-san just waved. Before I could say anything else, there was a shout of anger from the far side of the door. The girl's eyes widened, not knowing what it was. But 5 seconds later, the door opened. We dashed in and it closed behind us. Just before the 2 guys from the ogre room reached us. "You have a choice." Kendo-san started reading from the placard. "There are 3 exits from this room. The right exit is slightly shorter and easier. The left path is slightly longer and much harder. And the middle path splits the..." "Hey!" I hit the button before she could finish reading. The short of it was we could take the middle path or try the puzzle. Succeed in the puzzle and the right door would open. Fail, or take too long and we'd be stuck with the left path. I selected to try the puzzle. The floor opened, and the test started to rise out of the floor. I didn't even wait. 1 to B, 2 to C, 1 to C, 3 to B, 1 to A, 2 to B, 1 to B, 4 to C, 1 to C, 2 to A, 1 to A, 3 to C, 1 to B, 2 to C, 1 to C. I set the last plate in place before it was fully exposed. There was a ding and the right door slid open. "That was pretty impressive," Midnight told her friend and host. The company Inko worked for had let the 2 women have their box suite, so their rising star could finish landing their newest mega client. If only they knew. Not really, Inko shook her head. Considering the number of video games with some version of the Towers of Hanoi, I would have to give Izuku a terrible teasing if he couldn't solve it in the fewest possible moves. "That was pretty amazing, Midoriya-san," Shimuka-san said. "Please call me Izuku," I told them both, "and not really. I can solve the Towers of Hanoi in my sleep. Literally, I've had dreams about it, and nightmares about the more complex versions. A 4-plate version is nothing." Then I glanced at her, as she and Kendo-san kept pace with me. "And I'm surprised you aren't shooting ahead," I told her. "Too many short hauls," she said. "If I can find a corridor that's 150 meters or more, I might photon jump. Anything less and it takes too much time to build up the energy." I considered that. Then told her, "Any haul that long I would expect to hold a trap. But at your speed that's probably not an issue." "Midori, Izuku-kun," Kendo-san asked, "would you be interested in teaming up with us?" "I'm fine with that," I decided, "except, well, Shimuka-san, will you promise not to photon jump out the exit as soon we see it?" Kendo-san frowned and glanced at her friend. "Even if I were willing to promise that," she said wryly, "I'd rather not team up. No offense, Izuku, but I don't want anyone thinking we were riding on your coattails." I nodded my understanding. But Kendo-san seemed to be considering her options. We reached the next junction, which had 3 branches. I turned right and gave them a small wave. Shimuka-san returned it and continued forward. Kendo-san made up her mind and followed the other young woman. Part of me regretted not warning them that that way was a sort of knot of passages that ultimately looped back on itself. The next obstacle narrowed the hull from 3 meters down to 2. The height was the whole 40 the entire way, and the trapped corridor was about 50 meters long. There were 10 broad barrel cannons along the corridor. 5 on each side, all above the 30-meter mark and no 2 in a straight line. They were all unpatterned gunmetal gray, so I could have broken them, but I didn't see the need. The cannons fired half-meter diameter ball. 3 varieties without any specific pattern. The first type of ammo was foam over rubber over a metal core. They hit hard and bounced but didn't hurt much. The second and third kind were like paintballs, except instead of paint they were either filled with a moderately sticky glue or an incredibly smelly smoke. There was no external difference between those 2. With my sped-up vision and analyze I could see which was which, but not with enough time to react. And even if I dodged the smoke bombs, they still would have filled the hall and potentially made me GG. At least I didn't have an enhanced sense of smell. So rather than dodge them, I caught them. Not with my hands, but with tactile TK. Well, some of them I did use my hands to establish contact. But most I snagged as they brushed against my arms, legs, or head. Then I moved them to my back, carrying them. When I reached the end of the hall, I slowed just long enough to stack them in the corner. There was no point in wasting them if they could be reused. I did keep 2 of the impact ball for one challenge I had spotted at the edge of my clairvoyance. That put me just past the halfway point. At least in maze distance, I was actually only 600 meters away from the wall containing the exits. After a longer section of twists, ramps, branches, and mergers, I reached the next room. It was something out of a Super Mario game. The exit was at the top of the far wall and jutted out about 5 meters. It wouldn't have been an issue for Tsu, and Todoroki-san could have just made a ramp. But for anyone who couldn't fly, cling to walls, or build, the way to reach it was platforming. They stuck out from the walls. They stood on small pillars. They were suspended by nearly invisible wires. Dozens of broad platforms. Most of them were flat, but a few were angled. I guess it might have been tough for most people. But I wasn't the gamer for nothing. RPGs may have been my mainstay, but I had still played plenty of platformers. And there was also all the time I spent plotting where Tsu should jump in Indoru. Or the same for heroes I ran into on the street. Left wall. Out to the angled pillar. Back to the wall and then the next one. 3 hanging platforms over to the right wall. Long jump back to the center. Jump skill to the last one and into the exit. Look at those moves, I heard Present Mike, despite having tried to tune him out as he frantically jumped from contestant to contestant. You can tell the top finisher has been training with a frog. Oh, it looks like Todoroki-kun is in the final stretch. Oh, but he wasn't expecting the span. I shut him out. If my clairvoyance wasn't missing anything, I only had one more challenge room and then a bit more maze navigating before I was out. I rounded the corner into the largest room I had seen yet. It was 35 meters square and actually had 3 paths leading into it, but only one exit. I was the only person in there, but I was hardly alone. Robot Chimera, Grecian. Dragon. Lion. Go. Level, 25. Health, 1500. Battery, 250. The replicated monster was 40 meters long, but more than half of that was the coiling. Dragon's neck and head it had in place of a tail. The main body was about 15 long and 10 tall and wide. Flames liked corners of the lion's mouth, while poison dripped from the dragon's fangs. When it saw me it roared. And also bleated, I guess. It charged. I should have been worried. Except I knew it was here. It wasn't waiting for me, I was waiting to meet it. The lion's head opened up, ready to spew fire on me. The first cannonball flipped over from behind my right shoulder and rolled down to my hand. I drew my arm back and fired a fastball down its throat. My aim was true, and the orb was lodged just past its jaws. The outer layer of squishy foam formed a tight seal. And it was also flame retardant, to prevent anyone with a fire quirk from causing a major issue if they reached the cannon trap. It couldn't choke, being a machine. But the fire was stopped and it looked like the inside was starting to heat up. The dragon head slithered out at me independently. It launched at me, fangs first. The poison wasn't lethal, but it would knock me out for a few minutes. With a hiss, the fangs sunk in. To the second cannonball I had kept with me. For a moment, it looked like the machine's eyes blinked incredulously. At least to me it did. Then it started flailing around, trying to dislodge the ball. I kicked the dragon away, into the side of the goat head. Then I dashed ahead. I didn't need to waste time fighting it. I reached the exit, turned at the next branch into a long, dark tunnel. Even though there was no light, I didn't need it any more than I did to see Hagakure-chan. I accelerated. Other than a few more turns, it should be a straight shot to the. And we have our first finisher, Present Mike announced, with 1 penalty and an overall time of 19 minutes, 27 seconds. Currently in first place is Todoroki Shoda of Class 1A. Drive 4, I mumbled in response. There it is. Faster. 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 Second finisher is Midoriya Izuku, Mike proclaimed, and with no penalties his total time is 17 minutes, 48 seconds. New first place. How? The panting Todoroki growled. Then I noticed Principal Nizu was waiting for us. He did start more than a minute after you did, the mouse dog explained. I never said the timer started when I said go. I did say it was how fast you navigated the labyrinth. Then suddenly something shot off my shoes, and there was a living shadow standing next to me. But not the living shadow I was familiar with. Interesting, Aizawa-sensei said, It appears Midoriya had a passenger. So now in second place with a time of 17 minutes, 49 seconds we have Kuwaro Shirhai of Class 1D. Why am I a second slower? Kuwaro-san asked carefully. You were on his shoes, Nizu-sensei offered. Because of the drag of the broken ice, his body entered the labyrinth more or less vertically. But his head broke the plane of the exit before his feet did. Really, it is about a quarter of a second difference, but that puts you up into the next full second category. Fine, he didn't actually seem too upset. Unlike my fuming classmate, Todoroki-san was mostly covering it, but I could tell he was not pleased. Wow! Mike shouted, not for the first time, we have our fourth finisher and new third place. From support class 1H and with a time of 19 minutes even, Hatsum Mei. For just a moment, Todoroki's mouth hung open. Then he forcibly closed it and tried to look emotionless. Panting harder than either of us, Hatsum-san pulled off her goggles and wiped her brow. Then the unique drone flew down and docked with her backpack. Good job, D-Cube, she patted the device. Number 5 out, and taking 4th place, Misaka Mikoto, at 1924. And not knocking out our first finisher, Azui Tsu finishes with a time of 1931. Seeing some of you slowing down, Aizawa-sensei cut in more loudly than normal, there is something Principal Nizu failed to mention. Then he said softly but sharply, even after lecturing me more than once recently about failing to keep my class informed. Returning to his louder voice, he continued, and that is that the sports festival is not small portion of your total grade. So it is not in your best interest to slow down just because you don't think you won't make the second round. I'm not saying you will automatically fail if you don't finish the labyrinth in time. You will each be graded individually by how hard and smart you worked, with consideration for how well or badly your quirk worked in the event. What I am saying is that anyone who does finish will get no lower than AC. So, plus ultra I guess. Well, Nizu seemed slightly embarrassed at the oversight and being called out. Those of you moving on to the second round can return to the locker room. Have a snack and get some rest until time runs out. Just be sure to change into your swimwear before the second round begins. We all blinked at that, including Ami, Kendo-san, and Shimuka-san, who had all finished while Aizawa-sensei was talking about grading. And I saw Ida-san racing down the same exit hall I had used. As we started to head for the lockers, Todoroki-san stepped up beside me. I would like to have a word with you, he said softly, and then walked away from the entrance to the arena, into the foliage. Curious and slightly worried, I followed. Tsu met my eyes with a look of concern, but I shook my head. I probably better go get ready for the second event, Namuri told Inko regretfully. I will be back after it is done. She stood, letting her fingers trail familiarly across the back of the greenette's hand as she left. I know your secret, he said as soon as we were alone. Gamer's mind arced down my spine again, but I was already braced. Which one? I shot back, trying not to let him get the upper hand. I know you are the secret love child of All Might. I almost collapsed in relief. I chuckled weakly at the ridiculous claim. What do you mean? I shook my head. I'm not even related to All Might, more or less his son. I wouldn't expect you to admit it, he said, but the evidence is there. I frowned nervously. Even if it wasn't true, if he had some kind of evidence, then others might come to the same conclusion. What evidence? I pressed. The year you started attending UA is the same year All Might started teaching there, he answered. My frown turned from nervous to dubious. Almost 3,500 people took the entrance exam this year, and All Might's position at UA was certainly in place before that. So why me and not any of the thousands of others? Also, what if I had failed and not gotten into UA? Why you? Out of all the first-year students, your parents were the only ones to get a divorce in the year leading up to this. Divorce rates in Japan had always been below average, and had fallen further since the rise of quirks. They weren't so low that it didn't stand out being the only family in 220. But at the same time, that didn't take into account any families that may have split up longer ago. Or, more importantly, the real reason Mom decided to end it. I didn't say anything, which he took as a cue to continue. You have also been spending a large amount of time with All Might, he added. It isn't just me, I countered softly. Most importantly, you have the same quirk as your grandfather, he told me. I looked at him in confusion. One of my grandfathers doesn't have a quirk, and the other has fire sustaining. I meant your real grandfather, he sounded slightly annoyed. You have tactile telekinesis, the same as Superman. I boggled at him openly, barely keeping my jaw from hanging open. You believe that old rumor? There was an old but somewhat persistent theory that All Might was the illegitimate son of Clark Kent. It started with the fact that All Might's real name and quirk were both secret. Supposedly this was because if it was known that his family name was Kent and he had tactile TK or a variant, then Superman's surviving rogues gallery would have tried to kill young All Might. That or Lois Kent would have tried to kill her husband. The second part was that, even though All Might's birthday wasn't known, it was possible to work back from the year he graduated UA. Which was right around the time the Rhode Island 7 had come to help Captain Korea liberate what was then still a separate North Korea from the heads of Tiamat. To hide their reason for being in Asia, the RI-7 had spent a few months in Japan, helping the government set up Japan's hero system and working with the Tokyo PD to get used to having heroes help. Then, after the war in Korea ended, Superman, Batman, and Hawkgirl spent a few more months in Japan, providing guidance, and in Superman's case, physical labor, in setting up the very school I was currently attending. Therefore Superman, in theory, had multiple chances and plenty of time to have fathered All Might. The third reason some people claimed Superman was All Might's father was because All Might chose to go to school in the United States. Never mind that he went to California. And the closest All Might ever was to Kansas was the time All Might helped save Chicago from an out-of-control tornado robot. The believers would counter that All Might and Superman were fast enough that they could have easily met in Las Vegas for some father-son bonding, without anyone noticing they were missing. Ironically, there was an accidental shred of truth to the rumor. All Might did keep his secrets in part because of a legacy villain. And said villain was the reason he was sent to the US. But I couldn't tell Todoroki-san any of that. Assuming this was true, about me and All Might or about All Might and Superman, I said weakly, which, for the record, I categorically deny. Why tell me? My father has an intense, if one-sided, rivalry with yours, Todoroki-san said darkly, one that for years he has been trying to force on me. To make me do what he cannot. And I want nothing to do with it. He looked at me intently. I am telling you that I know, because I don't want you to misunderstand. I'm going to take you down. Be the top of the class. But it has nothing to do with Endeavor or All Might. This is only about you and me. I thought about what he said about his father. And how he said it. A powerful resentment and a depth of emotion he rarely showed. Is that why you don't use your fire? I asked gently. Todoroki-san grimaced. Then he turned and strode away. I gave him enough time to get clear, and then I headed to the locker room. Status changes for Midoriya Izuku. Max health, 736, 747, 837. Plus ultra penalty minus 100, minus 90. As I walked out of the woods, the confusion, worry, and mild amusement I had felt listening to Todoroki-san melted away. By the time I reached the entrance to the locker room, I was feeling something else. I was angry, fuming, and barely keeping myself from stamping. Because what hadn't occurred to me during his initial accusation and so-called evidence was that Todoroki Shudo had basically claimed that my mom had cheated on my dad. I had no great love for my dad. Midoriya Hisashi had given me half my DNA, my family name, and very little else. Before he returned for Kaken's funeral, I hadn't seen him in 6 years. The only reason I recognized him was a couple of photos that had still been around our apartment. He had barely said a dozen words to me while he was there, and left without saying goodbye. Frankly, I hated the way he had treated Mom, and wouldn't have blamed her if she had cheated while he was in the States. But all of that was long after I was born. And I know my mom was no saint. She liked wine a bit too much, though part of that was her guilt over me. And her unwillingness to support my dream of being a hero still stung, even though that had changed since I gained my power. Even though I understood her desire to protect me on an intellectual level. But I knew Mom was a good and honest person and would never do that. And I also believed that Todoroki-san hadn't realized what he was implying. He thought he saw a connection between me and All Might. He didn't want to be like his father. He was forcing himself to come up with a reason how Endeavor's one-sided rivalry with All Might was different and unconnected from his feelings of rivalry towards me. I had to believe that. Otherwise, I might have popped him in the nose. Though I didn't get the chance. As I entered the locker room, Ida-san was leaving. He saw my expression and turned back. "Is everything okay, Midoriya-san?" he asked. "You look troubled." "Yeah, it's nothing," I sighed. "It doesn't seem like nothing," he argued, "and as class representative, it is my duty to help a classmate in need." "It's really nothing," I reiterated. He continued to look at me, so I relented. "I just heard someone say a very mean rumor about my family, particularly my mom. And I'm upset. I don't even think it was intentional, but it still set me off." "I believe I can relate," he said, far less stiffly than normal. "I frequently see tabloids saying terrible things about my brother. Just last week, one of them claimed he was dating 3 of his sidekicks at once. My first thought was, is that so bad? Before I said it, I realized for most people it would be. I reminded myself that it also depended on what sort of relationship the rag said that the 4 of them had. Then I recognized that I was thinking if they were all open and honest about it, it wasn't an issue. I hadn't realized my opinion on the subject had reached that conclusion. And now I wasn't thinking about Todoroki-san. "How do you deal with it?" I asked him, to keep the conversation alive. "To distract myself. Mostly ignore it, that best I can," he admitted, "since the law now requires them to declare themselves as entertainment magazines, rather than news sources. They can print whatever they want and we have little legal recourse. Like fanfiction sites, except everyone knows those aren't real. So I just do my best to laugh off the absurd and harmless ones, and not let the rest bother me. Fortunately, our father taught both Tensei and I that there is little you can do about what people say, and less about what they think." I nodded. "Thanks, Ida-kun. You should hurry and change," he told me. 39 of the slots are filled. And you look like you could use the remaining 50-some minutes to sit and rest before the next round." I bobbed my head at him again, and headed to my locker. "Emochan, can I talk to you for a moment?" Ami asked softly. "Alone?" The blonde tensed. But she nodded. Ami walked into the girls' shower, and turned on the 3 nearest the entrance, before moving to the back. Mordred followed. She also turned on one of the showers. She began to gently lather herself and her swimsuit. Then she glanced over at Ami. Though she had already cleaned up, the hydrokinetic followed suit, so it wouldn't look suspicious. "I know who you are," the bluette finally said. Mordred tensed, but continued showering, "or I should say, I know who you were. And who your mother is. And your 3 grandparents." "How?" Emochan asked in a harsh whisper. "I've been looking into Pendragon Uther for other reasons. What you said sounded familiar. So when I looked a bit more, I found the rest." "So what are you going to do?" Emochan asked sharply. "Nothing." Ami shook her head quickly. Mordred asked dubiously, "Then why tell me?" "Mostly because I felt bad about digging into your past. Sometimes if there is a mystery in front of me, I can't help it. I thought it was only fair that you knew that I know. But also, to let you know that there is someone you can talk to." Emochan blinked and then demanded, "You're not disgusted? You don't hate me?" Ami shook her head no, again, but this time more gently. "It is like Momo said," Ami told Emochan, "what your mother did was wrong. But that is on her. Not on your father or on you. You may be a bit temperamental and sharp-tongued, but you are a good person. I consider you a friend, and hope you feel the same." Ami couldn't tell if the water running down Emochan's face was from the shower or not. Mordred herself was unsure as well. "Even if I'm after your guy?" Emochan shot back jokingly, wiping her eyes. Ami studied her thoughtfully, and Emochan waved her hand nervously. "That's a joke," the blonde declared, "just a joke." "I'm not sure I believe that," Ami told her. "If I don't want to be like my namesake," Emochan sighed, "I'm certainly not going to go after a guy who is already taken. Not when 2 of my friends are in line in front of me. And what if it wasn't a line? More like some sort of polygon with a yet undetermined number of sides. What does that mean? Emochan pursed her lips in confused. Given your father and grandfather, you seem a bit slow on the uptake, Ami teased fondly. Emochan's eyes widened. Inventory, I whispered. I went into the store, and with the money that I was not personally saving for the guild hall, bought 2 stamina-restoring potions. I had been expecting brightly colored concoctions in glass bottles. Instead, they looked like energy drinks, the kind that were a single swallow in a tiny plastic slug with a garish wrapper. Except these didn't have any ingredients, nutrition labels, or PMDA warnings. I broke the seals and downed them both. They tasted better than I expected, and I felt an immediate surge as my energy jumped 120 points. I would still meditate and grab a snack and drink from the stuff in the waiting room. But the potions were immediate and guaranteed. I wanted to buy them for all the nights. Except that wasn't fair to everyone else participating. I could rationalize it for myself as part of my power. But to share with my friends and not the others just wasn't fair. Also, Ochako would have been angry at me for spending that much money on her. I slipped into my trunks, folded my gym uniform, set it inside, and locked my locker. Then I headed back out to the waiting area. It was more comfortable than I would have expected for a high school or even a high-end gym. A buffet was stocked with fruits, granola, the scoopable kind, not bars, yogurt, and various juices and sports drinks. There were enough plush and slightly reclined couches for 60 people. And a number of TVs on the wall showed various sections of interest in the maze, as the remaining participants pressed on. Despite the number Ida-kun gave, there were only 30 people waiting when I got there. Kendo-san wasn't there yet, despite having finished early. Todoroki-san either. I wasn't sure if they were embarrassed to be seen in their swimsuits, or had other reasons to delay. I recognized most them as members of 1A and 1B. But in addition to my shadowy hitchhiker and the pinkette Hatsum-san, who was in her swimsuit but still wore her backpack, gauntlets, boots, and goggles, there was also a taller, slender boy with spiky purple hair and deadish eyes. A fourth person I didn't recognize, a black-haired girl talking to Mikoto. The electrokinetic was blushing slightly and trying to conceal herself. The other girl was fairly tall, only Momo was taller. And also fairly curvy, though again not up to the level of Momo. Her hair was also fairly long and she had no bangs in front. Like Boa Hancock from One Piece, only shorter both on the sides and in the back. But most interestingly, she was carrying a large, folding fan. It was then I noticed Mikoto had a band around her upper left arm with a dozen of her discs attached. Is she a friend of yours? Asked when the two split up and Mikoto walked over to me. And Sue and Ami, who had also come over after seeing me. The fangirl walked over to the shadow, Kuwaro-san, and began to talk to him. I couldn't make out what they were saying, but her pose and the fragments of her voice were confident. Even haughty. And Kuwaro-san looked unhappy. Konga Mitsuko, Mikoto answered, not a friend, but a fellow classmate from Tokuwadai. I remember, I said, you said something about not having many friends there. Right? She grimaced slightly. Sorry. No, it's okay, she said. I guess after Kuroko, Konga-san was the next closest thing I had to a real friend. She was more of a rival, but unlike all my other, more self-proclaimed rivals, she wasn't a beach about it. She didn't use her clique against me. And she was actually good enough with her quirk to give me a challenge. She's a little stuck up, but not as much as she seems. And she a pretty good person. We never hung out at the movies or the arcade, but she was better to be around than most of my classmates. If she was that good, Sue pondered, why isn't she in the hero course? Bad luck and poor planning, Mikoto smiled sadly. Her quirk, Arrow Hand, lets her control wind. But if there is no wind, she can't do anything. She's like a demigod during a tornado, and powerless on a calm day. That fan is her support item, so she can get some air moving to work with. But she forgot to register it for the practical exam. The weather was very mild that day, Ami recalled. And the walls around the training areas didn't help either. Mikoto nodded. She was able to find a half of a caution sign to wave around, but it was a bit heavy and by that point it was too late. So she ended up in 1D instead. She is looking to move up, I realized, Definitely someone to watch out for. We should probably sit down and get some rest before the next round. As I moved to sit, I saw Ojiro-san hanging around the door to the lounge. And he had changed into his regular uniform, not his swimsuit. When he saw that I noticed him, he looked at me and inclined his head to indicate I should come over. "I'll be back in a minute," I told them, and then walked as subtly as I could to the door. I exited the waiting room. My tailed classmate looked relieved and came over. "Midoriya-san," he greeted me. "Ojiro-san," I returned it, then stated the obvious, "You didn't make it." "No," he shook his head, "I got 61st and Hagakure got 62nd. That's why I wanted to talk to someone." I frowned, and inclined my head for him to continue. "Which way should we go?" Hagakure asked. Ojiro looked down both corridors. The north one curved almost immediately, and as they were looking, another student emerged from around the bend. He was noticeably taller than Ojiro or Hagakure, with a wild mop of purple hair. He mumbled. "I guess the paths met up." Then the other boy's eyes narrowed slightly. "I don't suppose you two would be interested in maybe teaming up with me?" "Sorry," Ojiro started to say. Then his eyes glossed over and he continued, "Sure sounds good." "What about you?" the other boy addressed the invisible girl. "Is it okay?" "Yeah, why not?" Hagakure said, her voice vapid and hollow. "Great," the taller boy said. "I'm Shinso Hitoshi from 1C. It felt weird, suddenly changing my mind like that, Ojiro-san told me, but to be fair, Shinso-san was instrumental in solving 2 of the puzzles. But after we got past the Hydra boss, he asked us how we were doing. We said we were okay, but after that he told us we looked tired and we should sit down and rest for 5 or 6 minutes. He clenched a fist and lightly hit the wall. And we did. We just sat there and watched other people pass us. Some of them gave us weird looks, but most didn't even pause. Then like a timer went off, we suddenly came back to ourselves, and wondered what we were doing. We hurried out but it was already too late. Ojiro-san looked at me. I'm not sure what he did or how. But he did something to us. It was allowed by the rules, so I can't complain too much. But I wanted to make sure our class knew to be careful around that guy. "Okay, thanks," I said. "I'll try to let everyone know." After telling the Knights over chat, and Ida-kun as class rep, I sat on one of the couches and started meditating. A few minutes later Tsu and Ochako returned. Tsu sat on my left and Ochako on my right. Ami and Mikoto took the sofa next to us, and Emochan joined them. We didn't talk. Or at least I didn't, focusing on recovering my energy. The girls chatted softly, but I didn't listen. Finally the first round ended. Present Mike informed everyone still in the maze to follow the moving arrows to the exits, and that those of us waiting should come to the arena floor. I opened my eyes and looked around. Ojiro and Hagakure were the only ones missing from 1A. Similarly, most of 1B was there, except for Minomanito. There were 3 additional boys I didn't recognize. They didn't seem to be socializing with each other, or with anyone else. I wasn't sure if they were general, support, or business class students. We all walked out into the arena, which was vastly different from this morning. The western third was a mass of clean, warm, white sand. The eastern third was submerged under about a meter of water. And the central third was wet, packed sand sloping down to the water. It was a beach. They turned the concrete floor of the arena into a beach. In less than 2 hours. At least now I knew why we were in swimsuits. And we weren't the only ones. Waiting for us atop a lifeguard's chair, in one of the skimpiest bikinis I had seen in real life, sat Miss Midnight. "Welcome to the second event, my lovely ladies and studly gentlemen," she purred down at us. "I believe most of you are familiar with the basics of this event. But for those of you who might not be, as well as for all the special rules, I'm going to over it from the beginning." She looked at Cassandra and Tsunotori-san for a moment, then at me. "The second event for the UA Sports Festival will be a cavalry battle. After I finish going over the rules, you will have to split into 11 teams of 4. You have 5 minutes, and at the end of the 5 minutes, if any of you are not in full teams, I will decide for you. And it may not be in the way you are expecting. After that, each team will have another 5 minutes to talk about strategy while we print up your headbands. For those of you not familiar with the cavalry battle, normally it has 3 people acting as mounts, carrying a 4th person who is the rider. The rider has a headband, and teams try to steal each other's headbands, or get another team down either by making the rider touch the ground or by splitting up members of a team. In a normal cavalry battle, any team that loses their headband or is down is out. But the mounts are not allowed to touch other teams with their hands. Neither of those rules apply here, but I'll get to that in a moment. So first difference is the formation. Rather than 3 mounts and 1 rider, you can have any formation you want, so long as there is at least 1 mount and 1 rider, and everyone stays in contact. You can do 2 mounts and 2 riders. Heck, make a totem pole if you want. Second is that if a team is down, they are not out. They must drop any headbands that are not around a rider's head, plus 1 headband of choice that a rider is wearing. Then the team can return to the starting area, mount up, and resume competing. And a team isn't out if they lose their headband either. Try to get it back or try to take another team's headband. Any headband you take must be passed to a rider and they must put it on. If this isn't done within 20 seconds, that's a down for your team. So no dilly-dallying or just having a mount hold the headband in their tight, meaty fist. So some of you might be wondering how you win if teams are not eliminated. Some of you might have figured out. But here's the most important rule. Each headband will have a number of points printed on it. Each of you will be assigned a number of points, based on the order in which you finished, and your team's headband will be worth the total of all members' points. The event will go for 15 minutes. And at the end, the 4 teams with the highest point totals will advance to the final round. I realize there must be some trick there. Otherwise, why not tell us the points up front? And that's it. Slam your tight young bodies into each other, steal other teams' headbands, and aim for the highest score. Oh, and it should go without saying, but you are allowed to use your quirks. But you are not allowed to injure other teams. Do it accidentally, and it's a down for your team. Do it intentionally, and your team will be out. But since this is a full contact sport, I will be somewhat lenient with what counts as injuring someone, and what counts as an intentional foul. Any questions? She concluded, looking at me again. But so is everyone else. Ami raised her hand first. Yes, Mizuno-chan? Midnight Sensei prompted. So we can't separate from our team? Even intentionally? Ami asked, isn't that unfair to certain quirks? Like if someone had a flight or teleportation quirk. The hydrokinetic looked very deliberately as Tokage-san, the girl who could split up her body and float the parts around. Which would have been a great power for this, if it wasn't for the limitation. But I already had another plan forming, and had taken her bara Nomi into account. Midnight shut off her microphone, and had one hand up to her ear. She was talking rapidly. Cassandra smiled, amused by whatever she was reading. Okay, good point, our art teacher admitted. So, here is the change. 1, and only 1 rider can deliberately split off from the rest of their team. However, they must not touch the ground while separated. They can't put on any headbands taken while separated, and any and all time separated counts towards the 20 seconds to secure a headband rule. So pop over to another team and take their headband within 20 seconds, that's fine. Yes, Midoriya-kun? I had raised my hand when she was winding down and asked, well, first I guess, is what happens if there are not exactly 4 highest scoring teams at the end? Like if there are 5 teams, due to a tie? Or 2 teams manage to get all 11 headbands? Mikoto mouthed first, and rolled her eyes. But Tsu and Ochako suppressed chuckles. Those 2 were standing pretty close to each other, but distant from me. In the event of a tie for 4th, Midnight Sensei smirked, apparently expecting my question. I will decide which team or teams in that place advance. There is not set criteria, but I will be considering how long each team held onto their original headband, how many headbands they stole, and what their highest point total over the course of the game was. And what if headbands become invalid? I asked. Become invalid? Midnight Sensei parroted. What if one gets dropped and buried in the sand? I explained, gets sealed in ice, tape, or glue so no one can put in around their head. Gets burned, melted, cut to pieces, or torn apart. Or even just slips out of someone's grasp and gets blown out of the arena by an explosion or a gust of wind. That's comprehensive, Kodai-san noted. Not really, I countered softly. I mean, she could shrink one to the size of a ring. Momo could form a titanium block around a headband. Komori-san could grow a mushroom around one. Koda-san could have a bird grab one, only for something to scare the bird and make it fly away with the headband. Or Tsu could coat headbands in her oil, paralyzing anyone else who tried to grab or wear them. Well, if a headband gets buried, you'll just have to find it, Midnight Sensei told me. But if one actually becomes unusable or is taken out of bounds, we will print a new one, and the team that last controlled it will have 1 minute to fetch it from a starting area. After that, it is fair game. Of course, if any team deliberately destroys a headband or sends one out of bounds, that will also be a down for that team. Anything else? Just to make sure I have this right, I checked. The conditions for a down are all team members touching the ground. The 4 team members not being in contact, except when a rider deliberately separated for less than 20 seconds. Accidentally injuring another participant. Deliberately doing anything to make a headband invalid or unusable. She nodded. And the penalty for a down is to drop all headbands that are not worn by a rider, plus one that is. And the team must return to the starting area to remount and resume competing. Yup, she confirmed. And I assume that if a team is down, they are off limits? I realized, if they can't do anything back, we can't try to steal any headbands they have left while they are on their way to the starting boxes, right? Or interfere with them getting there. That's right, she agreed. I want to see a fair game out there. Does anyone have any more questions? She asked, sounding a bit exasperated. I shook my head no. And no one else said anything. Great. 5 minutes to form your team starts. Now. I turned and noticed one thing straight away. Tsu, Momo, Ochako, and Jairu were clumped together, and they all looked at me regretfully. The same for Ami, Cassandra, Mikoto, and Emochan. Though Ami and Cassandra wouldn't even meet my eyes, and Emochan and Mikoto looked more amused than sorry. I didn't mind. It was strategy. And they also wanted to stand out on their own. Besides, none of them was my first pick either. Though Mikoto, or maybe Ami, would have worked for the second person in my plan. Hatsum-san, I hurried over to the Pinkette Gadgeteer. No one else had approached her. In fact, one of the boys I didn't recognize was actively backing away from her. Oh hey number 1-san, she blinked in surprise. Sorry, I bowed. I'm Midoriya Izuku. I was wondering if you would like to team up with me. She blinked again. Then she grinned and said, sure. All eyes will be on number 1-san. So it will be a great way to show off my babies. Babies? I queried in confusion. And maybe a bit of nervousness. Yup, my babies, she said, her cadence. Unique, like stabilizing saws and charge station. She patted her heavy boots and backpack affectionately in turn. I guess, babies, was how she referred to her gadgets. If she actually created them, it made an odd sense. Then I saw something else, and my eyes widened. Great, I'll be back in just a second. I darted over to the second person I hoped to recruit. Shimuka-san looked surprised when I ran up to her. You want me on your team, Midoriya-san? She asked before I could. I do, and please call me Izuku, I confirmed. I feel like I owe you for letting you and Kendo-san take that dead end. But if you still aren't interested, I still think I should warn you. Shinso-san was walking over with Kendo-san and Tetsu-san. He frowned at me. And Shimuka-san frowned at him. Why are they? She asked. His quirk seems to involve mental manipulation, I told her. He used it on the 2 members of 1A that didn't make it. I didn't name them in case she didn't remember all of us. I can't say for sure he used it on Kendo-san and Tetsu-san, I continued, but just in case. You know what? She shuddered. I think I will join your team, Izuku. Do you want to try to save them? I asked as we turned to head back to Hatsum-san. I do, she said, but at the same time, we are rivals at the sports festival, not heroes fighting a villain. And considering how fast the groups are forming, they might end up with him anyway. I sighed. Her line of reasoning was fairly close to mine. We reached Hatsum and I introduced the ladies. Then I saw my final recruit. I wasn't too surprised that he was still alone. I told my teammates I would be back. "San," I called out to him as I got close. He turned and gave me a simple wave. "Do you have a team yet?" I asked, not wanting to assume. "I do not," he said, a hint of defeat in his voice. "That is probably because no one can keep up with you," I suggested earnestly. "They'd have to force you to go at their pace. Even I'm not as fast as you are. But if you can go at my pace, we will still be the fastest mounts out there." He glanced at me wryly and prompted, "What do you have in mind?" "Let's go over to the girls and we can talk." "Okay, now that you all have teams, you can start to talk strategy," Midnight Sensei informed us, "or continue to talk for most of you. But make sure to take a second to look up at the board." At her declaration, the giant screen above the arena lit up. It had the name, class, finishing order, and a picture of each participant in this round. As we watched, a blank column labeled points began to fill in from last to first. The 44th finisher was worth 5 points. 43rd was 10. 42nd had a value of 15. And so on. Right up to Tsu at number 6, who was worth 195 points. That was where it changed. Number 5, Todoroki Shudo, won 250 points. Number 4, Misaka Miko, won 500 points. Number 3, Hatsum, won 1,000 points. Number 2, Kuroro Shihai, won 2,500 points. Number 1, Midoriya Izuku, won 10,000 points. It only took me a moment to calculate that everyone else, combined, was only worth 8,150 points. That meant regardless of who I teamed up with, whichever team ended up with my 10k points would automatically take first. It wouldn't be immediately obvious to anyone who didn't to the math. But it was still enough to make me, and thus my team, the biggest target. In the end, with 4 top 10 finishers, our headband would be worth 11,360 points. Perfect, I grinned in triumph, to my teammates' surprise. Then I whispered my plan to them and they started to smile as well. Status changes for Midoriya Izuku. Skills. Meditation, WI 1416. Active quests. Save the symbol of peace. The best around, bonus 1 to complete. "So this plan," Ida-kun looked at me, "are you thinking about getting one other headband and then intentionally down us? Then, if we do not resume play, we will be untouchable and guaranteed to make it to the 3rd round." "Guaranteed first place," I confirmed. He and Shimuka-san looked surprised, but Hatsum-san just nodded. "Really?" Shimuka-san asked. "I am the golden snitch," I said sadly. "I'm worth more points than everyone else combined." "What's a golden snidget?" Hatsum-san frowned in confusion. "Is that correct?" Ida-kun prompted. "It's basic math," Hatsum-san countered dismissively, which prevented me from having to explain about Harry Potter. "But so quickly," he protested. "It's a simple sum of 1 to n progression," I said, "plus the top 5 accept me. I memorized the formula in grade school." It wasn't that difficult of a formula, and in this case the extra multiplication by 5 made it a bit easier. But those two again looked at me in amazement. "It comes up a lot in games," I said defensively, "either in puzzles, or in XP or skill progressions." Then I returned to the original topic. I considered that exploit. And I guess if everyone else wants to go that route, I'm okay with it. But personally I have 3 reasons I don't want to do it. Maybe 3.5. "Why not?" Shimuka-san studied me as she asked that. "First, because this is the UA Sports Festival. Our first one. It is supposed to be our chance to show the world who we are and what we can do. And while I don't think playing smart is a bad thing, I think that route would make us look cowardly, and maybe villainous is a bad idea. Also, we wouldn't have as much of a chance to show off our abilities." "And my babies," Hatsum-san interjected forcefully. I nodded and continued. "And the half reason is that if everyone tried to do that, it would be pretty boring for the audience. The second reason is that I would wager that if we did it, Midnight Sensei would restart the whole battle with a new patch to prevent it. At which point we wouldn't be able to use that plan, and we would be even more of a target." I frowned and said, and the last thing is that I don't like that kind of exploit. Ida-kun looked at me dubiously. You are thinking of the first time we did lions and gazelles? I asked. He inclined his head. That was different, I pointed out. The lions could still tag gazelles, or avoid them. You and Cassandra both made it through your rounds as lions without getting pushed out of bounds. And it made most of the rounds short, so we got through a whole set with the broken rule quickly, and then All Might changed it. This cavalry battle is only supposed to be 1 round in the first place. And since down teams can't go after active ones or vice versa, there is little either side can do. Frankly, I finished, unless you all do want to try that, I was thinking of going over to Midnight Sensei and telling her about it. Let's not do that, Shimuka-san said, no sense annoying any other team that might have the same idea. Especially when we're already the main target. But I don't want to do that. Like you said, we are here to show off our quirks and our skills. Not that we are so smart that we don't have to do anything. Yup, my babies need to go out there and shine. I apologize, Midoriya-san. Ida-kun bowed, not quite to 90 degrees. In that case, what is your plan? Well, I scratched my head, it is somewhat similar but more fair. And I'm not sure it is the best plan. If anyone has any other ideas to improve it, like things I don't know about your quirks, or about Hatsume's babies, just let me know. Also, call me Izuku, it's shorter and I'm not really used to being called by my family name. And no need to use honorifics, either. Right? I'm just Mei. All of my family are Hatsume, so it's confusing. And it's shorter too. I suppose you can just call me Hikari for now, the photokinetic shrugged. I get that even a second shouting to your teammate can be a matter of victory or defeat. Ida-kun didn't make the offer. I wasn't surprised, given his personality. And the shorter argument didn't hold up for his names. To start at the literal base, I was thinking Ida-kun and I would be mounts. I told them, I would hold my arms back, he would grab them, and you two would sit on there. Won't we weigh you down? Mei asked indelicately. Hikari blushed a little. I held out a hand to Mei, and she took it. I turned my hand up while leaving my arms straight. That alone was enough to lift her feet almost a dozen centimeters off the ground. Her body was rigid. With my tactile TK, as long as we are in contact, I can carry you without using my muscles, I said. Okay, she said appreciatively. That also is our first secret weapon, I continued, because most of them won't automatically suspect that Ida-kun can let go of one of my arms to go after them. The natural assumption would be that doing so would dump the two of you on the ground. All 3 of them started to smile. As for the main plan, I guess I need to ask you something first, Mei. What's that? She looked at me intently. Your drone. I asked tentatively, it won't be unbalanced by a few dozen grams of trailing cloth, will it? Nope, she grinned brightly. Each of the turrets has an independent ammo supply and there is a chance one will run out first. D-Cube has 3 layers of auto-balancing routines. One strut could have almost a kilo of extra weight before it will throw her off. And would you be upset if it got attacked? And possibly damaged? I prompted. Given how she called them babies, I wondered just how attached she was to them. Her eyes widened and she asked anxiously, can you really make that happen? Huh. I grunted. Ida-kun and Hikari also looked surprised. I've been trying for weeks to test her under live fire conditions. Mei bobbed her head, but Majima-sensei keeps stopping me from attacking the hero course combat classes. He keeps saying it will be trouble. You want your baby to be attacked? Ida seemed explicably confused. Of course, Mei said brightly. Then she frowned and said, well, yes and no. Of course I don't want her to be destroyed. But D-Cube is a rough and tumble girl designed for war zones or villain battles. Danger isn't her middle name for nothing. So better to test her armor and countermeasures in something like this, not in a real life or death fight. You want to tie the headband to the drone and have it fly out of range, Ida-kun deduced. Yes, I confirmed, as long as it stays within the walls of the arena, the headband will be considered live. Mei squeaked. She pulled down her goggles and started typing on what I guessed was a virtual keyboard. And I would bet that Mikoto could shoot it down. Or Hikari if she wasn't on our team. The photokinetic gave me a sly look. Todoroki-san and Komori-san can create platforms to reach it and hem it in. Koda-san can have birds attack it or just snatch the headband. And those are just off the top of my head. So similar to making it safe but out of play, he mused, but as you said, also more fair. Right? I agreed. So my basic plan is that Mei flies her drone around, trying to keep it away from everyone. Hikari also keeps an eye out for anyone who goes after it. You can laser them if it is safe, or just flash a bright light at them to blind them. And Ida-kun and I will keep us moving, so no one can interrupt Mei or get us down. Since the two of us are the fastest on our feet. Oh! Hikari raised an eyebrow. Your photon jumps are exponentially faster, I assured her, but they are also straight line only. It takes you time to store up the photons, and the way you described it in Heroes vs. Villains, you can't really take anyone else along. I guess that's true. You store up photons? Mei said suddenly. Continuing to type with her right hand, her left reached back and tapped her backpack. A slim yet broad metal disc came off in her hand. She stepped over and slapped it against Hikari's uncovered back. Oh, that's cold, the black-haired girl squealed. Then her eyes widened. Appreciatively. Sunspot disc, Mei explained. I made it for heroes with plant quirks since some of them get stronger or heal with extra sunlight for their photosynthesis. But if you use photons, I figure it can charge you up too. Which leads nicely into my main question for the three of you, I resumed. Namely, do you want to play this defensively? Or do you want to go on the attack? They looked at me thoughtfully. We have the points to win, I said again, so all we need to do is keep them. I think if the four of us focus on that, especially if you have any other ideas, we can do it. Probably fairly easily. But personally, I want to show off a bit. My eyes flicked over to the crowd. To a woman with wild, pale blonde hair and sharp red eyes. And the man next to her with similarly sharp brown hair and thick-rimmed glasses. It wasn't just the quest. I had a much more personal reason to come in first by a mile. And wreck everyone who stood in my way. I already mentioned that Ida-kun's hands will be more free than they seem, so he can potentially grab a headband as we race by. Mei can have D-Cube dive bomb other teams to draw their attention. And shoot them. Maybe. What kind of ordnance does she have? Smoke bombs and knockout gas. Mei said absently, still typing. Sensei wouldn't let me load the glue packs, flashbangs, or rubber slugs. Okay, I was relieved. And Hikari can blind teams to snag their points. Or maybe, thanks to Mei's baby, even photon jump onto another team, grab their headband, and jump back. Ida-kun frowned at me. Midnight Sensei said we are down if a rider touches the ground. I would bet that she will also count any ice created the same way. But another team's mounts? A rider has to touch them, so they can't be the ground. Showing off is definitely good, Mei said. I agree, Hikari said. Also, it would give us a safety net, in case another team gets the golden snack. I didn't correct her. Barely. Mostly because the little smile that played on her lips meant the slip was probably deliberate. I would be outvoted anyway, Ida-kun declared, but I would also rather we do everything we can. On that note, what are you doing, Hatsu? Mei. I'm programming D-Cube to scan the arena boundaries. To stay inside them when she is on autopilot. And to push back if I try to make her go outside when I am in control. Autopilot? I prompted. Of course D-Cube can operate autonomously, she grinned sneakily, so if we do get downed I can just stop controlling her and then we aren't doing anything directly to the headband. Good idea, I told her. Can Midoriya's influence spread this fast? Ida-kun mumbled under his breath. Mei, are there any of your other babies you think might help us out? I asked, glancing at her backpack thoughtfully. Oh right, she said immediately, glancing at her legs. One of you two should definitely borrow stabilizing salts. I made it specially for running on unstable ground like sand or pebbles. And it makes you harder to knock over. I have a lot of practice, moving on sand, I noted, remembering jogging and practicing katas with Tsu, once my skills were high enough that I suddenly knew katas, first at Indora's lake, then on the shore of the island in the Pencil of Solitude. And I can use my tactile TK to steady myself. I don't believe they will fit me, Izuku added, comparing his feet and oversized calves to Mei's shorter and fairly toned legs. They're adjustable, she told him. Then she tapped the side of one boot. Bands of metal uncurled, and she stepped out of them. About 90% of the mechanical greave was still on her leg, and what was left standing on the sand looked like a leg brace, only with a thick metal sole. She touched it again, and the sole and bindings both expanded until it looked like it might almost fit Mount Lady. Izuku stepped into it, while Mei disconnected the other side from her other foot. The device scanned his leg, the bindings shifted around, and then it locked into place. He looked uncertain for a moment, and then tested his balance. His expression changed to one of appreciation. I can feel the improvement in my grip and balance, he told her, and then with his normal gravitas said, Thank you, Mei. I don't think most of my other babies will help here. Maybe wrap-up gun would be good, but I don't think Midnight Sensei would allow it. And it's more of a single opponent weapon. What kind of grenades did I pack? We should be good, I interjected quickly, but if you think of anything else during the battle, let us know. Will do, she gave me a bright grin and thumbs up. We are almost out of time, Ida pointed out. We should go over to outstarting area. The screen had assigned each team a number and a color for their starting area. The numbers were on the outer wall, and the area was a square delimited by lasers striking the sand in the matching color. We walked over to the spot, and an unfamiliar senpai handed us the headband. It was white, with 11,360 stitched on in gold. I noticed the other team's point values were in black. I held my arms back, and Ida grabbed them from underneath. The girls climbed on, the taller Hikari already wearing the headband and seated in back. Mei was in front, and I whispered for her to leave the drone in place until we started. I wasn't sure if anyone had overheard us, but we were outside of Cassandra's range. I didn't want to give them any longer than necessary to plan. I wrapped my TK around their legs, holding them up and locking them in place. Ready! Midnight Sensei shouted in English. Set. Go! Ki-Q, I whispered. We took off. As I expected, 3 of the teams angled towards us. And another 3 went after Kurwaro-san's team. After all, his 2,500 points brought his team's total up to, and he was with the 3 boys whose names, classes, and quirks I hadn't learned. But those 3 all looked nervous. And their headband was a guaranteed minimum of 3rd place. Given the remaining 9 headbands were worth less than I simply guided us to the closest team, the 350-point team of Shishida-san, Kamakiri-san, Away-san as mounts with Kodai-san as their rider. They were actually one of the groups focusing on Kuroro-san, but Kamakiri noticed us and shouted a warning. Then 4 blades grew out of his back. He only grimaced slightly as Shishida snapped them off and passed them forward to Away's, who fused them together into a moderately large caltrop, and then handed it up to Kodai. Apparently being broken off meant the blades didn't qualify as alive anymore, because she threw it towards us. As she did, it enlarged into the size of a wave breaker. The increase in both mass and air resistance slowed the falling barrier, which in turn meant Ida and I were able to easily dart around it. Hikari raised a hand, and a bright flash of light left them blinking. As we raced by, she caught their headband. It slipped off Kodai's head. Hikari smiled at her classmates regretfully and slipped the headband on next to ours. Only then did Mei disconnect D-Cube from charge station. Hikari actually counted to 20 just to be safe. Then she took off both headbands and passed them forward to Mei. Mei tightened them around opposing struts. Then she dropped the drone, which shot up into the sky. What is that? Present Mix shout echoed over the crowd. Support student Hatsum's registered drone, Aizawa answered dryly, and typical Midoriya perpendicular thinking. Is that legal? The sound hero pressed. I don't see why not, Aizawa said, if a headband buried in the sand is still valid. As long as the drone doesn't travel outside the boundaries of the engagement area, then it is still in play. See? Mikoto had already snapped off one of her discs. She drew a bead on it. Sniper at 8, Hikari said quickly. Mei's fingers twitched. The drone lurched to the side, but also fired 2 of its guns in Mikoto's direction. One missed and Emochan's Clarent cut the other one down. but both unleashed plumes of smoke that blocked Mikoto's view. Their team caught my attention for a moment, with their odd formation. Like us, they had 2 mounts, Cass and Emochan, and 2 riders, Ami and Mikoto. But Cass and Emochan were back to back. Ami was sitting on Cass's left and Emochan's right shoulder, and Mikoto on Cass's right and Emochan's left. And the mounts were clamped down on the riders' legs. It was a stable formation, and let them look in every direction, but I wondered how fast they could move like that. Except I forgot that part of Cassandra's quirk was nearly perfect and incredibly precise control over her movements, which meant she could run in reverse faster than most of our other classmates could going forwards. And since she could read Emochan's movements, it was no trouble for her to keep in step. They might be trouble. Tokoyami-kun of Team 3 has snagged the 2500+ point headband off of Team. He passes it up to rider Todoroki-kun, giving them a lock on second place. Oh, now they are headed for the water. Todoroki is freezing it, and oh, they have an island of ice, anchored to the wall and sand. He is breaking up the bridge and building up a wall. It seems he forgot something, Aizawa-sensei pointed out when Yamada-sensei paused to breathe. And what's that? Present Mike asked. Even if she can't make ice, Eraserhead explained, Mizuno-san can control it. Oh, she's pulling the bridge back together. And Misaka-chan's bullets punched through the wall. Kirishima is trying to block Midoriya's sword, but Mizuno's water tentacle grabs a headband. But only one end. It's Team 3's original 665-pointer. Todoroki creates an ice awning, and Tokoyami's dark shadow pushed the ladies back. Oh, they are off. But Kane-chan manages to right them, keep them from getting a down. And Team 3 has learned their lesson, they are getting away from the water. Now that we were not directly carrying a headband, the other teams seemed more inclined to avoid us. We went after Tsu's team for a moment, but they were pretty quick thanks to Ochako making Tsu weightless. And Momo had created some wrist-mounted speaker cannons for Gyru, who blasted us with deafening and disorienting sound when we got too close. Izuku Hikari! Mei shouted. Team 8 was on a platform about 7 meters above the ground. It was one of Tsuburaba-san's solid air creations. Hikari tried to blind them, but he created another and Bando-san sprayed it with his glue, creating an opaque barrier. The third mount, Rin-san, was watching for anyone else who might have gone after them. And their rider, Tsunatori-san, had launched 4 of her horns at D-Cube. Although 2 of them looked unsteady, she was controlling all of them. I guess she had improved since the heroes versus villains lesson. Her projectiles also each had a glob of glue on the pointy end. The spun and danced around the drone. And her teammates were out of reach of us. I could have made the jump alone. I might have even been able to carry the other 3 with my TK. But it would have seriously drained me. And frankly would have made us targets for Tsuburaba and Bando. Hikari, I asked, can your lasers break Tsuburaba's solid air? He has been making it stronger, she said, but I'll try. Are you sure that won't hurt them? Ida asked. They are over the water, I noticed, and both Bando and Tsuburaba can break their fall. Dimon, Mei cursed as one of Tsunatori's horns got dangerously close to D-Cube. Do it, I said. She nodded, pointed one finger at them, down next to them. The beam didn't crack solid air, it cut it. Hikari shaved it down, to the point it couldn't support them. As the platform started to crack, the adhesive on Tsunatori's missile snared one of the headbands, and pulled it off. I saw the glitter of gold around the horn as it shot back to Tsunatori-san. 11 minutes, 24 seconds left on the clock. My brain went into overdrive as I spun out options and probabilities. Could we stop the horn before it got back to Tsunatori? Maybe. While Hikari's lasers were hyperbolically faster, I was reminded of a quote from the Flash's book. Don't dodge the bullet, dodge the gunman. If Hikari's aim wasn't fast or precise enough, she couldn't hit the horn, no matter how much faster her attacks were. There was also the fact that I didn't know what part of the horn or how much of it was what Tsunatori controlled. And could Hikari hit it without also damaging the fluttering headband? Aizu. Or we could just let them get it and then take it back? Except we were not very close to them. Not to mention the other eyes already falling on them hungrily. Tsu's team and Tokage-san's team would get there first, at basically the same time. I could tell that Sue was already considering both whether she could snag the horn with her tongue, or if they could down Tsunetory. Ashido-chan's group was also getting close, and her forward Mount Sirokuin was aiming his elbow at the American girl's head. It might be better to let those 4 teams duke it out, and then take the headband from the tired victors. Of course, that assumed no one else got involved. A hand seemed to touch my shoulder. I locked myself in place with my TK and counted on my teammates to take care of it. I mentally reviewed my available talents and skills. I didn't want to open the menu, since the others would see it. Plus, it would get in my way for as long as it was up. I also didn't want to spend any points. I was hoping to get enough skill levels in the various telepathy and clairsentience skills to buy the next talent, which would partially unlock the next psi-biology talent, which in turn was the DS-pilin I wanted to dump skill points into. But none of that really mattered at this point. I let myself get off track. Maybe we should just wait? Let the other teams fight over it while we observe them. Get to know their quirks better. How everyone from 1B had improved in the last few weeks. And what Kongo-san, Kuroro-san, Hitoshi-san, and the others I wasn't familiar with could do. Mei, too, even though she was my ally. It was always fun and useful to study new quirks. Then, in the last 3 minutes or so, we could swoop in and take the snitch headband back. That might be a bit dangerous, and it certainly wouldn't be showing off like we had agreed. But if we could make a new plan and get everyone else to underestimate us in the process. On the other hand, maybe it would be better. Midoriya Izuku. My back went ramrod straight as a voice in my head cut through my internal mumbling. It was a voice I wasn't terribly familiar with, but had been conditioned to avoid at all cost. It was Mom's voice. It was her upset with you voice. Izuku, stop overthinking it and just act, Mom said sternly. You have 9.5 minutes left. I blinked. It was actually 9:42, but I had still wasted over a minute on contemplation. I realized that the hand still on my shoulder belonged to Hikari. I looked back. Hikari and Idakuin both were looking at me in worry. Mei looked confused. I'm sorry, I told them. I was overthinking. Overthinking is cool, Mei said. Sensei tells me I should try it sometimes. Thanks, but I wasted our precious time, I countered. Do you have a new plan? Idakuin asked. Maybe, I said. I think we should forget about the gold headband. It is always going to be the main target and the center of attention. And even more than that, I think if we can get 5 or more of the headbands, total, it will be more impressive, even if we only come in 2nd or even 3rd place. So I think we should get as many as we can before the 3-minute mark and then go after the 2K headband. What do you think? I think we should aim for all 10 of the other headbands, Hikari grinned, plus Ultra, right? Yes, let's do it, Idakuin agreed. Switching to attack mode, Mei confirmed. D-Cube swooped down, and Mei plucked the remaining headband from it. She tied it to herself, and then gestured. The drone darted away, a bit faster than before. And the Pingket scientist snapped her goggles open. I started running, and thankfully Idakuin wasn't surprised. He easily kept up as we darted for our first target. I took note that while I was out, Sue's team had taken the snitch from Tsunetory, but not their original headband. I guessed Sue probably grabbed it before the horn got back to Tsunotori-san. Also, Ami's team had taken the 2K headband from Todoroki, but also not his original. Finally, the team of Hananuki-san, Kaibara-san, and Fukudashi-san, with Shota-san as their rider, had taken the headband from Ashido-chan, who was teamed up with Sirokuin, Aoyama-san, and Koda-san. The guys from 1B were who I was aiming for, since they had 2 headbands. Also, Kaibara and Shota didn't have particularly good quirks for this event. Duplicating attacks only stronger and drill limbs would only go so far. Hananuki-san might be able to slow us down by softening the sand, but between our speed, Mei's boots Ida was wearing, and my TK, I wasn't too worried. Fukudashi's unique power was potentially the biggest threat. Should I? Hikari asked. No, I answered. Mei, can D-Cube? I just put her on auto, but sure. The drone looped back around. All 3 turrets locked on our target, and a barrage of pellets filled the air around them with black and green smoke. And I suddenly wondered if I needed to worry. Mei, what is that knockout gas? I prompted. Itakuin's grip on my arms tightened. It's my custom blend. It should take out Endeavor or even All Might for a half hour or so. I cringed but didn't stop. Unfortunately, Sensei was worried that might be too much for first years, especially in the business and general courses. So he made me dilute it to 1/6 the normal potency. I exhaled in relief. Fwoosh! Fukudashi-san proclaimed loudly. A stiff breeze started to clear the air around them. Except he wasn't fast enough. The word kyun appeared on his speech bubble. Hananuki-san's knees buckled. Shota-san's eyes were already closed and he was slipping. Kaibara-san swung an arm at us, but it was slow, poorly aimed, and not even spinning. As they fell, Hikari reached out and pulled off the 2 headbands. Team 4 is down, I guess, Midnight said out of obligation. Because they didn't have any headbands and they weren't moving. Hikari placed the 2 strips of cloth across her brow. We started to look for our next target, but another team went after us first. Waving her fan, Kongu-san generated another breeze, while gathering up the one Fukudashi had created. She spun in around us, trapping us in the remains of the knockout gas. Oh, should have thought of this sooner, Mei said. She tapped her backpack, then slapped a medicinal patch onto each of our left shoulders. Antidote, she explained. Kongu was riding the shoulders of Tetsu-san, in full metal form. Hitoshi-san was in front of him, one of Tetsu's arms on his shoulder. And Kendo-san was in front of him, one of his hands on her shoulder, leaving her hands entirely free. They were trotting slowly towards us, still expecting the gas would take us down. And Team 3's Tokoyami takes both of Team 5's headbands, Present Mike announced, but 5 isn't taking that lying down. Gyre blasts him with a sonic boom that even I'm impressed by. His grip is. Azui recovers Team 5's appropriately 555 points, headband, but Shoji takes the golden one from his dark shadow and passes it to rider Todoroki. The purple-haired guy has a mind-affecting power, so try not to listen to him, answer him, or meet his eyes. I said it to remind Hikari and Itakuin, and to inform Mei, since I wasn't sure if she had been told. Then I added sharply, duck? Seeing that we were not passing out from the gas, Kongu-san frowned. She waved her fan again, generating a powerful straight-line wind. Moderately powerful, anyway. I leaned forward, focused my energy into TK armor, and built a wedge-shaped TK rampart directly in front of myself, hopefully close enough that no one would see the wind divert early. Finally, I tightened my tactile TK grip on the ladies, and spread it to Itakuin. The gust hit us and scattered the sand behind us. We were pushed back almost half a meter, but we stayed standing. And the impact had slowed the air, so I relaxed my hold on my teammates, and took off running again. Only I turned us away from them. I was able to get Ashido-chan's team between us and Kongu-san, even as the acid users group was going after Tsunatori's team for their original headband. And in turn Tsunatori and company were trying to get the golden headband from Todoroki-san's team. Izuku, should I? Hikari asked again. I wanted to ask if she was certain, but I decided to show confidence instead. Do it, I nodded, and withdrew my hold on her legs. The air around us heated up, and then in a near-blinding flash, Hikari was gone. The photokinetic blazed through the air, dangerously close to Ashido's head. Then she seemed to materialize, crouched on Kendo-san's shoulder. Technically she hadn't teleported or become intangible, but materialize still described it best. 3 members of Team 11 blinked in surprise. Only Kendo didn't. She immediately reached up for Hikari, her hand enlarging to catch our teammate or at least block her escape. The move wasn't quick enough. Hikari snared their headband, and the flashed back to us. She was panting softly as I caught hold of her. Hikari put our 4th prize around Mei's head, so that each of our riders had 2. Can you do that again? Itakuin prompted Sato Vochi, worried by her exhaustion. Probably not, she admitted. I've never been able to do 2 back-to-back like that before. Maybe one more, nearer to the end. Don't let them know that, I suggested just as quietly. You're our big stick at this point. With just under 6 minutes left, the 5 teams that had lost their headbands were getting desperate. The pressure Ashido's team put on Tsunatori's team allowed Kirishima, the final member of Todoroki's Team 3, to trip them up. Rin-san hit Kirishima's legs, underestimating the weight and toughness. Instead of taking Team 3 down, Team 8 staggered. This opened it up for Todoroki to freeze Bando's glue. And then Shoji's left middle arm grew 3 extra joints. He deftly slid the headband off Tsunatori-san's head and around her horn. Then Dark Shadow surged out, letting them gain some distance. We, on the other hand, found ourselves facing Ami, Mikoto, Cassandra, and Emochan. Not necessarily intentionally. Instead, we had been pushed together by 4 of the other teams. They seemed to think if we clashed, it would make an opening for them to get 1 or more of the 6 headbands our 2 teams had between us. Sue's team was just staying out of the way for the moment, not wanting to put their original 555 points at risk. Especially since, for the moment, that put them in 4th. The remaining 3 teams were still after the gold. But with Ami distracted by us, Todoroki was relying on the water again. He wasn't the only one. Ami had pulled enough water out of the mock ocean to visibly lower its level. She was holding it in an unsteady, wobbling mass above her. Mikoto had a disc ready in each hand, although I also noticed she only had 1 more left on the bandolier on her bicep. Were the other 9 really lost? Or did she know where they were and was ready to spring them as a trap? Cassandra was facing away from us, but I could tell she was glaring at the surrounding teams, as if daring them to try something. And Clarent and her 2 unnamed swords were floating in front of Emochan, pointed at us. Well, at me specifically. Their blades were wrapped in some sort of foam. Which might help. In our early games of lions and gazelles, Mikoto and I had both tested Emochan's original assertion that TK and magnetic powers would work on her swords. We both ended up verifying that she was right. If I tried to hold them with my tactile TK, they slipped away like they were greased hydrogen. But that was only the swords. This protective cushions shouldn't share that property. And in theory, if I could remove it, she would be forced to stop using the bare, sharpened blades. If it came down to that, it was another trick I wasn't keen on playing. Hikari, I asked, do you have enough photons left to boil some water? The hotter it is, the less she can control. I can manage, she said. Concentrating light and even lasers are a lot easier than jumps. She pointed her hand at the unstable oblong over their heads. A beam of intense radiance emerged, bright enough to blind you if you looked at it. There was a loud pop as a section of water vaporized instantly. The rest began to bubble more slowly. Some of it began to drizzle as Ami lost control of it. She had to move the bubble off to the side, so that the near-boiling rain didn't burn them. The secondary advantage was she would have to be more careful using the heated water, since it might injure us. Mikoto pointed her thumb at Hikari, trying to stop her. Probably hoping to down her too. D-Cube swooped in. Took the subsonic railgun for us. The metal disc cracked her shell and sent her tumbling through the air. But the drone's AI recovered. She pointed her guns at Mikoto. Only 1 pellet emerged, and then all 3 turrets puffed air harmlessly. The pellet hit Mikoto in the upper arm and exploded into a sticky, brown mess. Oh, it looks like I got one of the glue pellets mixed in, May said in such honest amazement that I really believed it was a mistake. Then she added, I guess I need to work on her command structure so she doesn't keep firing when she is out of ammo. She typed on the air for a second, and D-Cube stopped firing. Instead, she just hovered aggressively around Team 9, occasionally dive-bombing dangerously close to their faces. Emochan directed her kukri to attack the drone. Which helped us, because the blonde swordswoman had trouble focusing on more than one foe. Especially when they weren't both in her front hexrant. Mikoto was trying to get the adhesive off and it was proving troublesome. Whatever May's mixture was, it was sticking to her swimsuit and her palms, but not as much to the rest of her skin or hair. It also meant the disc in her hand was trapped. Some of it also splashed over her shoulder onto Ami. And as Mikoto tried to move and remove it, the 2 of them came very close to a wardrobe malfunctions. More than once. Ami pulled some of the cooler yet still very hot water down. She tried to dilute the glue and melt it, to little success. I almost wanted to leave them alone, to preserve their modesty. But I was outvoted. Izuku, Idakun said, when I say, jump between 30 and 40 centimeters up, and hold yourself aloft for as long as you can. I nodded. He crouched slightly. The girls both tightened their legs around my arms, but also held their hands out. Now, he said. I hopped. And he declared, "Recipro burst." We shot forward at least twice as fast as we had been running before. I knew he was held back by me, but this was unexpected. Team 9 reacted, but poorly. Emochan tried to send her swords out, but Deku bumped them and then slammed into her side. Mikoto and Ami struggled to put up a defense, but their respective movements. There wasn't anything adult-rated as a result, but it was very near thing and required Ami covering her left BRST with one hand. As we drew close, Hikari's palm lit up, flash blinding them. As we raced past, Hikari and Mei were each able to grab one of the two headbands Team 9 was holding. Though Mei was a bit clumsy about it and smacked Mikoto's head in the process. We zipped away, past the teams that were trying to fence us in. I touched the ground for a moment, but timed it right to jump again without slowing Izuku down. Finally we came to a stop next to the outer wall. Woo, Izuku exhaled. I managed to stop before totally blowing out my engines. But they are still overheated, so I will be somewhat slower until they cool down and I can relax. Interesting. Mei tried to twist around to get a better look at his legs. In the chaos, Team 8 tried to get Team 2's headband. Unfortunately, they failed and were downed in the process. That seemed to annoy Tokage-san, who took out her anger by directing her mounts to charge us. But they also looked a bit tired. As I suppose we were. I had just over 10% of my energy left and was already planning on buying more potions. If nothing went horribly wrong in the next 50 seconds, that is. Shizuki-san sent out vines, but they were fewer and felt limp when I easily kicked them away. Komori-san grew mushrooms to block us, but they were smaller. And that was before Hikari focused light on them like a hot lamp. It felt like Yanagi-san plucked at the headbands we had. Only her poltergeist couldn't track against our running speed, slowed as it was. I'm still not sure if they were really that exhausted, or if it was part of the ploy. Their real attack was 3 of Tokage-san's detached fingers, stealthily moving through the plants and shrooms. Getting into position to shoot up and entangling the headbands Mei was wearing. I caught them. Like I had told Izuku about using his arms, I could do the same thing. I hadn't mentioned it in case someone was eavesdropping. But I was able to briefly focus the tactile TK holding the ladies aloft into just my left arm. And that left my right free to snap out and grab Tokage's digits. Nice grab, -2 energy. Dodge skill active mode, catch unlocked. Instead of simply avoiding projectiles, you can grab and hold them. If they are solid, don't try catching bullets in your teeth until your dodge and physical resistance skills are much higher. Probably your Q, A, and E attributes too. Ignoring that, my arm returned to its original spot. And I continued to hold Tokage's fingers tightly. Not just with muscle but with tactile TK so she couldn't wiggle them free or split them further. I looked her in the eye. She scowled back. Until she noticed the movement of my mouth. 6. 7. She panicked. Not a full, loss of control, mindless tirade. She just remembered the rules, and recognized that she couldn't get her fingers away from me. She said something to her team, and Shiozaki sent more vines at me specifically, trying a bit harder. "Oh," Mei exclaimed. Then she twisted slightly and put her leg over my shoulder. Pointed her boot at the incoming tendrils. A powerful but focused blast of fire hit them, withering them. It also pushed Mei back into Hikari, and would have sent her tumbling if not for my TK and the other girl wrapping her arms around the inventor. 16. 17. That's a down for Team 2, Advisory reported to midnight. From one of the boxes, she and Nizu observed the cavalry battle. And she had greatly reduced the filters on her visor, to make sure she was getting everything. Even if she knew she would need a painkiller shortly. Also, just why are we wearing swimsuits? The blonde heroine asked her boss. Midnight requested it, the dog mouse said, looking oddly cute in his trunks. Since she had to wear one in front of the audience, she thought it was only fair. For solidarity. 1. Advisory counted, no one can see us. 2. When has she ever cared about people staring at her? No, when has she not wanted people to stare at her? And 3, she chose to wear that. Nisa didn't argue with her frustration, but couldn't suppress a chuckle. Alright Team 2, you are down for having the riders split off for more than 20 seconds, Midnight Sensei informed us. I guess it took Tokage longer than I thought to send her fingers over. Or I had counted too slow. Whatever the case, Tokage sighed. I released her fingers and she dropped their headband. As they ran over the start box, I touched the cloth with my foot, dragged it up my body with tactile TK until it was in range of Mei's hands. 12. Some members of the crowd started to chant. 11. More picked it up. 10. Hikari joined in. 9. The sand around Team 3 exploded. 9 spinning steel coins churned their way out of the ground, rocketing back to Mikoto. The act threw sand into the boy's eyes and made the ground unstable as sand settled back into place. Dark shadow grabbed the 4 of them. Shoji's lower 4 arms morphed into legs and feet for a broader base and extra grip. And Kirishima armored up, expecting an attack. Which was all that saved him when Clarence slammed into his chest. If he hadn't hardened, he probably would have been knocked clear of his team. Even reinforced, the blow drove the air from his lungs and he struggled to stay up. Behind the broadsword, Emochan's katana and kukri slashed at Todoroki's chest. He swept his right hand towards them, and the 2 blades were wrapped in large blocks ice. They dropped, Emochan not able to carry the extra weight. Ami pointed, and the ice shattered. Not just shattered, the larger chunks fell deliberately at Tokoyami and Shoji, forcing them to defend. And the swords whirled at Todoroki again. All of it was a distraction. A glob of water, about the size of my fist, flew out of the ocean. It was littered with shards of ice from when Todoroki had first created the frozen island. That kept it the perfect temperature to maximize Ami's control of it, and also gave it extra purchase. It gently hit the back of Todoroki's head and surrounded the knot on one headband. He squatted at it like it was a fly, until it flew up, pulling the headband off. Seeing the flash of gold and the ball of water, he looked dismayed. I knew his ice wouldn't help him here, Ami would just control it. His left arm lashed up, flames flickering around it. Then he realized what he was doing, and the source and depth of the dismay changed. His hand dropped. Mikoto grabbed the golden headband and slipped it over Ami's head. They were still stuck together, but had managed to coordinate their movements to avoid any further embarrassment in this last charge. Mikoto couldn't even tighten the knot, so the band slipped down to the bluette's nose. 4. The crowd was all chanting at this point. "Excuse me, Ajui-sen," an unfamiliar voice called out to her. "Yes, what?" She turned to look. She froze up at who and what she saw. But it was already too late. She finished asked. "Is it?" Itsuka's enlarged hands were closing around Momo, Ochako, and Kyuka, preventing them from interfering. The orangeette looked regretful, but that didn't stop her. "Please give my team's rider your headband," Hitoshi Shinso ordered politely, and then jumped down to the ground. Kendo's hands began to shake from sonic pressure. Momo and Ochako released Tsu's legs and pushed her up, hoping to put the currently weightless girl out of their enemy's reach. But it was not enough. 2. 1. And that is time. Kiyama-sensei shouted, waving her whip like a checkered flag. She glanced around. But I didn't. I was glaring at the triumphant Team 11 and the dismayed team. In first place, with 11,360 points, we have Team 9, Mizuno Ami, Misaka Mikoto, Kane Cassandra, and Penryu Midoriya. In second place, with a total of 5,100 points, we have Team 1, Midoriya Izuku, Ida Tenya, Shimuka Hikari, and Hatsume. In third place, with a total of 1135 points, we have Team 3, Todoroki Shuto, Shoji Mizo, Kirishima Aijuru, and Tokoyami Fumikichi. And finally, squeaking into fourth place at almost literally the last second with 555 points, we have Team 11, Hitoshi Shinso, Kanga Mitsuko, Kendo Itsuka, and Tetsu. Let's hear it for our 16 advancing finishers. The crowd erupted in cheers and applause. Okay, Midnight continued, we will be taking an hour break to get the floor down here ready for the third round and to give our winners a chance to catch their breath. So top 16, Change back into your gym uniforms and be ready to come back out here when we call you. Our other participants can put on your uniforms and head into the stands. And for you, our audience, you can hit the bathroom, grab some refreshments, or ask one of our student barkers for more information about the finalists. Mei walked over to Mikoto and Ami, who had managed to dismount with only a little trouble. She took a canister out of her backpack and sprayed them down. The brown goo vanished when the green foam touched it. Mei bowed to them. Ami bowed back. Mikoto just nodded, still looking annoyed. As we all headed back to change again, I caught a glimpse of Tsu's face as she walked ahead of me. Her head down slightly, her expression was decidedly depressed. I stepped forward. I grabbed her hand. I give it a light tug. Her lips twitched up as we sped up. I led her past the locker rooms. And back out of the arena. I didn't draw her deep into the trees, just around the corner and out of immediate view. I shifted from grabbing her hand to holding it. And then I looked her up and down. Izuku. I noticed she had a modest tint of red to her cheeks. First, I said earnestly, I had to tell that you look really good in that swimsuit. Her soft smile turned into a grin, and the dusting of color became a full blush. Just me? She prompted with a hint of playfulness. No, I agreed, but you are the one I wanted to tell the most. Oh, who else? She pressed, sultrily. And not just verbally. She leaned in until I could feel Lycra again my uncovered chest. That's not really important, I stuttered from her tone and contact, because you are the only one I am going to tell. Are you sure? She relented slightly. You know I wouldn't. Tsu, I cut her off, and began to run my thumb gently across the back of the hand I was holding. That's not the main reason I brought you out here. She tilted her head in interest. So, you know that tomorrow we are going to be watching the second years compete, instead of normal classes. Why is that, Aizawa-sensei? Ida-san's hand shot up as he asked the question. Mostly because the majority of the teachers are helping run the sports festival, our homeroom teacher explained. There won't be enough of us to hold regular classes. Also, the first-year support and business course students who opt not to compete will be working all 3 days. And you all are supposed to learn by example from watching your seniors. Then he grumbled quietly, though for the second years, that probably the other around with respect to this bunch. So yes, no classes for you Thursday or Friday, but you will be expected to be here, in uniform, in the stands, observing. Still, you can expect to probably leave for the day early, unless the final event runs long. Tsu nodded. So I was thinking we could bring street clothes to change into. Go see any early matinee after the festival ends for the day. Then have dinner. Maybe hang out a bit more after that. Like a date, she prompted carefully. No, not like a date. I shook my head. A date? No, like, about it. Tsu closed any remaining distance between us. I could feel not just the fabric of her suit, but also the softness and heat underneath. She tilted her head and kissed me. I struggled not to wrap my arms around her and kiss her more deeply. It wasn't the time or place. I responded, but as little as I could. Just enough to let her know the kiss was desired and pleasurable. Though I wasn't sure either of us was very good at it, I liked it. After a few seconds, she drew back, smiling heavily. Is that a yes? I asked, a hint of nerves and distraction cutting through Gamer's mind. I'll tell you what, Karo, Tsu said, in a saucy voice I hadn't heard from her before. If you win the next round, it's a yes. She stepped away, saying in her normal voice, I'm going to change now. Even if you have an hour to rest, you probably should too. I watched her go for a second. I might have strived to be a gentleman and a good man. But I was still a teenage boy and far from perfect. And it was quite a view. Before I could move, I was interrupted. Quest revision. The best around. Nothing's going to ever keep you down. Finish first in the UA Sports Festival, Freshman Division. Boards. 50 points of plus ultra mitigation. Gamer gift card, 20 million yen. Guild Hall perk? A date with Tsuyu Azui. Bonus objectives. First place in round 1, bonus talent. First place in round 2, 100,000 XP, party split. Bonus failed. Failure penalties. She won't be inspired, encouraged, emboldened. Fewer offers. Ambiguous hanging out with Tsuyu Azui, if that. Thanks, I groaned. Then I dismissed the window and jogged inside. Status changes for Midoriya Izuku. Max health, 737, 739, plus ultra penalty minus 90. I changed. Then I purchased and downed 2 more potions. I was planning to have a snack and meditate again, but there was something else I needed to do first. I took the elevator up, hoping to save a little energy. The arena had 10 levels. But the top 1 and bottom 2 were operations and utilities, the bottom 2 also being underground. And the main level was the arena floor. So there were 6 levels of seating. And the highest floor of seating was all luxury boxes. Boxes rented or occasionally owned by top hero agencies and support firms. That's where Mom was. The company she worked for actually owned one of the boxes. And they were letting her use it. She was at the sports fest to watch me compete. But she was also meeting with Midnight Sensei again. As I understood it, Midnight making an exclusive deal with their company for Mom to design all her future costumes and the company to provide her support gear. Said deal was done except for the signing. But Sensei had suggested they drag it out a bit. So the company would pay for Mom to keep wooing Midnight. There were 24 of the luxury boxes, each labeled with a Greek letter. I walked around to box 5 and knocked on the door. There was a click. The door swung inwards a few centimeters. "Come in, Izuku," Mom called out to me. I walked in and shut it behind me. "How did you know it was me?" I asked. "Your knock, Nemuri's knock, and Toshinori's knock are all different," she told me, "and I don't think anyone else would be coming up here." "Really?" She chuckled. "Oh, not really." Then she pointed up to the corner. A small monitor showed the hall outside the box. "Ah," I nodded sheepishly. "So, is there a reason you came up?" she asked. "Did you want to grab some of the snacks they provided? You looked tired at the end." "Thanks, but no," I responded. "They provided snacks for us too. And I did buy 2 potions. I did one for stamina and one for psions, even though they are all the same to me. But so I don't have too much of one kind, and in case there are positive effects for each type that aren't related to recharging energy." She considered that. "No," I repeated, "I really just came up to see you. To say thank you." Mom looked at me in confusion. If you hadn't broken me out of my introspection, who knows how long I would have stood there. And I could have overthought myself into a stupid plan. Like trying to have Hikari distract all the other teams with an illusion. "Well, I'm glad I could help," she said, "even if, now that you mention it, it feels a bit like cheating. It's not any different than if you had been in the stands and yelled at me and I heard you," I shrugged, "and it is part of my power." "That's true," she conceded. Then she looked depressed. "It is unfortunate about Tsuyu's team. Part of me is glad I don't have to fight them," I admitted, "and I'm hoping I don't have to fight Ami or Mikoto." "Still, they must be devastated," Mom said. "Sue was," I agreed, "until I asked her on a date tomorrow." "Oh, really?" a third voice purred from the door. "I guess that's one way to distract a lady. And I guess that also means the rumors are true." "Nemuri, don't tease him," Mom said fondly. I looked over. Unexpectedly, Midnight was in neither her costume nor the suit, jacket, and skirt she frequently taught in. It was a bit of a surprise to see her in a long-sleeved shirt and cargo capris. "Sorry, Inko," Kiyama-sensei grinned saucily. "It's just old habit for me to give my students a long, hard ribbing. Especially when that student is the first year's biggest Casanova." "Well, I should get back down to the waiting room," I said quickly, fairly sure I was blushing, "so I can get some rest and in case they need to tell us anything. Bye." Midnight chuckled as I hurriedly slipped past her and out the door. But as I left, I saw them turn their attention to each other. And the looks they exchanged. Well, good for them if I was right. But if Midnight hurt my mom, teacher or not, pro-hero or not, my plot of potential revenge faltered as I nearly bumped into Flaming Mountain of a man. As in his hair and beard were literally on fire and raising the temperature in the hallway by at least 5 degrees. Endeavor, the number 2 hero, stood before me, heading for the door to box pi. He was in his full costume, like he had just come from a case. He stopped when he saw me and glared at me. Sense hostility pinged hard, and I got a notice that the skill went up another level. "You are the Midoriya boy," he rumbled. I nodded nervously. "Shudo has been fixated on you. Especially since the attack at 13's little playpen. I thought that this distraction might be an issue. That he was focusing on you instead of his proper goal. Wasting time on schoolground antics." I was getting annoyed, but also wondered just what endeavor meant. "But I may have underestimated you, just because your parents are nobodies." He relaxed his glare and smirked slightly. I bristled at the insult. "You have spirit and gave a good showing this morning," Todoroki-san continued. "Maybe you can be a proper stepping stone for Shudo after all." I studied him. Part of me understood the logic of wanting to work together to grow stronger. To help and be helped. But the way he said it, both his words and his tone, rubbed me the wrong way. Even without empathy active, I was fairly sure he had neither my nor Todoroki-kun's best interests at heart. "It may be that you are strong enough to force him to abandon this foolish, self-imposed restriction," he lectured me. "You saw it back there. He almost used his fire, but stopped himself. He could have been the winner, the number one. But he held himself back." That was true. Though I might have been more receptive if Endeavor had framed it in terms of Todoroki-kun's whole team, rather than make it sound like his son did all the work and deserved all the credit. But it also meant that 3 of the knights, plus Emochan who they were becoming friends with, got through. So I couldn't be overly upset about Todoroki-kun's hang-up. I want you to crush him. To humiliate him if necessary. To show him how foolish and pointless this little rebellion is. That he is just being a child. Do so, and you will have a strong ally when you graduate. But maybe 2 hours ago I was reflecting on how I barely knew or cared about my father. Now I could only think there were worse things than abandoning your family and running away to America. "What kind of father are you?" I murmured in spite of my desire to stay silent. "Who asks someone to do that to their child?" The elder Todoroki's glare returned, but this time it rolled off me. I couldn't even think of him by his so-called hero name anymore. "I see Shudo isn't the only childish one here," he dismissed me. Turned and resumed his walk to his luxury box. "Analyze," I whispered harshly. "Name, NG Todoroki, Endeavor. Race, human, quirk metagene positive. Age 45. Level? Active title, the number 2 hero, and when I say number 2, I'm not talking about his position in the hero rankings. Health? 100%. Stamina? 95%. Ki? 85%. Conditions? Heat exhaustion. Asari. I pondered his first condition briefly, knowing that there was nothing I could do to cure the second, since it was mostly just the gamer being snarky, like it was about his title. Then I realized I was running out of time to digest and meditate. I hurried back down to the waiting room. When called, we all walked back onto the field. The beach was gone. There was grass around the outer edge of the arena. In the center was a broad and slightly elevated cement platform. It was a 10 by 10 grid of 1 meter squares, with an addition 1/2 meter thick border. Next to the stage was a tall seat, on which Cementos was already sitting. Around the outer wall were 16 small, numbered boxes of armored glass and titanium with a single, comfortable chair inside. "Welcome contestants," Present Mike announced, "to the final round of the UA Freshman Sports Festival. As per usual, it will be a single elimination, 1-on-1 fighting tournament. The rules are simple. You win if your opponent leaves the platform, if they fall unconscious, or if they surrender. You lose if any of the judges feel you have used lethal or even excessive force. No more don't injure your opponent stipulations. This is a fight, using all of your skills and quirks. You might get hurt. At the same time, remember, your opponents are not villains and you are trying to be heroes. Oh, and of course we have already determined what each of you is allowed to take into the ring with you." I noticed Mikoto had the armband of coins she had worn in the previous round. Ami had 4 canteens on her belt this time, plus 1 under her gym jacket between her shoulder blades. Mei was still covered in all the gadgets she had used in the last 2 rounds. Konga-san still had her fan. Emochan only had Clarent and her kukri floating next to her. But I wasn't sure if that meant she could only use the 2 blades, or if she was trying to fake us out. The rest of us only had our gym clothes. That's it, Mike-sensei finished, and now, here are the first round pairings, as decided by random draw. We all looked up at the giant screen. 8 matches appeared, with our names and pictures. There were 4 pairs on each side of the screen, with the standard tournament bracketing in the middle. Midoriya Izuku vs Mizuno Ami. Tokoimi Fumikage vs Hitoshi Shinso. Tetsu vs Misaka Mikoto. Shimuka Hikari vs Kendo Itsuka. Penryu Midura vs Shoji Mizo. Kane Cassandra vs Hatsume. Ida Tenya vs Todoroki Shuto. Kanga Mitsuko vs Kirishima Iger. I felt really bad for Tetsu-san. But other than that, the matches would probably be interesting. I locked my eyes on Ami, who smiled at me weakly. All right. Present Mike yowled. Contestants 3 through 16, to your booths. And 1 and 2, get on stage so we can get this show on the road. I can't beat you, Ami told me over guild chat, as we walked into position. I don't believe that, I told her. Don't misunderstand, she shook her head slightly, if I had my costume. Or even just a bigger supply of water. But these 4-quart jugs are not enough. 5, I countered. And you didn't even miss that trick, she sighed. If I had 5 gallons instead of 5 quarts, I would stand a chance. Especially with you limited in terms of what abilities you can display. But you already said you can hold back more than this. Why are you using quarts and gallons? Chaco asked. Because these canteens are U.S. military issue and are 1 quart, Ami explained. Also, my mom prefers U.S. skim milk in gallon jugs, so gallons is more natural to me than liters. A quart is about 0.93 liters anyway, and a gallon is 4 quarts, so it is close enough for conversion. The obvious way to stop me is to go for a headshot with enough force to knock me out, I suggested, returning to the original topic. Then I felt like an idiot but continued anyway. With your intelligence and knowledge of first aid and anatomy and such, you should be able to do that. Maybe, Ami conceded thoughtfully, except with the water at this temperature and your defenses, it will be hard to strike the right balance between a mild concussion with no permanent damage and a potentially lethal blow. The same with trying to choke you out. You could grab him with the water when he stops it, Momo offered, and then try to push him out. That would be a contest of my hydrokinesis versus Izuku's telekinesis and muscle, Ami explained, and I'm not sure I could win that with this amount of water at room temperature. Also, it is fair for us to help Ami? Sue prompted. Why not? I answered wryly, I already tried. We finally reached our starting positions on the platform. Match 1. Aizawa-sensei announced dryly, Class 1A Midoriya Izuku vs Class 1A Mizuno Ami. Come on, Shoyuta, Present Mike complained, you can do better than that. I refuse to give them stupid nicknames or titles, or to give away their quirks, our teacher countered, to anyone who doesn't know. It's fair and logical, and given the kind of epitaphs you'd probably give them, they are probably thankful. Ami's expression matched mine. If life was an anime, we definitely have the comedically oversized sweat drop to go with. All right, Samantha-sensei took over. Are you both ready? We nodded. Then begin. Ami brought her hands up into a fighting stance. She was no martial artist, but had started to learn the basics in our dungeon runs. More importantly, as she moved, the lids popped on the 4 visible bottles. The water within split into 8 spheres, hovering in front of her. She could use them for attack or defense. She waited for me to act, ready to block my attacks and counter. It was normal for her. Ami was kind and wanted to be a healer. She was not aggressive. It was a mistake here. With my non-tactile TK and my key projectiles effectively sealed, she had the advantage of range. She should have hit me with the spheres. Alternated between 1 and 2 at a time, targeting my legs, torso, and head as randomly as she could. If she hit me like that in rapid succession, she could have put me on the defensive and pushed me back to the edge. I probably would have recovered, but she would have been in control. Instead, I darted forward. Even as I did, I pulled my gym jacket and the tank top underneath off over my head in one move. Ami blinked in surprise and then, well, I'm pretty sure it was appreciation if not outright lust. Using my tactile TK, I pinched the neck hole and left arm hole shut and the waist hole open. I stiffened the right sleeve. I swung the 2 items of clothing overhead like a net. I mentioned that the phys ed uniform jackets had snaps to attach a hood in the rain. If it wasn't clear, that meant they were highly water resistant. Rain would not go through them. The reason for the tank tops, aside from a bit of extra modesty for the freshmen, was to soak up the sweat that couldn't get out, either. This meant I was now effectively wielding a large water scoop. The jacket would be hard for Ami's ammo to get through and the tank still inside would absorb it. I brought it down, and with a few TK twists in the descent, caught 6 of her 8 orbs fully, and split another in half. But the jackets were not completely waterproof, so that wouldn't hold for long. It didn't need to. I spun like a hammer thrower from the old Olympic Games. Then I added some TK force to it as I let go. Hogwarts smash! I shouted. The ball of clothing and water sailed over the crowd. Above the outer wall. It vanished outside of the arena. Out of sight and also out of Ami's range. She had lost 65% of her ammo in one fell swoop. And I wasn't done. Though neither was she. I continued my rotation, turning back towards her. I prepared to shift the momentum into my palms. That plus a bit of TK, both for power and the spread the impact, should launch her off of the stage. If I was right, she would arc just enough that she would land on the grass at the start of her drop, and thus very softly. Part of me wanted to princess carry her to the edge and place her gently outside. But that wasn't fair and was even a bit condescending. Even if we both would have liked it. Ami wasn't done yet. She launched the smaller sphere at my eyes and the larger one at my solar plexus. She was trying to get me to blink and to knock the wind out of me. Unfortunately for her, with only that much water, my TK armor held. I was pushed back maybe half a centimeter, and covered in a light sheen of water. But my attack continued. My left palm hit her right shoulder and my right palm hit her stomach. The slight increase in distance reduced the impact, but she was still sent flying. The nearly flat inverted parabola would still drop her outside the ring, but her feet would probably hit the edge and send her tumbling. Until the arc dropped unnaturally. A force on her back pushed her down. She landed on her knees and one hand. Ami skidded to a halt, and then forced herself unsteadily to her feet. Her knuckles had been scraped by the floor, but she wasn't bleeding freely. I hoped her legs were okay. Then she unzipped her jacket and it was my turn to be distracted. For 2 reasons. First, because it made it clear what happened. Her tank top was soaked. She had opened the hidden canteen, pulled the water around her body into her vest, and used that to stop herself. And I was distracted by how the semi-transparent white cotton clung to her body. Ami was one of the most slender girls in 1A, but the curves she had were toned, tight, smooth, and very lovely. And I shouldn't be paying attention to that. Not now and not yet. No, don't get distracted that you thought that, I told myself. I charged. Ami SED the water out of her tank and drew the remaining splash off me. Just before I reached her, she formed the liquid into 3 slightly larger orbs. I reached her. I punched one of her satellites, scattering it. She let me, because she focused on using a second one to block my attempt to sweep her legs. Then she smacked the other orb across my face twice. I shook the water on my leg off, and rose up, shoulder first, into her stomach. Sorry, I told her as I wrapped my arms around her, lifted her up, and then took a single step and dropped her onto the grass. She did not look upset. She actually smiled. Then she blushed and studied my abs again. I remembered the Midnight Sensei taught a class to second years about how to avoid being distracted by wardrobe malfunctions, both personally and in those around you. It could cost you a fight after all. We might need to work on that sooner, I muttered. She looked away. And I wasn't sure, but I thought I heard her whisper, I look forward to it. Winner, Midoriya Izuku, Cementos declared. Then he instructed, both of you go get checked out by Recovery Girl. Once she releases you, Midoriya-kun return to your pod to wait for next round. And Mizuni-chan can either observe from her pod, or go to the stands. Recovery girl dismissed us almost immediately, though I was scolded briefly about throwing away my jacket. We hurried back out onto the Aryan floor and entered our pods before the second match started. Now that I was in the pod, I saw that it contained a mini-fridge with a small selection of drinks and snacks. So, the second match with Tokoyami Fumikage of 1A and Hitoshi Shinso of 1C, Aizawa-sensei announced flatly. Ishiyama-sensei then told them to start. Well, let's have a good match, Hitoshi-san said, his expression and tone open. Tokoyami-kun just looked at him flatly and said nothing. Oh, are you too good to talk to me? The purple-haired boy switched gears quickly. Hero course can't be bothered with general studies? Again Tokoyami ignored him. Instead, my classmate studied his own fist as he opened and closed it, like someone testing out their recovery or a new ability. From the infinite depths, I call upon the Tokoyami's chunny chant was directed at himself and the crowd, and deliberately not at his opponent. Arise, dark shadow. The phantom separated from its creator and hovered menacingly over them. It was a fairly sunny day, so dark shadow was smaller and less opaque than on a cloudy day or in a dark room. But it was still impressive, especially if you were not familiar with it. How cute, Hitoshi-san laughed it off. A little birdie. Polly want a cracker? I'll give you a cracker, dark shadow snapped angrily. Right down? Then its eyes shuddered and turned into hearts. It shrank slightly, and rather than hovering menacingly, it just floated lazily above the two boys. Gotcha, Hitoshi-san smirked for a second. Then in a kind, almost subservient voice asked, Dark Shadow, can you please do me a favor and take Tokoyami over to have a seat on the grass? Tokoyami's eyes widened even as his familiar said happily, Sure thing, boss. Dark Shadow, stop. Return. Wake up. It didn't work. Dark Shadow gently lifted his owner by the armpits, flew over to the largest area of turf, and set him down. That was unexpected. Present mic was unusually flat and quiet, but I guess this means Hitoshi-kun moves on to round 2. This time, Cementos didn't even bother to tell them to go see Recovery Girl. Hitoshi-san returned to his pod and began casually drinking a bottled water. And Tokoyami-kun returned to the lockers, before heading into the stands. Tetsu-san versus Mikoto went about how I expected. He chose not to transform. So she just blasted him with 2 low-speed railguns, knocking him out. Hikari. Or I guess I need to go back to thinking of her as Shimuka-chan now that the match was over. Defeated Kendo-san. It might seem natural that someone with lasers and blinding light would beat a martial artist. But Kendo-san's hands were tougher than I thought. In the end, Shimuka was able to create an illusion that the stage was bigger than it really was, and Kendo-san stepped off accidentally. Emochan took down Shoji-san in the longest fight of the first round. Her floating swords versus his ever-changing and expanding limbs. They traded blow, and he normally ended up with a minor cut that he would then change that arm to remove. But that didn't change the fact that each slice took a drop or 2 of blood before it was closed. And over time it was enough blood loss to make him a bit woozy. That allowed Emochan to land the knockout hit. Cassandra versus Mei was the longest match of the first round. I specify that because it wasn't a fight. Mei kept showing off her gadgets and tackling about them. It was more like a 15-minute product pitch, with Cassandra as the unwitting and unwilling test subject. In the end, Mei ultimately surrendered once she was done, leaving a very annoyed and confused Cassandra to advance. I wouldn't have thought Cassandra could curse like that, but guild chat left our mental ears ringing. The penultimate match of the first round was also the shortest. Todoroki-kun almost instantly covered about a third of the stage in ice. Ida-kun was trapped from the neck down before he could move. Todoroki-kun then asked him to surrender. The language he used was polite, but his tone and expression brooked no argument. Ida-kun wisely submitted. Lastly we had Konga-san against Kirishima-kun. She brought the wins, swiping with her fan incessantly and gathering up every scrap of natural breeze as well. But it wasn't enough to break through Kirishima's harden. After a few minutes, and the second lost jersey of the day, he managed to corner her and force her out. Since it's a bit early to break for lunch, Present Mike said, we'll just take 5 here. Then we'll be back with the first match of round 2, Midoriya, TK Tank, Izuku vs Hitoshi, what is his deal? Shinso. The purple-haired boy and I both cringed, and Aizawa-sensei sighed very deliberately into his microphone. Status changes for Midoriya Izuku. Skills. Physical resistance, ED 70 Forge 75. Throwing, SA 13-14. Telekinetic attack, IA, LB, 27-28. Telekinetic armor, IE 30 Forge 35. Telekinetic aura, I, LB, 40-41. Meditation, WI 16-17. Tai Chi Quan, AS 2021. Sense hostility IC, hostile aura, 30 Forge 36. High speed vision, WQ, 14-15. Heroics general knowledge, IW 63-64. With the extended break, I finally got an opportunity to engage in my favorite pastime. Hero watching. The stands were full of heroes. Heroes I had met. Heroes I had observed. Heroes I had only seen on TV or on the internet. And also dozens of heroes I didn't know. Either local heroes, or those who avoided the limelight like Eraserhead Sensei did. I had looked up at the crowd between the matches, but that was rarely more than 1 minute. And best of all, directly opposite me and in the front row were Japan's top 20 heroes. Not all of them, of course. Todoroki Enji was in his private box. Part of me suspected negative reasons for this, but that may have just been a response to my encounter with him earlier. All Might was also missing, officially because as a UA teacher he was helping to run and judge the sports fest. But that also meant that he didn't have to spend an unspecified amount of time in his muscle form. The rest of them were there, however. With one notable counter-exception. Seated between Ryukyu and Gang Orca was someone I didn't recognize. She had short blonde hair, pulled tight into a tiny ponytail in back. She had bright, no electric blue eyes. While her face didn't have the high cheeks of a model and her nose appeared to have been broken at least once, she was still cute. Definitely pretty, if not classically beautiful. The shape of her features suggested she was Caucasian, and the way she sat back in the chair with one leg propped up on the arena wall made me think American. She was about 160 centimeters tall, and generally on the slender side, though her bust was larger than you might expect for the rest of her. Not huge, but above average for a Japanese person. She was wearing a short-sleeved, long-tailed, red denim blouse. Underneath it she had black leggings, which shimmered in the late morning sun. And her shoes were also red, with a gold Nike swoosh. And these weren't off-the-shelf sneakers either. The gray soles were thick and had a pattern I was familiar with. They were the sort used by heroes who needed shoes that would grip firmly but also release easily. Speedsters, or those who used their super strength to lift heavy or awkward objects frequently. Though I didn't think I had met her, her face looked familiar. Particularly her lips and chin. There was also the fact that the heroes on either side of her, currently numbers 9 and 10 in Japan, were giving her frequently looks of unabashed awe. Like I would have given All Might before I began spending time with him. Or still might give Superman. No way. It could have been my imagination, but I think she noticed me looking at her and winked. /advisory sensei, I hope you are watching and can see this. I signed / and I guess that you know JSL. But if you are and do, I'm going to need to borrow my book back after this. I'm guessing you know why. And if not, look between Gang Orca-san and Ryukyu-san. And hopefully tell me if I am wrong. Of course she couldn't answer me, even if she saw. But I tried. The other thing I has noticed is that while Mei had changed and gone into the stands, all of the other defeated fighters from the first round had returned to their pods. We did have the best seats in the house. And I caught a glimpse of Tokoyami lecturing a shrunken dark shadow. That got me riled up a bit more. Okay, break is over. Present Mike shouted. He had given the crowd a warning, but I was too focused on everything else. Let's have our next 2 contestants come on down. Midoriya and Hitoshi, please make your way to the platform, before this one says anything else. I offered a silent thanks to Aizawa-sensei for the save. Then I hurried out to the stage. Unlike with Ami, there was no mental exchange as we entered theatrically. I just jogged to one of the starting boxes and waited for my opponent, who in turn took his time. Are you both ready? Cementos asked us as soon as Hitoshi was in position, not giving us or Mike-sensei any time to talk. I nodded. Yes, the mind controller answered. Then begin. Let's have a good match, Hitoshi said to me. Do you really want that? I asked. There was a groan from the audience, especially the section where 1A and 1B were seated. Except for a certain subset of individuals. Does it matter? He answered, a bit of an edge to his voice. Then, more evenly he ordered, go jump out of the ring. I turned my back to him and walked 4 long and deliberate steps towards the edge. Then I rotated and walked 6 steps towards him. He cringed, but I spun back and took the same 6 steps away. I repeated the move, walking back and forth. Hitoshi-san looked first confused, then annoyed. Then he snapped. What are you doing? He barely kept from shouting. I fixed him with a dark gaze. Pacing, I explained, I'm debating on how best to deal with you. And speaking of explaining, I hadn't just answered him like an idiot. Gamer's Mind gave me a 50% chance to ignore mental ailments and status effects. And if it failed, I had planned to use my TK to stop myself. I couldn't be certain either would work, but I thought between the two, I figured I had a chance. And if not, I would try boosting my determination and luck higher, which I hoped would let me re-roll my proverbial saving throw. Or maybe not even proverbially, all things considered. Only I didn't need it. As soon as I answered him. Status ailment charm resisted. Skill charm resistance LVL1, unlocked. After that, anytime he gave me an order or I responded to him, my new skill pinged. It went up by a level or sometimes 2. I was hoping to get it to level 20 or so before the fight was over, though there was the risk I would fail my resistance first. But a minimum risk chance to grind a resistance skill was hard to pass up. And to be perfectly honest, I was enjoying watching him sweat. What does that mean? He asked, nervously. Well, I explained, it sort of feels like you are targeting my class. So far you have been directly responsible for disqualifying 7 students, and they are all from Class 1A. I don't think you had any influence over the tournament bracket. And the last 4 teams of the Cavalry battle were all made of at least 2 Class 1A students. But at the same time, as the saying goes, once is an accident, twice is a coincidence, 3 times is a pattern. Or, 3 times is a deliberate attack, depending on the situation. He cringed. Not to mention, the girl you stole the headband from? She's my best friend. And so I can't help but want a little payback, even if it's not very heroic. What are you going to do? He pressed. He was hoping one of these times to catch me. How is Midoriya doing that? Present Mike asked no one. The knights probably could have told him. They would see the alert screens, even if the font was not legible at a distance. Probably controlling his body telekinetically, Aizawa-sensei guessed, almost accurately. Either that or the first order didn't work because Midoriya has convinced himself this isn't a ring. And Hitoshi is too distracted to realize he hasn't tried giving any orders since then. Stop, the purple-haired boy squeaked out a command after hearing that. Stop what? I asked sternly. Stop walking? Stop scaring you? Stop breathing? You need to be more clear, or things might not end up like you expect. Leave the stage. Jump off the platform. Run out of the arena. Go home. Ping, 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 ping. So I'm thinking, I ignored him, I should either princess carry you to the edge and drop you outside, to humiliate you and show just how little of a threat you are. Or I should break your jaw so you can't surrender, and then pummel you until Samenta-sensei decides you can't take any more. Could use a deeper voice and some knuckle cracking, but not a bad start. Skill Intimidate, LVL1, unlocked. I froze, and then looked up at the top of the arena. At a certain box. At everything I didn't want to be as a hero. All Might wouldn't have done this. Maybe if Hitoshi was some unrepentant career villain and killer, who was threatening a hostage. Even then, probably not. I sighed and let the anger flow out of me. Then I walked over, darted around behind him, lifted him by the back of his jersey, carried him to the edge of the platform, and dropped him on his butt, just outside the line. Ha! I heard Ishido-chan shout from the stands. Winner, Midoriya Izuku. Cementos declared flatly. And did not tell us to go to the nurse, since no blows had been exchanged. Could you at least put a shirt on? Hitoshi asked me petulantly. Sure, I said. Status resistance failed. Charm resistance improved, LVL 16. I couldn't even sigh as I ran blindly back to the locker room. I returned wearing one of my other tank tops, just at Mikoto and Hai. Shimuka-chan reached their starting positions. I hurried back to my pod, noting that number 3 was now empty. 2 lovely ladies. Present, Mike announced. The battle of light versus lightning SE. There was a sharp metallic shriek, almost like someone yanked a cable out of the socket. Are you both ready? Yes, Mikoto said. I am, Shimuka-chan said. Then begin. Mikoto pulled 4 discs off the armband. She released them, but held out hands, fingers splayed. Sparks crackled between, but not randomly. They flowed from digit to digit. And the coins were caught in the magnetic flow, circling slowly in front of Mikoto. I hadn't seen that trick before, and wondered if she had been inspired by Ami's defense from before. Shimuka watched her carefully. Unlike my earlier match with Ami, the photokinetic was also a ranged fighter, and the polished metal discs would reflect her light, if Mikoto could get them in the way. Or at least reflect it for a second or two before the heat of the light or lasers started to melt them. Either way, it was clear Shimuka had to be careful where and how she aimed her light. Shimuka had also said she could defend with her light, but would it be enough against Mikoto's firepower? They were like 2 Old West gunslingers, watching each other, waiting for the other to blink, flinch, or otherwise leave an opening. Hikari casually twisted her hand up, pointing her palm at Mikoto. The slender brunette caught the move. She kept 3 of the discs spinning around her left hand, and pulled the 4th to her right hand. She aimed that coin at the taller girl's open hand. Hikari's palm lit up. Mikoto fired the railgun. It passed right through Hikari's hand and arm, or what had appeared to be the photokinetic's arm. The air began to twist and shimmer, and the rest of Hikari melted away. The entire area above the stage remained hazy. Mikoto looked around. Then all of the discs popped off the armband and began to circle around Mikoto's entire body. For those who might be wondering, Aizawa explained, Shimuka is bending the light around her. But she is still learning how to do it, so she makes a mirage haze in the area as well. That way, if part of her shows through, it might be reflected somewhere nearby. Key detection, I intoned. Then added, clairvoyance. Both worked. Like with Hagakure-chan, clairvoyance saw through Shimuka's invisibility. But I could also see some of the bent light, giving her a shimmery appearance. And key detection wasn't really sight, or any other sense. I could feel her life energy, and it conformed to her physical shape. My mind interpreted it as sight, seeing it as blobs of color on a field of darkness. The stronger the key, the closer the shape was to the person's true appearance. And because of that, it was easier to use key detection if I closed my eyes. So if I was facing her next round, I didn't have to worry about finding her. I let clairvoyance lapse, since it was more draining. But I kept key detection up. Mikoto started varying the speed of the electricity dancing up and down her arms and fingers. As a result, the orbits of her coins was also irregular. I think she was trying to keep Shimuka-chan from finding a good opening to attack, while also staying ready to counter whatever move the photokinetic did make. It looked like Hikari was removing her jersey. I couldn't be sure, because clothing didn't have key. But I couldn't imagine why she would pantomime it otherwise. Unless she was testing if Mikoto could detect her. Shimuka-san's face appeared directly in front of Mikoto. My friend flinched, but didn't attack the mirage. Shimuka held her arms out to the side, like an old-time bullfighter. Was she copying me and trying to remove some of Mikoto's coins? Or maybe she was going to try to get Mikoto to go after it, like Bull? The answer was closer to my second theory. Shimuka threw her jacket at Mikoto, then dove to the side. Mikoto glanced at the blue cloth and seemed to dismiss it, until it hit one of her discs and engulfed her right arm. Mikoto flinched and her eyes widened. She turned towards the jersey, fired 4 of her rounds into it. They weren't as fast or powerful as the full railgun, even the reduced speed, non-lethal railguns. But the jacket had nothing behind it, so it and the shots sailed away. Shimuka stepped up behind Mikoto. She grabbed my classmate's shoulder and left arm. She turned and levered the slider girl into a very pretty over-the-back shoulder throw. Shimuka released at just the right point, and Mikoto sailed out of the ring. Mikoto landed on her side, but rolled well. So between that and the softness of the turf, she wasn't hurt. That should have been the end. 1. Cementos rumbled. Except that as soon as she felt her feet leave the pavement, Mikoto reacted. With training honed to nearly instinct, her body became a living taser. The photokinetics back arced even as she released Mikoto. And she collapsed. Before Mikoto hit the grass, Hikari was in a lump on the stage floor. 2. For those of you not clear on what happened, Aizawa-sensei announced flatly, because Shimuka was down before Misaka landed out of bounds, she gets the standard 10 count. If she recovers, she wins. If she can't get up in time, Misaka gets the KO. 4. Shimuka shuddered, and then surged to her feet. Sorry, no. Eraserhead sounded slightly amused. And then the standing Shimuka vanished, revealing the real one barely on her knees. I calculated the distance from the announcer's box to the platform, so I could add that distance to my notes about Eraserhead's power. Later, after the final round. 6. Hikari had one foot under her, but was holding herself up on her other knee and both hands. The muscles of her bare arms twitched visibly under her pale skin. She pushed hard with both hands. Swung her other leg under her. She was now in a crouch. 7. Clenching her fists and glowing slightly, Hikari stood. Then her legs spasmed, and she almost went down. Squeezing her eyes shut in determination and against the pain, she caught herself as Cementos stopped in the middle of saying 8. Shimuka shuddered, but manually, not automatically. Like someone shaking out their muscles but not able to move too much. Then she walked over and defiantly retrieved her jersey. She ignored the 2 perfectly round holes that had been punched in it. The crowd cheered as she put it on. Though I think I also heard some shouts of disappointment. Winner, Shimuka Hikari. Cementos confirmed, and you definitely need to get cleared by Recovery Girl before you compete in the next round. Mikoto and hi. Shimuka shook hands, and Mikoto offered the taller girl a shoulder. Together they headed for the medical office opposite the lockers. What did you do to her? Recovery Girl asked immediately, seeing taller girl limping. 40 kilovolts at 2 milliamps, Mikoto said. Give or take 500 volts and 0.1 milliamps. The retired heroine frowned. Less than a standard stun gun, but still dangerous. And what about you? I threw her about 3 meters onto grass, Hikari answered. I'm fine, Mikoto objected. I rolled with it. And she has to compete next round. Here, take these. Recovery Girl handed Shimuka an OTC painkiller and her standard vitamin Gumi, and pucker up. Recovery Girl gave Hikari a quick peck on the lips. Hikari blushed for a moment. Now lie down for a few minutes and drink this. She pointed to a bed and gave the girl a sports drink. I will check you again then, and tell you if you are clear for the next match. And me? Mikoto asked, to be safe. She had heard horror stories of fellow students, and even teachers, who tried to skip out on Recovery Girl. You're fine, the doctor glanced her over. I'll give you an ibuprofen if you want, but you can go. So next we have Class 1A's 2 tightnesses of CQC. Present Mike had managed to plug his microphone back in. Penryu Midoriya and Kane Cassandra. Cass and Emochan entered the ring. Emochan's 2 swords were already floating beside her. But the swordswoman dropped into a karate stance. What do we have here? Mike sounded honestly confused. Are you both ready? Came the almost mechanical question from the judge. Then begin. Emochan charged immediately. She launched a kick at Cassandra's midsection. Clarence circled counterclockwise and slashed at Cass's neck from behind. And the kukri went the other way and targeted Cass's knee. Not that it mattered. As all the knights, and presumably Emochan too, knew, Cassandra might like to have someone watch her back. It made things easier, but it wasn't generally necessary. Cass leaned deep to the left, letting Clarence fly over her. At the same time she lifted her right leg and kicked the kukri. The curved short sword did no go flying, but was stopped by her foot along its flat. Then Cassandra caught Emochan's foot. She pushed off the kukri, forcing the lighter blonde backwards, pushing her leg up into a near vertical splits. Emochan struggled not to fall backwards, knowing that would put her in a bad position. Cass suddenly released Emochan's leg. She dropped into a low spin, sweeping the swordswoman's remaining foot. As Emochan fell, Cass flipped forward, dodging a downward blow from Clarent. She caught Emochan by the arm, flipped the other girl with her. Cassandra landed on her back, with Emochan on top of her. She trapped her opponent's arms with her arms, and began to apply pressure to her neck. She wrapped her legs around Emochan's waist, but to limit how much the blonde could thrash, and how deep of a breath she could take. The kukri darted unsteadily over, but Cassandra rolled them both to the side, using the trapped Midoriya as a shield. After a few tense seconds, Emochan tapped out. Only after Sensei declared her the winner did Cassandra release her. Judo and wrestling too? Emochan wheezed, looking at Cass suspiciously. The silent girl only shrugged. But I agreed with the blonde. I had never looked at Cassandra's skills tab, or most of the knights, for that matter, but it seemed the number of martial arts skills she had was functionally unlimited. I had yet to find a style she wasn't familiar with. Just ones she, in her own words, wasn't that good with. Though I guess she could have been boasting or teasing. She didn't do either often, but she wasn't without her pride and a wry sense of humor. After sending Emochan to get checked, Cementos signaled the booth. And now, for our last match of the quarterfinals, Mike Sensei proclaimed, we had Todoroki Shudo versus Kirishima Ijiro. The two redheads took to the stage. Kirishima quickly and excitedly. Todoroki-kun took a more measured pace. Are you both ready? Cementos Sensei prompted when they were in place. Then begin. Kirishima instantly covered himself in a layer of hardened flesh. A heartbeat later, he was surrounded by ice. I noticed this time Todoroki-kun only covered a bit under a third of the field, instead of over half of it. I guess he thought there was less chance of Kirishima-kun dodging it. Except this time his opponent was prepared. Kirishima immediately shut off his quirk, giving him maybe a centimeter on each side of his body to work with. Then he activated Harden again, only more so. The ice cracked as the sterner material of my manly classmates slammed into it from all sides. Kirishima repeated the move, only this time he added a bit of a punch into it. The ice above his arm shattered. He shrunk down again, and started to pull himself free. Todoroki-kun wasn't just waiting. He skated across the smooth top of the ice block. And as his opponent broke free, slammed him in the chest with a 20-kilogram snowball. It scattered like the wind, but the force sent Kirishima sliding. He hardened his hands and tried to dig his spike-like fingertips in. But the top of the ice was too smooth and he was moving too fast. There was a bit of ear-splinting scraping at the end, but he still scooted off the iceberg and right off of the platform. Winner, Todoroki Shudo. That was a really manly snowball, Kirishima grinned at Todoroki-kun. The other boy's eyes softened. Just a little. And he inclined his head to Kirishima. Shimuka-chan has not returned from her checkup yet, Cementos noted. We will need to check on her. If you don't mind, Todoroki-kun said in his normal, flat tone. And she doesn't mind, it seems Kane-san and I are both ready to go. Perhaps we could hold our match now, while someone confirms Shimuka can continue. Cassandra looked at him thoughtfully. Then she exited her pod. / I see no problem with that, she signed. / once the arena is cleared, of course. Todoroki-kun walked back onto the grass. Cementos lifted his hands. First the stage closed, almost like a giant bear trap. The ice was crushed into powder and a few small chunks. Then it bent the other way, rising in the middle, dumping the snow and ice onto the lawn. After it settled, Ishiyama-sensei spread his hands flat, smoothing the few spots where crushing the ice cracked or gouged the concrete. Okay. Mike-sensei shouted in English before reverting to Japanese. Slight change of plans. We are going to hold the second semi-final match first. Kane Cassandra will take on Todoroki Shudo for a spot in the final round. Are you both ready? Cementos received matching nods. Then begin. Ida-kun was the fastest in our class. Maybe in UA at that moment. Even if I gave it my all, including using key reinforcement and TK aura to the point of breaking myself, I couldn't beat him in a race. And that was before I learned about his recipro burst in the second round. But in terms of reaction speed, in terms of starting to move, Cassandra had the rest of us beat. Not because she was quicker. No, it was because she knew that she needed to move before we did. And due to her precision, she couldn't jump the gun. At least not accidentally. So she had unlearned that fractional hesitation we all had. If she ever learned it to begin with, I suppose. Between those two advantages. The literal instant after Cementos finished mouthing the word, begin, milliseconds before the sound reached her ears, she moved. Based on the last 2 rounds, it was a safe bet that Todoroki-kun would launch a massive block of ice. He would try to encase her, or if he was creative, just push her off. Sure enough, less than a second later, a third glacier covered the field. From the ground up to the height of her neck. Cassandra was prepared. As she felt the ice solidify in the air and move towards her, she jumped. It was a close thing. Her quirk gave her control and flexibility, not speed. If she had jumped any later or the ice had moved any faster, she would have been hit. She landed on the ice, still running forward. She had to reach Todoroki-kun before he could come up with a new, better plan. Cassandra could break ice, but she had limits. If nothing else, the length of her limbs. Would he know that? His response was not what I expected. He gritted his teeth and lifted his right hand. And the platform of ice began to rise, to angle up. He wasn't lifting it. He was just making more ice. Maybe on top, maybe on bottom, likely both, though I couldn't be sure. The important point was that Cassandra was no longer skimming a flat surface. She was running up an increasingly angled slope. And she was losing momentum. Still, she was moving forward. Todoroki stepped back, closed his left eye. Frost formed on his skin. And the glacier began to grow backwards, as well as up. "I'm not going to look like that cartoon coyote," Cassandra said flatly. And for a moment, I couldn't help but picture it. Her arms and legs moving so fast they were almost a blur, even though she was stuck in place. The ice smoking as she started to slide back. Reality was much less comical. If she had cleats on her shoes, she might have been able to cover the last little bit and get a good jump. But she knew she couldn't make it as she was. Cass stared at Todoroki-kun through the translucent ice, and stopped. Still standing, not even a bit off balance, she slid back down the ice face. It was about a 40-degree angle now, so she picked up speed quickly. At the bottom she hopped off onto the grass. "Winner, Todoroki Shudo." Cassandra turned to look at me and declared, "Izu, avenge me." Her tone was joking, but there was also an edge to it. She would have been more satisfied if he had fought her and she lost, instead of using traps to force her out. "Don't count your chickens," I told her, and the rest of the knights. And inclined my head. Standing at the entrance to the arena floor, tall and resolute, stood Shimuka Hikari. Staring at me. Status changes for Midoriya Izuku. Skills. Key detection, DI 31-34. Gesol, WLB, 16-17. Physics, basic, W7. Charm resistance, DW16. Intimidate, CI. I didn't wait for Present Mike or Eraserhead to call for us. I stepped out of the booth and walked towards the stage. As I did, I noticed something. "Are you up for this, Shimuka-san?" I asked her evenly. Because she wasn't. I considered her an opponent, so the battle scan side of Analyze kicked in, even though I hadn't analyzed her. I wasn't sure when it started doing that, because I had already scanned my classmates and was pretty quick to check on enemies in dungeons. Regardless of why, what it was showing me was that Shimuka-san's health was barely over half. If it was 60%, I needed to get my eyes checked. Her stamina was closer to full, but the purple bar representing her psions was only about 1/3 full. I don't know where she was before, how draining the Labyrinth and Cavalry battle had been for her. But it seemed like Mikoto had taken a good chunk out of Shimuka. I had almost full HP, having only lost a few to Ami. It had taken me almost nothing to fight Hitoshi. After the 2 potions and resting, my energy was well over half. My biggest worry was how my TK armor would fare against her lasers. Why? She asked, trying to sound confident. Worried? I would be, I said earnestly, but after the jolt Mikoto gave you, you are barely standing. So yes, I am worried for you, Shimuka-san. Well, maybe you should worry for yourself, she countered sharply. Then her eyes softened and she said, and you might as well keep calling me Hikari. Cementos studied us both, especially Hikari. Are you both ready? He asked, with a little more caution and emotion than when he asked before the earlier matches. Yes, Hikari said firmly. I agreed. He looked at us a moment longer. Then finally he repeated, then begin. I resisted the urge to charge in. Given what she had said about guarding herself with a layer of light so dense it was effectively solid and hot enough to melt gold. Or was I misremembering that part? I'd have to check my notes or maybe ask her later. Hikari didn't make a move either. She watched me cautiously. Watched her hands, ready for her to shoot from her palms again. But was she limited to that? There wasn't a reason for her to be. She was a photokinetic, not someone who shoots lasers from her hands. Just shooting lasers from her hands would be simpler and faster, but manipulating light was much more flexible. And she did mention automatically drawing light into her eyes. You know, she relaxed and smiled, I am willing to give you as much time as you want to analyze the situation. It only helps me. But the crowd might get a bit bored. Maybe I'm just waiting for you to make the first move, I shot back. Maybe I already know exactly what I am going to do. She wasn't convinced. Neither was I. Sensei? I glanced quickly to the side. Present Mike didn't say anything about us damaging the platform. So if I do something that breaks it, that's not a problem, right? If you break through the concrete and touch the packed earth underneath, that will count as a ring out, Cementos told me. If you are willing to risk that, there is no issue. Cell Games rules, Mikoto commented silently, stay in the ring until there isn't a ring left. I knelt down, still watching Hikari. I placed my fingers into the seams between the blocks of the floor. They were not just decorative or measuring lines. The floor was made up of individual concrete blocks, probably to make it easier to repair. I grabbed two of the blocks with my tactile TK. Both Cementos and Hikari looked surprised when I pulled them out, cracking the edges. I held them in front of me as an improvised shield. Of course, that meant I also couldn't see Hikari. But with key detection still up, I knew where she was. I was expecting she would either use my supposed blocked vision to try to use her mirage or photon jump to get the drop on me. Her other option was to attack the blocks. She should be able to cut the concrete with a laser, or heat it with normal focused light until I had to drop it. I was caught off guard when she ran straight at me. I had the blocks angled back about 30 degrees, so if she tried to heat them, the heat would be deflected up. Hikari used that, jumping onto the stones. She grabbed the edge, pulled herself up while kicking off, vaulted over the top. Over me. I made the mistake of looking up. Her hands were both pointed down at me. And then my vision was a field of fuzzy white. Status resistance failed. Ailment blindness, flash burn, inflicted. She had flashed burned my retinas. Presumably a short-term version. Not that it let her escape me. Especially since she couldn't be sure it worked. I continued to track her normally as she tucked her body. She landed in an ugly somersault and rolled back to her feet. I also noted that even though I was blind, I could still see the gamer notices. Hikari looked at me, still apparently looking right at her. Her shoulders slumped in defeat. I wasn't sure that would work, she admitted. Part of me wanted to tell her it did. Instead I slammed the block in my right hand down, shattering it. I turned the rest of my body to face her. I threw the remaining lump of concrete at her sidearm. It didn't hit her, but did tear the sleeve of her jersey. It wasn't completely ineffective, I told her. I can still see blobs of color. Enough to pick you out. But also enough to make me cautious. At that, the block under my left hand slid around and attached to my wrist like a large shield. Then I crouched, using it to cover most of my body. I ran at her. She held her hand up. She must have fired a laser, because the upper right corner of my improvised barrier felt a lot lighter. She had to be careful about that, not to get disqualified for excessive force. And I had to be careful because TK armor hadn't stopped the blinding light, so I was more dubious it would stop the lased version. But as long as I was above half HP, it would look like TK armor stopped the laser, which could be trouble in multiple ways. I also needed to be careful about going out of bounds. I couldn't see, so I didn't know where the edge was or the gap I had created by pulling up the blocks. I just had my best guess from memory and where Hikari was, and not putting my foot down if I didn't feel the concrete at the right level. I had nearly reached her, released my psychic grip on the concrete, and pushed it with both muscle and telekinesis. Not enough to count as an actual TK attack. It tumbled towards Hikari. I darted left. If she didn't move, I would save and capture her. If not, she did dodge to her right. So we met. I grabbed her arm. I felt my hands heat up, and I got alerts that my health was dropping. I pulled her closer, stepped in, drove my elbow into her stomach. I heard her exhale in pain. I hopped up, driving my shoulder into her chin. Then as I dropped, I continued down. I pivoted, sweeping her legs. She went down. I had expected her to catch herself, or at least protect her head. She did not. So instead I dove to the side, and let her cranium land on my relaxed arm. "Key diagnostic," I whispered. Only after my skill told me that she was fine, did I withdraw my arm and move away. Fine but unconscious. I think I jostled her skull harder than I intended with my shoulder. Still, from what key diagnostic and my first aid knowledge told me, she didn't have a concussion. I stood up and drew back. Cementos stepped down from his seat. I could make out his form moving a bit. I blinked fiercely, willing my rods and cones to reset and my eyes to moisten. "Shimuka is out cold," he announced, "but does not appear hurt. Midoriya wins." Then he pressed a button and said just to me, "I will take her to the nurse, but you come with to get checked out." "Key regeneration," I said under my breath. "All right," Present Mike proclaimed, "we have one match left. The finale. But it is also almost 1 p.m., so we'll take a 30-minute break for lunch. That way you don't have to hurry, and our contestants will be refreshed." I faced Todoroki Shudo. My vision was restored. So were the blocks I had torn out. I hadn't bought any more potions. I just had a small snack and meditated during the break. A full lunch could have been a problem in the upcoming match. Todoroki-kun's eyes were blazing as he glared at me. Not that different from his father, despite his desire to not be like that man. "Are you both ready?" Ishiyama-sensei asked for the final time of the day. "I am," Todoroki answered. He was trying to sound emotionless, like normal. But there was a chill to his voice. I merely nodded, focusing. "Then begin." I started to move, but Todoroki had learned from Cassandra. The advancing glacier covered almost the entire width of the platform. And while his previous attempt had been meant to capture his opponents from the neck down, this one towered over me, at least 4 times my height. Rather than being smooth on top, it was covered in jagged blades and spikes. So even if I tried to jump it, my landing would be dangerous. Not that I had the time to do so. It was only thanks to my high-speed vision that I could see it advance. It was moving at 3 times as fast as Todoroki's prior deep freezes. I barely had a moment to flex my TK armor as far as it would go. But Todoroki-kun had also learned from Kirishima, and the ice pressed down on me, giving me as little space as possible to move. In less than a quarter second, my starting half of the field was engulfed in about 100 cubic meters of ice. And me with it. Well, Shudo turned to the gray hero. Unlike the previous matches, he wasn't forcing his opponent to surrender. Midoriya was incapacitated. The attack was excessive, but technically not lethal. At least not if the judges declared him the winner before the other boy froze or suffocated. He didn't want All Might's son to die, but believed the teachers would stop the match well before then. Cementos just stared at Shudo for a moment, then lifted his blocky hand and pointed at Midoriya. Shudo whirled back, worried that his opponent had dodged. But the green-haired boy was still trapped. Then he noticed that Cementos hadn't pointed just at Midoriya, but at his feet. He looked down and then his jaw dropped. 4 years after the Rhode Island 7 were revealed to the world, Superman, in a solo fight with the villain Barrage, ended up saving the lives of the entire Boston Pops orchestra. Their conductor, inspired by gratitude and awe, composed a theme for the hero, the simply named Superman March. This also started the trend of heroes asking composers to write music for them, or composers trying to gain attention and fame by creating a work for a hero, including, not long before I was born, Hayashi Yuki composing I Am Here, based on All Might. I thought of that because the opening trumpet fanfare to the march was echoing inside my head. It was one of my favorite pieces, and thanks to fan videos on YouTube, I associated it with Kent-san performing incredible feats of strength. Drive key reinforcement, strength. Tactile telekinesis. As the first crescendo sounded inside me, I pushed, lifted upwards with every bit of muscle I had. With every power. My arms and legs ached. Damage notices littered my vision. But I pushed, and the glacier moved. Higher. A few centimeters up. Higher. I could see light underneath it. Higher. My limbs protested. Then the second crescendo approached. I dug my fingers into the ice. Got ready. Gun door smash. I shouted. Flung my arms to the side. And the iceberg above and around me split cleanly in two and went flying away. Which was a bit of a miscalculation on my part. I wasn't sure how much the ice weighed, but there was a lot of it. And while I hadn't thrown it that far, it was off the stage and still moving. It wasn't fast, but it only had to tip over onto the audience. Ami was already out of her booth. She lifted her hands. The ice on the left side froze in midair. The watching heroes, some of whom had forgotten her performance in the cavalry battle and dismissed her based on her loss to me, were paying attention to her. She suddenly made fists and pulled her hands down. The glacier shattered into snow and dropped onto the grass. Cementos studied her for a moment, then nodded. She returned to her pod, blushing slightly. On the other side, Ryukyu had assumed her dragon form. She and Crust stepped forward and caught the other side of the iceberg. It looked like they would lose it until Hawk's feather hit the ice. Gang Orca was also standing and opened his mouth. Waves of hypersound shook the ice, and it shattered, though not as thoroughly as Ami's block. I also recognized that, while she did not appear to have moved, the American had tensed. Once she saw it was handled, she relaxed. Well, I panted, frowning at Todoroki-kun and ignoring my screaming muscles. That display had cost me a lot of health and energy. It was worth it, for the uncertainty on my opponent's face. Now what? I asked, composing myself. He raised his right hand again. This time he shot at me with cannonballs of ice. Too bad I had already dealt with cannonballs today. I dodged just enough, and as they brushed past, I caught the attacks with my tactile TK. I kept one, balancing on my shoulder. But I shot the second one back at him. I wasn't actually aiming for him. The frozen chunk passed within a centimeter of his ear, ruffling his hair. His worry turned to fear. Was this your plan? I asked, not really trying to keep the disappointment out of my voice. What would you have done if you were facing Ami? Or Mikoto, who has already shown she can shatter your ice? Or Hikari, her lasers and magnified light would have melted that. Why does it matter? Todoroki-kun shot back, annoyed. He shivered, and I saw frost creeping over his hand. It shouldn't, I admitted. I should just take advantage of this and throw you out of the ring. That would be the logical move. But remember the first day. Why are you helping them? Todoroki-san asked. They are my classmates, I said, a bit confused. And what if helping everyone else somehow puts you into last place? The scarred boy asked. In that case I win, I told him with a big open smile. I don't need a reason to help my classmates, even if it might hurt me, I reminded him. Then I glared slightly, but also, the fact that we are all trying our hardest within the rules and individual restrictions given to us, while you deliberately hold back. It's annoying. And frankly, insulting. I felt a little hypocritical and guilty saying that. But I did have restrictions preventing me from cutting loose with the gamer. I will not use his power, Todoroki-kun hissed at me. Why is it his power? I asked. It isn't like if he died tomorrow, you wouldn't lose the ability to project fire, would you? He blinked in surprise. And you haven't shaved the red half of your head, I pressed, or had surgery so your eyes don't look like his. Half of what you are came from him. Not just your quirk. But that is all yours now, not his. Your hair. Your eyes. Your quirk. Not his. He frowned and touched his hair. And do you think this is hurting him? Really? He might be annoyed, but based on what I've seen, annoyed seems to be his default state. Todoroki-kun snorted a quick laugh in spite of himself. You are hurting yourself more. And at the same time, if you fail by rejecting him, does that make him look bad? Or just you? Now he was angry at me again. Wouldn't it be better to take what he gave you, through random genetic draw, and prove that you are better? The better fire user? A better man? A better hero? His lips twisted up. But it wasn't a happy smile. And flames licked around his left hand. It might be worth breaking my promise, he said darkly, just to shut you up. His left hand shot forward, and this time flames engulfed me. My shirt burned. My pants smoldered. My health fell below half, and my skin began to blister. Heat-resistant skill unlock. Condition 3-3 met, be reduced below 1-2 health by a fire attack. Skill Heat Resistance LVL1, unlocked. The elemental resistance skill had two benefits. It both gave me the normal, small amount of passive damage reduction, similar to physical resistance. But it also reinforced my active defenses. My TK armor flared, and the fire stopped touching me. That's hot. Heat resistance improved, LVL3. Of course, it was also draining my energy faster. I charged him, running straight into the flame. He switched arms, and fired another ice shot at me. The second cannonball I had captured had lost almost 70% of its volume, but with the fire gone, I used it to counter. The two frozen orbs slammed into each other and shattered. The spray of ice shards continued towards me, because of physics. But they bounced off my barrier. I was on him. I punched at his face. He pushed himself to the side with his ice. Then punched at me with a burning fist. I knocked it away. Kicked him in the side. He defended with more ice. It shattered, but part of the force of my attack got through, and he grunted in pain. He fired another gout of flame at my face. But I slid under it, taking advantage of the now slick floor. As I passed him, I snapped out a back fist. It missed his knee, but hit his calf. He flinched in pain. I turned up, into a rabbit punch at his back. If this were a real fight, I would have aimed for his kidney. But instead I hit the bone and muscle closer to his spine. Todoroki-kun used the fire to jet to the side, also turning to face me. Then he wrapped my head in ice. Just my head this time. I snapped it easily, and threw the large pieces back at him. Isn't this better? I asked, not having to suppress your powers and instincts? Shut up, he panted. But he was grinning. And this time it was happy. I grabbed his wrists and forced his hands up. If he used either element, it would go up and then fall back on us both. He tried to kick me in the stomach, but I blocked with my knee. I stepped forward, pushing him towards the edge. His wrist got slick and he pulled free. He placed both hands on my chest, pushed against me and prepared to burn or freeze me. I twisted at the last second, sliding between his arms as the fire and ice flew away. Then I slammed my forehead into his nose. His eyes crossed, but he stayed standing. I grabbed his biceps, spun us both, and threw him out of the arena. Before he hit the grass, Todoroki-kun created a slide of ice under himself. He skidded down it and would have landed back in the ring. It was a good, outside-the-box save. Except, Asgard smash. I punched the ice and unleashed my ki into it. The slide broke and Todoroki hit the turf. Winner, Midoriya Izuku, Cementos announced. The crowd cheered, as did a more fulfilling and personal group inside my head. The teachers put us on a pedestal. I was highest, Todoroki-kun was second, and Hikari was third, because she had lost to me. There weren't any medals. I gave another speech, but it was off the cuff and pretty bad. Or at least inane. So I didn't bother to remember it. I had something else on my mind. Once they released us, I hurried to the teacher's lounge. Advisory sensei was there. She was in a swimsuit for some reason. But that didn't matter. She returned Speed Force to me and nodded. You have my permission as your teacher to use your quirk to keep up, she said slyly. Go. I ran back to the arena, drinking one more potion on the way. I looked at the crowd filtering out. I spotted her. She spotted me. She grinned, winked, and zipped away. Jet set run, I declared, drive 3. I took off after her. We raced through the streets of Mustafa, challenging the speed limit. Then she glanced back and smirked again. And accelerated. Drive 4. She looked a bit impressed. She kicked it up again. Key, quickness, I said, over the protest of my legs. I actually started to gain on her. She looked at me again, snorted in amusement, and began to pull away. It was at that point I recognized that we were almost to the ocean. She was headed for the beach. Dagoba Beach, to be precise. It was just as dirty as it had been in my dungeon. We each had to dodge trash. I did so using parkour. The blonde just ran around it, the sudden turns not seeming to cost her any speed. She hit the water and kept going. There was a towering spray on either side, as she continued without sinking. I skidded to a stop. My smoking sneakers cooled in the water, which was up to my ankles. I watched as her wake vanished into the distance. Why'd you stop? I jumped as an unfamiliar voice addressed me from behind. Her Japanese was good, if slightly accented. I turned to face her. I'm sorry, I bowed. I can't run on water, Alandano. She frowned prettily in confusion. But don't you have tactile telekinesis? You should be able to stand on water. I can't do that, yet either, I admitted thoughtfully. Then added sheepishly, and I'm also tired after today. So even if I could run on water, I'd probably have to turn back after a few hundred meters. Yeah, that makes sense, she shrugged. So, what can I do you for, Midoriya-kun? Please, call me Izuku, I said hopefully. Then I extended the book to her. Should have guessed, she grinned, but this is a first printing, right? She skimmed it at super speed, then added, Yup. It's been read a lot, but has been cared for pretty well. It's one of my favorites, I told her. Got a pen? I reached into my pocket, and then into my inventory. I handed her the pencil of solitude. I guess that will work, she said, one eyebrow twitching. I knew pencil wasn't the best choice, but I would cover it with tape later. To Izuku Midoriya, keep working so you can give me a better race someday. Barry Allen. She narrated the autograph, which she signed on the page containing a hand-drawn picture of her in full costume. With the mask, which is why I knew her chin better than the rest of her face. She looked at the picture wistfully for a moment. I wondered if she was thinking of Manhunter, whose artwork had been posthumously included in Speed Force. Did you really come all the way to Japan for the sports festival, Alandano? You can just call me Barry, Izuku. She suddenly switched to English, and I did help set up UA, even if Clark, Bruce, and Kendra did most of the work and get all of the credit for RI7's contributions. But no, I was in Korea to drop something off with Shin Suno. And when I remembered the UA Sports Fest started today, I figured I would stop on the way back and have a look. You were meeting Captain Korea again? I prompted, also in her native language. My mind was spinning with the possibilities. Why? Well, Tim and Terry, she started to answer, and then trailed off. I shouldn't have said that. Any of that, she mumbled. I should ask you to forget it. But... Then she paused, as if remembering or considering something. She leaned down. Not far, because she wasn't that much taller than me. She looked deeply into my eyes as if studying me. I made sure not to blink or look away. You are All Might student, right? She asked. I nodded. Okay, she decided, I should tell him. But I think I can trust you. So I will tell you, if you promise to tell All Might and no one else. Can you do that? She put her right hand over her heart and raised her left hand in the Boy Scouts of America's three-fingered salute. I promise, I said, mirroring her motions. So, anyway, some of my contacts who are still active heroes found out that the granddaughter of the original yellow head of Tiamat is assembling her own version of the group. And they are still fixated on Korea. The granddaughter of the yellow head, I mused, then realized something. Is she also a technopath? Got it in one, Barry nodded. That's why we couldn't risk sending the data electronically. Instead we decided to bring Sunil hard copies. And I was the most natural courier. Which is also why I'm asking you to tell All Might, instead of calling or texting him. And you want All Might to know, in case Captain Korea asks for his help, I mused. Actually, I was just thinking the heads might also try something in Japan, she told me with a chuckle, but what you said works, too. I'll see if I can talk to All Might tonight, I told her firmly. Since I also had something I needed to talk to him about. It's not that urgent yet. They still don't have a purple head yet. Oh, tell him that too. I will Mississippi Barry. Thanks, Izuku, she reached over and ruffled my hair. Now I better get going. Great job at the sports festival. I look forward to seeing what kind of hero you become. Then, exponentially faster than she had been running when leading me, so fast I couldn't see it, the flash vanished into the horizon over the Pacific. Party invite, Tashinori Yagi, I said, then silently to the only one currently in my party continued, All Might Sensei, do you have time tonight? There are a couple of things I need to talk to you about. Status changes for Midoriya Izuku. Health, 749, 772, plus ultra penalty minus 90. Energy, 1448, 1471.